Chapter 3203. Restart the deity slaying plan. As for why we are helping you, it is because we want you to join us in a plan. As for the person who was captured, we found out that he is a junior named Lin Yi. Lin Ling narrowed his eyes when he heard that. When they saw Lin Ling's expression, they immediately knew that Lin Yi must be related to the son of demon. Lin Yi appeared in Yunzhou because he wanted to find you. You may not know that there are rumors about you in Jianghu. Some said that they saw you in the east region, some said that you were in the north region. Anyway, as long as there are rumors about you, there will be several groups of people looking for you. Lin Yi seems to think that you are still in Yunzhou, so he wanted to enter the eternal forbidden forest. Finally, he was discovered by the Emperor of Heaven and was captured alive. In the end, Lin Ling was certain that the two of them were not lying to him. If it was really Lin Yi, he would definitely come to Yunzhou to find him. Moreover, we can help you save them. You should know that although you are powerful, you are relying on other trump cards. Your real combat strength is only at the Sage-to-Be realm, Li Hongwang said. He had fought with Lin Ling before because he wanted to know Lin Ling's strength. As a condition, I hope you can join us in our plan. Yes. Li Hongwang said when he saw that Lin Ling was silent. What plan? Yes. Lin Ling frowned. Restart the deity slaying plan. Yes. When they heard that, they looked at each other and finally told him their purpose. Deity slaying plan. Yes. When Lin Ling heard that, his expression changed slightly. That's right. Because we have the same enemy, and there are many people who want to destroy God. We've formed an alliance, but we can't do anything to God. We've fought for many years, but to no avail. That's why our plan ended. However, not long ago, your God-slaying grand spell formation completely moved us. That's why we know that you're indispensable to our plan to destroy God. Yes. They said with a smile. They knew that Lin Ling was moved. Interesting, okay, I will join you. Yes. Lin Ling finally understood the purpose of their visit. As for the deity slaying plan, of course it was martial god Qilin. Haha, wife, he finally joined. Seeing this, Li Hongwang laughed excitedly. The woman beside him also heaved a sigh of relief. She had finally managed to pull the son of the devil into her camp. However, in order to recruit this guy, they had put in a lot of effort. Of course, with the name of the son of the devil, it was all worth it. Let's save the people first. Then I'll take you to see the other people who have joined the plan. Oh right, you've already met one of them and he has a very high opinion of you. Li Hongwang continued, if he knew that you were still alive, he would definitely be very happy. Oh, I have. Hearing that, Lin Ling was curious. You'll see when the time comes, wife. Get ready to work. Li Hongwang shouted excitedly, but the woman next to him slapped him fiercely. I told you, don't call me wifey outside, call me by my name. I'm sorry, wife, I know I was wrong. Li Hongwang held his cheeks and said pitifully, but as soon as he finished speaking, another slap landed on his face. This made Lin Ling shake his head and laugh. This guy was tall and strong, but he was unexpectedly henpecked. Even Xiaoyu began to giggle. The few of them quickly left the ancient city and headed in another direction. That was obviously the core area of the Cloud State. The Cloud State was below the Spirit State, but because it was in the territory of the Cloud Emperor, Lin Ling alone could not shake the Cloud Emperor. As for the Sky Emperor? Not long ago in the Demon Metropolis, this guy repeatedly framed Lin Ling, and Lin Ling had long wanted to kill him. Moreover, in the Cloud State, that guy could not use his ancient power anymore. Lin Ling and Xiaoyu stayed in an inn. Lin Ling carried the little white rabbit and the little deer to bed, then covered Xiaoyu with a blanket. Just as he was about to leave, he saw Xiaoyu looking at him with bright eyes. Xiaoyu, what's wrong? Nothing, I can't sleep. Seeing Xiaoyu's cute appearance, Lin Ling immediately knew that Xiaoyu must be thinking about what happened during the day. This was because in Xiaoyu's heart, Lin Ling was the big brother next door, bright and cheerful. However, today, Lin Ling's demonic aura clearly shocked her greatly. Lin Ling shook his head helplessly. In his life he had learned martial arts and he had killed countless people. Are you thinking about what happened during the day? You're a little scared of Big Brother? Of course not. Xiaoyu anxiously said, as if she was afraid that Lin Ling would misunderstand. Lin Ling immediately smiled and stroked Xiaoyu's smooth forehead, saying, Xiaoyu, your grandpa is right. Big Brother Lin Ling is not a good person, and he has killed many people in his life. He doesn't want you to be with me because he is afraid that I will lead you astray. However, Xiaoyu, don't worry. No matter what kind of person I am, even if I am the great demon of the 9 states, in front of Xiaoyu, I am the big brother who will protect Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, you just need to live a happy life. Big Brother will take care of all the dirty things for you, After saying this, Lin Ling smiled and left. The lights in the room were turned off, but Xiao Yu's big eyes were shining. She hugged the rabbit next to her and said, "Little white rabbit, I don't think Big Brother is bad at all." However, the little white rabbit had already fallen asleep and was snoring. I can't see. I didn't see Big Brother Lin Ling kill people. He is my good friend who played with me on the grassland." Then Xiao Yu comforted herself and gradually fell asleep as well. Early the next morning, the ancient city was bustling with noise and excitement. The martial artists of the Cloud State were all walking towards a huge square. This was because 3 days ago, Emperor Yun had sent out a message that he was going to form an alliance between the Cloud State, the Sky State, and the Qing State. This was great news for the Cloud State. According to Emperor Yun's message, as long as the alliance was successful, the Cloud State would receive many cultivation resources from the Qing State. Although the Qing State was the weakest in the 9 states, it was still one of the divine lands. Naturally, there were many cultivation resources there. Let's hope it works. I heard that Emperor Qing wants Emperor Yun's help and wants the Cloud State to protect the Qing State. That's why he made this request. Humph, this Emperor Qing wants our help but doesn't want to pay. Isn't he thinking too highly of himself? Yeah, I heard from the Yun residents that Emperor Qing only gives us 1/3 of his cultivation resources every year. In my opinion, he should give us half. As they walked along the main road, the people discussed animatedly. Moreover, when they thought of the Qing State asking for their help, they felt a sense of superiority. On a huge square, all the strong martial artists of the Cloud State had gathered. 3 high platforms were located in 3 different directions of the square. On them sat the emperor gods of each state. They sat there quietly, making the square extremely silent. This was because the aura of the emperor gods was quietly spreading, making people feel as if they could not look directly at them. Today we are indebted to the 2 emperor gods for coming to the Cloud State as guests. This is the blessing of the Cloud State. Chapter 3204. Translator. Naoibo's studio fate really wasn't that convincing. The one who spoke was a man in a dragon robe. He sat on the dragon throne with his eyes half closed and sipped his tea. His action seemed simple but it carried a domineering aura. He was Emperor Yun of the Cloud State. Haha, today we have formed an alliance. In the future, the 3 emperors will definitely rule over the 9 states. The Divine Prefecture, where we are located, will definitely rise in ranking. I have this confidence. Next, a man in a white dragon robe spoke. It was the Celestial Emperor of Tianzhou. Their words had undoubtedly stirred up Yunzhou. The 9 prefectures were ranked. Their Cloud Prefecture, Sky Prefecture, and Qing Prefecture were ranked at the bottom. Therefore, when they saw the other Divine Prefecture martial artists, they more or less felt inferior. But in the future, their Cloud Prefecture would also be ranked at the top. This was naturally something to be happy about. What a shameless person. On the 3rd seat, the 3rd princess said in a low voice, her face expressionless. If we hadn't captured Lin Yi, we wouldn't have come here personally. Also, the alliance is just taking advantage of our Qingzhou. They didn't pay us anything at all. Instead, we have to pay them a salary every year, said an old woman angrily. She was Grandma Wendao. It was obvious that Qingzhou had been forced into this. Because if they did not come or even if they did not agree, then Lin Yi would die. Emperor Qing, what do you think? As though they knew that the 3rd princess was unwilling, the 2 god emperors cast their gazes over. Hearing this, the 3rd princess and the others were even more furious, but they didn't say anything. Men, bring out the spy of the 9 states, 10 rapscallions. This person wanted to disrupt the order of the 9 states, but he was discovered by Emperor Yun's divine eye. In order to save the people of the 9 states, Emperor Yun personally captured this spy. Today this spy will be beheaded in public and let the people of the 9 states know that the 9 states can be safe with our Emperor Yun around. The Celestial the Arch suddenly yelled. In the middle of the square, an iron cage slowly rose up. Inside the cage was a young man who looked extremely weak. He was Lin Yi. Clearly, the Celestial Emperor saw that the 3rd princess was hesitating, so he deliberately made an example of the 3rd princess to force her to agree. Bastard. Seeing the weak Lin Yi, Grandma Wendao and the 3rd princess's eyes turned red. At this moment they had no choice but to agree. Hee, that's a nice way to put it. Your era is coming. However, I heard that in the Eternal Forbidden Forest, Sky Emperor of Tianzhou and Emperor Yun of Yunzhou have become other people's dogs. Since they are made to be dogs, there is no future for them. But at this moment, a mocking voice suddenly sounded from the silent crowd. When Emperor Yun and the Sky Emperor heard that, their eyes flashed with anger. The warriors of the Cloud State were naturally enraged because the intruder had called their Emperor Yun a dog. Nobody's talking? Or was it a silent agreement? Haha, the alliance of the three great divine continents made Qingzhou pay the price, but you guys only want to reap the benefits. How can you guys be so thick-skinned and say such things? Amidst the silence, the voice rang out again. Yunzhou was even more furious. Who was it that was so arrogant as to reprimand two great god emperors in front of the entire Cloud region? Sir, why are you acting so sneakily? Do you only dare to speak in the dark? Moreover, the alliance of the three great divine continents is a matter of fate. No one can change it. However, before Emperor Yun could speak, the warriors of Yunzhou had already started scolding. That's right, this is a matter of fate. Yunzhou will definitely become the pinnacle of the 9 states in the future. Emperor Yun will surpass the two great god emperors of Miao State and Yin State and rule over the 9 states. This is also the Son of Heaven's fate. Then the voices in the square became louder and louder. Come out if you dare. An old man floated up and looked around the crowd for the person who had spoken. If I come out, I'm afraid the two god emperors will be wary of me. However, when the crowd thought that the troublemaker would not dare to speak again, the disdainful voice floated up again. Shameless boasting. The crowd roared and snorted in their hearts. The intruder was so stupid. He was about to die and yet he was still so arrogant. Sir, you may have a good reputation somewhere, but you seem to treat Yunzhou as your home. Fate is the most mysterious thing. You may be above everyone in one moment, but the next moment you will die. This is the fate of taking a wrong step. At this moment, Cloud Emperor finally spoke. Is that so? Then let me ask you. What is the fate of the young man in the cage? Just as Emperor Yun finished speaking, another voice floated out from the crowd. What was surprising was that this voice was very faint, as if it floated out from every corner of the square. His fate is death. This time Emperor Yun did not speak. Emperor Tian spoke coldly. All the land under the heavens belongs to the Emperor. In Yunzhou, Emperor Yun's words are the will of the heavens. He can summon the heroes to defy the heavens and change their fate. At the end of his speech, the celestial emperor stood up, and the aura of a saint surged out from him. The square was instantly in an uproar. The martial artists looked at the two god emperors with admiration. It was as if the two god emperors had already led them to the peak of the 9 states. Suddenly, the voice in the square also quieted down. The third princess and Grandma Wendao frowned. They had to admit that they admired the person who dared to speak. However, in Yunzhou, it was useless no matter what the person said because the martial artists of Yunzhou were naturally on Emperor Yun's side. Therefore, the outcome of arguing with Emperor Yun would be miserable. What's wrong? You don't dare to speak? Come out, didn't you say you don't believe in fate? Yunzhou is telling you no matter where you hide as long as you're in Yunzhou, you can't escape. Seeing that the voice was silent, the martial artists of Yunzhou looked around, trying to find the person who was courting death. However, the voice remained silent. Emperor Yun smiled disdainfully. He's just a clown. Everyone ignore him. His fate has already been decided by me. After today's matter, he will die without a doubt. Emperor Yun, Emperor Yun. Hearing that, the people shouted in admiration. I'm sorry, fate really doesn't have much persuasion for me. However, at this moment, the voice that seemed to have disappeared suddenly sounded again. Moreover, the crowd was forcefully separated and shot into the sky like fireworks. Those martial artists seemed to have been thrown out alive. Then, a slender figure walked out, holding the hand of a little girl. When this person appeared, the martial artists of Yunzhou were undoubtedly furious. Fate really doesn't have much persuasion for me. How domineering was this sentence? Looking down on fate and challenging fate, this was the worst kind of person who did not know what was good for him. However, the eyes of Emperor Yun and the rest trembled violently when they saw the person who had come. As for the third princess and the rest, they stood up in shock and said in disbelief, "Little Li Master." Under everyone's gaze, Lin Ling smiled, held Xiaoyu's hand and walked out step by step. Chapter 3205. Translator, Nioibo Studio. Stomp on the Cloud State. How dare you? Who the hell are you? Finally, someone let out a cry of surprise and looked towards the two emperor gods. However, what terrified them the most was that the two god emperors didn't move at all. Instead, their faces were filled with shock and paleness. This time, Cloud Prefecture fell silent. Because to be able to make two god emperors suddenly stop talking, this person was obviously not simple. They suddenly remembered what this person had said before. If I come out, even these two god emperors will be wary of me, Right now, everything was as such. Lin Ling, on the other hand, was still as calm as ever. However, he drew his sword with his right hand and ruthlessly slashed at the cage. With a cracking sound, the cage was cut into two halves, revealing the unconscious youth. This caused everyone to be shocked once again. This was because Cloud Emperor had said that the fate of the captured young man was death. Yet now the person who came personally saved him, breaking his fate once again. Emperor Yun? Everyone hurriedly looked at Emperor Yun. Could it be that Emperor Yun was going to let them do whatever they wanted? However, Emperor Yun continued to stare at the newcomer in silence. No one knew what he was thinking. Let me. Seeing that Cloud Emperor remained silent, an expert from Cloud State finally made his move. Although this person was a half-saint, there were many half-saints in the Cloud Prefecture. Rumble. A large number of half-step saints shot out and unleashed their ultimate techniques one after another. The saints' light seemed to envelop the entire Cloud Prefecture. I can see your fate clearly. That is death. Almost at the same time, Lin Ling also opened his mouth. He gently lifted his foot and stomped heavily on the ground. Boom. The power of 600 worlds fused with the 4 great Danshians, and a shocking explosion erupted. There were also the 4 ferocious realm-swallowing beasts and Dragon God Chi. With this stomp, the entire Cloud State was crushed. With Lin Ling as the center, the earth cracked open. The soil was like a tidal wave that rushed outwards. Gradually, the core city of Yunzhou collapsed like a domino. As for those half-saints that had charged over, all of them were blasted flying by the ferocious force, and then their bodies exploded apart in midair. This step was clearly stomping on the cheeks of everyone in the Cloud State. The faces of the Cloud State cultivators all turned red, as if they had seen their father's murderer. How many years has it been since they've been humiliated like this? Plus, the opponent was only one person. One person dared to humiliate the entire Yunzhou? Those experts couldn't hold back their anger and charged forward once again. Even if they had to use the human wave tactic, they still wanted to kill this person. Stop. However, at this moment, a majestic voice finally sounded. It was the voice of Cloud Emperor. This made everyone's jaws drop. These people were so arrogant, but Emperor Yun actually asked them to stop? Son of the devil, the Cloud State has no grudge against you. Why are you treating us like this? However, Emperor Yun ignored the crowd. Instead, he stared at Lin Ling and said solemnly. As soon as he said that, everyone fell silent. The son of the devil. This young man was actually the son of the devil. Wasn't he dead? At this moment, those who had been hooting earlier were like ducks that had been grabbed by the neck. No wonder even Emperor Yun was wary of him. It turned out that Emperor Yun had to give him face because of his reputation as the son of the demon. Because today I'm here to decide your fate. Lin Ling looked at Emperor Yun and spoke softly. Then I wonder what our fate will be? Hearing this, Emperor Yun frowned and asked. Death. Lin Ling shrugged as if he was talking about the most normal thing in the world. However, as soon as he spoke, the entire sky of Yunzhou was filled with murderous intent. Emperor Yun and Emperor Tian exchanged glances. Their expressions were unusually ugly. What was surprising was that they didn't explode in anger. Son of the demon, we have no grudge against you. Why do you want us to die? Your enemy is the saintess from the Temple of the Immortals, the Heavenly Court. Emperor Tian said again. It was obvious that he didn't dare to challenge Lin Ling. Because in Tianzhou, he had already suffered at the hands of Lin Ling. In the Forbidden Forest, he personally witnessed how terrifying Lin Ling was. In other words, even if they had the confidence to kill Lin Ling, they wouldn't be much better off. No grudge. Hearing this, Lin Ling laughed. In the ancient Forbidden Forest, the Heavenly Emperor had bewitched the experts of the 9 prefectures to kill him twice. Lin Ling had witnessed it for himself. Now, Emperor Yun had the nerve to say that he had no grudge against him. I just want to kill you. So what? Lin Ling didn't bother to explain. He shrugged and said, I don't need a reason to kill you. Hearing those domineering words, the Celestial Emperor was undoubtedly angered again. Then when did I offend you? Emperor Yun seemed to have a good relationship with Emperor Yun. However, at this time he didn't want to get into trouble. Then do you know who this young man is? Lin Ling suddenly looked at Lin Yi. Emperor Yun was confused. He had listened to Emperor Yun and captured this person. However, he didn't know who this person was. It seems like you've been used as a tool. Let me tell you. He is my son Lin Yi. Seeing this, Lin Ling said word by word. His words were like thunder on a sunny day. Emperor Yun's body trembled. Son. The son of the demonic son? He knew that things were going to get troublesome. This was because he had wanted to kill the son of the demonic son. With how crazy the demonic son was, he wouldn't let it go. After all, the demonic son was a crazy demon who didn't even fear the gods. Emperor Yun, why didn't you tell me about this? Emperor Yun turned and looked at Emperor Yun angrily. It was Emperor Yun's idea to capture Lin Yi. I thought the son of the demon was dead. That's why I suggested it. Moreover, if we capture this person, the Azure Emperor will definitely come personally. Weren't you very tempted by this alliance back then? Heaven Emperor said expressionlessly. If I knew he was the son of the demonic son, I wouldn't have captured him. Emperor Yun, you've killed me? Emperor Yun was furious. If it weren't for the enemy, he would have taught Emperor Yun a lesson. Stop arguing. Both of you are going to die. While the two were arguing, Lin Ling interrupted them and reminded them, the enemy is right in front of you. Don't you think you're letting the enemy off easy by fighting among yourselves? When these words came out, the two emperor gods finally reacted. However, their hearts were pounding. If an ordinary person saw this scene, they would definitely not say anything. They would just watch the two emperor gods fight among themselves. However, the demonic son had reminded them. This kind of confidence, this kind of arrogance, it was impossible not to be surprised. Master, you're so powerful. Third princess, Grandma Wendao, and the others smiled and hurried towards Lin Ling. Behind them were the experts from Green State. They were all overjoyed. Because they knew that the composed young man was shockingly the Azure Emperor who stood behind the scenes in Pine Prefecture. However, they never expected the Emperor Qing behind the scenes to be so powerful. He alone was enough to make two emperor gods of the divine prefecture so fearful. Third princess, Grandma Wendao, take Lin Yi away. I'll deal with them. Lin Ling looked at the two of them and smiled. He also asked Xiao Yu to follow third princess. However, Xiao Yu shook her head. She hugged the little rabbit and led the little deer. She looked a little shy. Brother, I won't go. I'll stay here and watch you. Chapter 3206. Go all out. Lin Ling then turned to look at the Celestial the Arch. The Sky Emperor also looked at Lin Ling. He knew that a battle of life and death was inevitable. Lin Ling, don't be too arrogant. If you really want to kill me, you may not succeed. Although the Sky Emperor had repeatedly suffered losses in front of Lin Ling, he knew of Lin Ling's trump cards. First, the God's Boat. Second, the God's Enchantment Array. Third, the God's Sword. But at present, the first two trump cards weren't here. As for the God's Sword, it consumed one's vitality. Lin Ling had used it once before, so he shouldn't dare to use it again. I really don't think it's that difficult. Hearing this, Lin Ling smiled. From head to toe, terrifying boundary essence began to erupt, like a tide, like clouds. He stretched out his right hand, and the Tyrant Song sword appeared in his hand. Without wasting any time, the 60% demon sword step slashed out. Following that, Lin Ling pulled back his sword, drew his bow and shot 4 arrows. The spacetime divine steel also came crashing down from the sky. And Lin Ling, who had unleashed all of his firepower, was without a doubt extremely terrifying. The martial artists of Cloud State were scared silly. He's gotten stronger again. The Heavenly Emperor's expression changed drastically as he unleashed all of his ultimate techniques. He was at the second heaven of the Saint Realm, and he hoped that he could stop Lin Ling with his cultivation. But in reality he didn't have much confidence. Because he had witnessed the battle in the ancient Forbidden Forest. Rumble. Of course, when a person was close to death, their potential was indeed stronger than usual. After using his full strength and even his trump card, he actually managed to block Lin Ling's all-out attack. Ha, Lin Ling, you can't do anything to me. The Celestial the Arch was laughing maniacally, but there was also blood seeping from the corners of his mouth. It was clear that he had swallowed a poisonous substance that burned away his vitality in order to enhance his offensive power. Really? Seeing this, Lin Ling was also slightly shocked. However, he could also see that the Sky Emperor had borrowed some forbidden medicine. It could be said that as long as Lin Ling could hold the Sky Emperor back, the Sky Emperor would undoubtedly die. You can actually block so well? Let's see how long you can block for. Lin Ling coldly spat out these words. His surroundings became illusory, and the world within several thousand miles changed. Spring, summer, autumn, winter, chaos, and even the age of gods, Lu Xian appeared one after another. This move shocked the entire Cloud State. Illusion. Emperor Yun and the Celestial Emperor exclaimed in unison. So what if you know? Can you break it? Lin Ling disappeared into the illusion, causing the illusory world to be filled with Lin Ling. Furthermore, every Lin Ling was firing at full power, bombarding the Heavenly Emperor. And this time the Celestial Emperor panicked. Although he knew that these were all illusions, he could not tell which were real and which were fake. He could only engage in a chaotic battle. And such a chaotic battle would only continue to consume his life force. After all, the poison did not last long. On the other hand, thousands of miles away, people could see that the Sky Emperor was like a madman, attacking everywhere. However, there was no one around him at all. Under the Sky Emperor's crazy attacks, many martial artists in Cloud State were implicated by the Sky Emperor's means and were blown to death. As time passed, the Sky Emperor became more and more panicked. "Emperor Yun, save me." Emperor Yun's expression was extremely solemn. He was also frightened by Lin Ling's means. Those illusions were too heaven-defying. It could probably torture an expert to the point of insanity. And now, should he make a move? If he did not make a move, he would be next after the Sky Emperor died. If he made a move, he might completely offend Lin Ling. "Emperor Yun, if you make a move, I can guarantee that you will die faster than the Sky Emperor." As if sensing Emperor Yun's hesitation, Lin Ling placed his hands behind his back and said plainly. His words made Emperor Yun's thoughts even more chaotic. His face turned red. The martial artists in Cloud State also knew Emperor Yun's scruples, but they could not take it lying down. This was because the demonic sun had dominated the entire Cloud State alone. This was a great humiliation to them. "Emperor Yun, make your move. He will kill you sooner or later. Why are you still afraid of him?" "That's right. If the two celestial emperors join forces, they might be able to kill him. He is confusing you because if the Sky Emperor dies, the demonic sun will have nothing to fear. This is all part of his scheme." The martial artists in Cloud State shouted one after another. These words made Emperor Yun's body tremble. "That's right. If Lin Ling could kill him, he would have done so long ago. Why wait here?" Obviously, Lin Ling could only barely kill the Sky Emperor. If the two celestial emperors joined forces, Lin Ling would definitely be defeated. Moreover, he still had the ancient power. Thinking of this, his eyes lit up and his lips curled into a cold smile. Lin Ling naturally noticed that smile as well. He shook his head regretfully and said, "Looks like you're going to die even faster than the Sky Emperor." "Ah, demonic son, I have seen through your scheme. Are you still trying to intimidate others? Your strength is only barely enough to defeat the Sky Emperor. That's why you are afraid of us joining forces. You are even more afraid of my ancient power, am I right?" Emperor Yun floated up, looking majestic. However, his long hair was loose and he looked like he had gone mad. Perhaps this was the most difficult decision in his life. It was also the most difficult battle. Therefore he became hysterical. "Demonic son, you have lost. You will die in Cloud State today. Now that I have seen through your scheme, you should be afraid and regretting it." "Ah." Emperor Yun opened his arms. He did not use his own strength, but summoned his ancient power. This was the safest way to kill Lin Ling. "Emperor Yun, kill him." Sensing the godlike power in the sky, the warriors of Cloud State were in high spirits. "Don't worry. I will kill him. I will kill him. I will kill him." Emperor Yun seemed to be determined. He roared, "Demonic son, it's time for you to admit that you can't kill me." "Ah." The sky gradually darkened as a gigantic palace descended from the heavens, suppressing all living beings in the world. This ancient power was definitely stronger than the one summoned by the Lotus the Arch. It was even stronger than what Lin Ling saw in Spirit State. Of course, because Spirit State had the Mi and Xian sects, Lin Ling saw the ancient power of the Xian sect master. If he added the ancient power of the Tantra sect master, it was definitely stronger than Cloud State's. "Master." Looking at the dark clouds above the divine palace, the third princess was a little worried. "Third princess, don't disturb him. That kid won't die so easily." Beside her, Grandma Wendao said sternly. However, her eyes flickered because she did not have such confidence. It was also because the current Lin Ling strength had exceeded Grandma Wendao's understanding. And this was the kid from the rainforest sacred land. However, under their voices, Lin Ling still had his hands behind his back and was indifferent. "Brother." Even Xiaoyu began to worry. The mark of wind and rain had quietly appeared between her brows. It was extremely mysterious. Looking at Emperor Yun, he was still roaring like a madman. Most importantly, he saw that Lin Ling did not counterattack. Therefore, he thought that Lin Ling had given up. Chapter 3207. That doesn't mean others can't kill you. Haha, son of the demon, you may not have said anything, but you've admitted that you can't kill me. Fate wants you dead, so you'll die today. Emperor Yun's voice grew louder and louder. The ancient palace was only 1,000 miles away from Lin Ling. Fate isn't convincing at all. But at this moment Lin Ling finally spoke. Attack. Just as he finished speaking, two strange figures suddenly appeared behind Emperor Yun. One of them held a long spear. When the spear struck, plum blossoms fluttered. The other held a large saber. When the saber struck, it split the heavens. These were two Sage Realm experts and they were attacking Emperor Yun at the same time. The ancient power that Emperor Yun controlled was now focused on Lin Ling. He couldn't block it at all. His expression instantly changed greatly. His mood was extremely terrible at this moment. He knew that he might die faster than the Sky Emperor. Was this fate? I've been fooled. Emperor Yun let out a roar, feeling extremely indignant. Actually, what you said before was right. I admit that I can't kill you, but that doesn't mean others can't. On the ground, Lin Ling shrugged his shoulders and said. After he spoke, the two sages' attacks had already arrived. They were extremely sharp and cut through the heavens. Emperor Yun was cut in half in front of countless people. His head was even pierced through by the spear. Emperor Yun was dead. This result was too quick. The martial artists in Cloud State didn't seem to be able to react. In fact, if Emperor Yun was wary of these two, he wouldn't have died. Unfortunately, the ancient power was targeting Lin Ling. After Emperor Yun died, the ancient power in the sky suddenly shook. Then, as if it had lost its master, it floated towards the heavens. Looking at Lin Ling again, he still had his hands behind his back and his eyebrows twitched. Under his soul, the illusions in the distance all disappeared, revealing a man covered in blood who looked like a demonic person. The terrifying thing was that this man's body continued to swell. His skin looked like it was filled with bubbles. Obviously, this man had swallowed the poison left behind by the gods and suffered side effects. And he was the Sky Emperor. At this moment, the Sky Emperor was still conscious. He stared at Lin Ling on the ground, shocked. Emperor Yun, kill him. Kill him. He screamed in panic. This was because his poison had reached its peak. Even if Lin Ling didn't kill him, he would explode and die. But before he died, he could see Lin Ling die with him. That was worth it. However, after his voice, Cloud State was silent. Emperor Yun? Emperor Yun? The Heavenly Emperor was still shouting, but his voice was becoming increasingly weak. Moreover, as he stared at the martial artists in the distance, he discovered that their faces were extremely pale. This also caused him to be filled with incredulous thoughts. This thought made him shake his head as if he couldn't accept it. Stop shouting, it's the first time you go. However, Lin Ling forced him to witness the truth with his own eyes and tell him personally where Emperor Yun had gone. Impossible, Emperor Yun has the power of the primordial age. This sentence was the last straw that broke the camel's back. The Sky Emperor became hysterical. Poisonous blood began to spurt out of his body. When it landed on the ground was corroded. The poison floated in the air. Even a whiff of it would cause the body of a bystander to rot and die. The most terrifying thing was that this poison wouldn't disappear for 1,000 years. It would spread in the wind forever. You better take care of yourself. If I were you, I would have rushed into the chaos of the universe. I wouldn't implicate any more innocent people. Lin Ling didn't explain anything. Instead he laughed. Hearing that, the Sky Emperor's last hope completely collapsed. He screamed in pain, I beg you, kill me, kill me. His whole body became distorted. His face was full of fist-sized blood blisters that kept expanding. It was a terrifying sight. I forgot to tell you. In fact, I just happen to know how to neutralize the poison that you used to increase your strength. Lin Ling had already left with Xiao Yu and the others. Save me. Hearing that, the Sky Emperor seemed to have grasped at his last straw. I won't save you. You're bluffing. However, Lin Ling walked further and further away. The Sky Emperor was stunned in the sky. His eyes were filled with despair. Boom. Finally, his body exploded and turned into a green cloud that was thousands of miles wide. It rolled and scattered with the wind. Obviously, Cloud State was facing a great calamity. For 1,000 years, this area would be a forbidden land for the dead. After the Sky Emperor's poison broke out, Lin Ling and the others naturally left Cloud State immediately. Not long after, they appeared in the chaos of the universe. Xiao Li. When Grandma Wendao saw that they were completely safe, she immediately pounced on Lin Ling and hugged Lin Ling. I missed you so much. Come, give me a kiss. Kiss my lips, not my face. Grandma Wendao was still the same as before. When she saw Lin Ling, she couldn't help but want to tease him. The third princess and the others immediately giggled. What an annoying old granny. Xiaoyu looked at Grandma Wendao with disgust and jealousy. Only Lin Ling looked helpless. In the end, he gently kissed Grandma Wendao's wrinkled face. How disappointing. Why don't you kiss me? But Xiaoli, is this really a kiss of love? Don't tell me you're going to marry me? Grandma Wendao was still teasing Lin Ling. Granny. Lin Ling couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Although he was extremely powerful now in front of Grandma Wendao, he was still that brat from the sacred rainforest. Alright, I won't tease you anymore. What's this little girl's background? After Grandma Wendao smiled, she stared at Xiaoyu and squatted down to pick her up. Annoying. Xiaoyu hid behind Lin Ling and hugged Lin Ling's leg. She even pulled Little Rabbit and Little Deer to her side, as if afraid that Grandma Wendao would snatch them away. Oh, this little girl is really stubborn. She only wants my Xiaoli, but this little girl's taste is not bad. Grandma Wendao frowned and didn't continue. She sensed that although this little girl didn't seem strong, she was hiding an extremely mysterious power. Therefore, if she angered this little girl, she might give her a blow and break her old bones. Third Princess Grandma Wendao, you guys go back first. I'm going to the spirit state. Yu and the rest are waiting for me. I don't want them to worry too much. Lin Ling also cut to the chase. After he finished speaking, he took out the Nether Dragon Half-Life liquid and gave each of them 3 drops. Those treasures naturally made everyone happy. They knew that every time they met Lin Ling there would be benefits. Lin Ling had always been generous to his friends. This was also one of the reasons why they were willing to follow Lin Ling. Master, are you leaving again? You're the Emperor Qing behind the scenes of the Green State. The third princess didn't care much about the treasures. Instead, she looked at Lin Ling with reluctance. Go back. The Green State can't be without you. That's your territory. Chapter 3208. Translator, Naoibo Studio. Back to the spirit state. Third princess, the Azure Monarch's throne is something that you earned through years of hard work. I know that you feel guilty because you are afraid of stealing my credit, but I can tell you that I am the realm monarch of the spirit state. Lin Ling smiled faintly. He wouldn't stop until he was shocked to death. Sure enough, everyone sucked in a cold breath. The spirit state was even bigger than the cloud state. At this moment, the third princess no longer felt guilty. She knew that with her master's status, Qingzhou was not worthy of him. Haha, I didn't expect Little Li to become more and more powerful. Alright, you can go back first. Yu and the other girls should be worried these days. However, when we go to the spirit province next time, you have to do your best to protect us. Grandma Wendao said. Don't worry, Grandma. You only need to mention my name, Lin Ling, in the spirit province and you can do whatever you want. Lin Ling waved his hand and left. Hearing those domineering words, the third princess and the others smiled excitedly. As for Lin Ling, he led the 2 saints, Lin Yi and the others towards the spirit province. On this trip, Lin Ling also wanted to take the divine barrier formation and restart the plan to destroy the gods. The spirit state was incomparably peaceful with the presence of the divine barrier formation. Even so, the warriors in the spirit state were still on high alert. When Lin Ling and the others appeared in the sky, an oppressive atmosphere permeated the sky of the spirit province, causing Li Hongwang and Ho Yenru's expressions to change slightly. They looked at the ancient land and wondered if this was the place where gods had almost been wiped out. Son of the devil, god-slaying array? Li Hongwang looked at Lin Ling and said. Lin Ling nodded and smiled. This caused Li Hongwang and Ho Yenru's hearts to tremble. With their strength they would likely be easily killed if they arrived here. Who is it? Just as the few of them were floating in the sky, an angry roar suddenly rang out. After that, a large number of half-saint realm experts flew over from afar. All of them wore neat armor, and there was a clear, secret character on their helmets. Clearly they were from Tantric Buddhism. The security is quite tight. After all, the spirit province is so big. They noticed us as soon as we arrived. This level is quite good. Seeing this, Ho Yenru immediately praised. Her voice wasn't loud, but it wasn't soft either. So, it was naturally heard by those half-saints. Sir, you'd better tell us who you are. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite. Among the armored powerhouses, one of them let out a stern shout. Yo, you all are truly unyielding. Could it be that you all didn't see that we're all saint-level experts? Hearing that, Li Hongwang's face changed a little, because the person who came over scolded his wife, which made him feel very uncomfortable. After all, even he didn't dare to reprimand his wife, so what qualifications did these half-saints have? So what if you're at the saint stage? If you don't tell us where you came from, then don't blame us for being rude. But who would have thought that not only were those people not afraid, their attitude became even more ferocious. This caused Li Hongwang and the others' eyes to narrow. The cultivators of the spirit state were indeed stubborn. Furthermore, seeing that the two of them were silent, the half-saints in front of them started attacking one after another. Seeing this, Li Hongwang and the others' faces were filled with anger. They were saint-level experts, but the half-saints were the ones who attacked first. Are they courting death? Wait. But soon one of the sharp-eyed half-saints stared at the blue-robed young man, and his face changed drastically. It's the realm monarch, he exclaimed, and his voice caused the others to tremble. They looked carefully and only then did they realize that Lin Ling was among them. Realm monarch, please punish us. The half-saints all knelt down on one knee. They actually attacked the realm monarch before this, which was an act of defiance against their superiors. Furthermore, Lin Ling was still alive, which made them extremely happy. They couldn't wait to inform the tantric sect of this news. Oh God, we've made a huge mistake. They all knelt down on one knee willingly, waiting for Lin Ling's punishment. Lin Ling looked at them with a faint smile. He could guess what they were thinking. He smiled and said, "Rise, you are all innocent." His words caused the half-saints to raise their heads, and their faces changed drastically. Even though a half-saint would be courting death if he took the initiative to attack a saint. But your purpose was to prevent enemies from infiltrating the spirit state and destroying the array formation. Therefore, not only are you not guilty, you are also rewarded. When we return, I will mention your deeds to the tantric sect. Lin Ling said again. His words caused the half-saints to become excited, and some of them even had tears in their eyes. Alright, I'm in a hurry, so I'll take my leave first. Lin Ling smiled and led Li Hongwang and the others away. As expected of the realm monarch. The tantric sect's guards looked at Lin Ling's back with excitement. They didn't expect the legendary realm monarch to be so easygoing. Everyone, open your eyes and protect the spirit state. The leader felt an endless sense of honor after standing up. He couldn't help but roar. The others also did the same. The new realm monarch of the spirit state controlled the godly array formation all by himself and almost killed the gods. This news had spread like wildfire in the 9 continents, and it had greatly increased the spirit state's reputation. Therefore, not only did the realm monarch not punish them, he even praised them. How could they not be excited? I didn't expect your reputation to be so high in the spirit state. At this moment, Li Hongwang was walking side by side with Lin Ling. He smiled and said, "Of course you treat them like friends and family, and they will treat you the same way." Lin Ling looked afar. He had already treated the spirit state as his home. And now he was back. Father. At the same time, Lin Yi also woke up and he looked at Lin Ling in shock. It's good that you're awake. Now, I'll bring you to see your mother. Lin Ling couldn't help but smile excitedly. He then looked at Lin Yi, who was as tall as him, and sighed in relief. Father. Lin Yi was still excited and he quickly hugged Lin Ling. The two of them looked so similar that even Xiao Yu, who was beside them, rubbed the back of her head adorably. Not long after, a large number of people appeared in front of them. It was Xing Shiyun, Yu and the others. They saw Lin Ling from afar and they were all overjoyed. Haha, I knew it, my disciple will be fine. Brother Ling, Lin Ling. One after another, cries of surprise sounded in the sky of the spirit state. You. Mother. Lin Ling and Lin Yi also quickly walked over. Xiao Yu was left behind and she looked ahead curiously. Are these people Brother Lin Ling's family? It's good that you're back, it's good that you're back. Without a doubt, everyone surrounded Lin Ling. The tantric sages and Xing Shiyun were extremely excited. They looked at Lin Ling from head to toe, and when they realized that Lin Ling's strength had increased, they were even more relieved. Looking at everyone, Lin Ling was also in a good mood. He also roughly told them what happened in the ancient Forbidden Forest. Chapter 3209. The Pace of Revenge. I also believe in Sister Yu. Unfortunately, I was still unable to bring Big Sister Yu back this time. Yu and Xian Yuangur sighed. Their eyes were also a little moist. In Yuer they had known each other since they were very, very young. They had gone through many ups and downs together. Who would have thought that they would still be separated today? What was even more unexpected was that a girl from the Rainforest Holy Land was now the saintess of the 9 prefectures Vicious 10. All of this was hard to accept. Don't worry, I'll bring her back next time. Lin Ling promised Yu and the others. Everyone quickly landed on the ground, appearing on a huge plain and walking towards the valley. Brother Ling, who is this little girl? Yu finally saw the timid girl beside Lin Ling. Xiao Yu, my savior. Lin Ling led Xiaoyu out and introduced her to everyone. "So cute." Xian Yuange saw Xiaoyu holding the little white rabbit in one hand and the little deer in the other. Her porcelain doll-like face made Xian Yuange's heart skip a beat. She wanted to pick up the little girl. However, Xiaoyu was still afraid of strangers. She quickly took a step back and hid behind Lin Ling. This caused everyone to be astonished. Little Yu has always lived in the ancient forbidden forest with Grandpa, so she is a little afraid of strangers. Lin Ling was also somewhat helpless towards Xiaoyu. This little girl was very clingy to him. "Xiaoyu, don't be afraid. I'm big sister Ge." Xian Yuan still seemed somewhat unwilling. However, Xiaoyu did not give her any face at all. Not only did she not walk out, she almost hugged Lin Ling's thigh. Seeing this, everyone was amused by the cute Xiaoyu. However, they did not pester Xiaoyu anymore. Generally speaking, this kind of shy little girl would not accept others without a certain amount of time. After everyone arrived at the valley, they entered the guest hall. The master of Tantric Buddhism looked at Li Hongwang and Xian Yuangu and realized that these two were not weak. They were probably only slightly weaker than him. "Lin Ling, these two are?" Xing Shiyun also looked at the two curiously. Most importantly, he felt that these two people were somewhat familiar. Li Hongwang, Ho Yenru. Lin Ling hurriedly introduced them and explained the purpose of their visit. The immortal couple. Unexpectedly, when Xing Shiyun heard their names, she cried out in surprise. Clearly he did know these two people. "Senior, you must be one of the 4 heavenly kings of the spirit state," Xing Xiuyun. Ho Yenru, she was the first to speak. "In the past, we once roamed the Yan province, so we met Senior Xing Shiyun." Li Hongwang explained. This made Lin Ling and the others nod in realization. "Lin Ling, are you going to destroy the gods again?" Meanwhile, the master of Tantric Buddhism looked at Lin Ling sternly. Destroying the gods meant destroying the heavenly court. However, it was not a trivial matter. After all, they had prepared so much previously, but martial god Qilin still managed to escape. It was obvious how powerful martial god Qilin was. "Don't worry, master of Tantric Buddhism. Our alliance has been around for 300 years. We're familiar with the heavenly court. Each of us has a blood feud with the heavenly court. However, martial god Qilin is too powerful. We haven't been able to find a way to deal a fatal blow to him. However, the son of the demon has the deity slaying formation. If he uses it at a crucial moment, it's not impossible to slay the gods." Li Hongwang said with a smile. "However, after slaying the gods, we'll be hunted down by Luli Empress. When that happens, we'll have to stay away from the limelight. Besides, you don't have to worry about Luli Empress attacking the spirit state. She won't be able to swallow her pride. Also, the deity-slaying alliance is quite reputable in the 9 continents. We're the only alliance that dares to go against the heavenly court. Everyone knows that. Therefore, if Luli Empress attacks you, she'll be condemned by everyone. If she really wants to take revenge, she'll be looking for us, not the others." Ho Yenru continued to speak. Lin Ling felt a lot more relieved after hearing that. Luli Empress. She must be Tianlioli. She should be at the peak of the 9 continents, the Yin state and Miao state. Lin Ling still had to look up to her. Since that's the case, there's no time to lose. I'm going to take the deity's boundary formation away. However, I'll leave the divine boat here. If anything happens, you just have to hide in the divine boat. At that time, even the martial ancestor won't be able to break through unless he spends an endless amount of time on the divine boat. Lin Ling was decisive. This was the best opportunity for him to take revenge. "Alright, Lin Ling, you must be careful." The Tantric sect's Lord and Xingxian looked at Lin Ling and said. In the following days, Lin Ling accompanied his family while dismantling the deity's boundary formation. During this period of time, Lin Ling was the happiest and most relaxed. It was a pity that Yuer wasn't around. Otherwise he wouldn't have any regrets. As for Xiaoyu, she wasn't as shy as she used to be. She had gotten along well with Yuyu and the others. Of course, although Xiaoyu had accepted Yuyu and the others, she still had to see Lin Ling every day. It was as if Lin Ling was her grandfather. She would feel uncomfortable if she didn't see him for a day. Yuyu, Lin Ling, and the rest felt extremely helpless about this. However, Lin Ling remembered his promise to Xiaoyu's grandfather. He wanted Xiaoyu to stay by his side. Meanwhile, the 9 continents had also become famous as the demonic sun. That was because the heavenly emperor and Emperor Yun had been killed. This had temporarily shaken the 9 continents. In an instant, the demonic sun had become famous. On this day, Lin Ling had completely dismantled the 9 ancient gods' formation. Now, he only needed to find a suitable place to set up the formation. Then he could wait for martial god Qilin to arrive. Therefore Lin Ling bid farewell to everyone and left. However, Xiaoyu was extremely stubborn. She insisted on following Lin Ling. This made Lin Ling feel helpless. Xiaoyu, what Brother Ling is going to do is very dangerous. If you stay by his side, Brother Ling won't be able to take care of you. Sister Yu, I can take care of myself. I can also take care of Brother Ling. Grandfather said that before he returns, I can't leave Brother Ling's side. Hearing those words, Yu and the others knew that Xiaoyu was determined to follow Lin Ling. In the end, Lin Ling also agreed to follow Xiaoyu along with Sakura. Next, Lin Ling brought Li Hongwang and the others and left the spirit state. Looking at Lin Ling's departure, Yu and the others were very worried. This was because Li Hongwang had once said that if they could destroy the gods, then the great calamity would come. They would have to face the pursuit of Luli Empress. At that time the God Slayer Alliance could only flee. Therefore, everyone hoped that Lin Ling could escape this great calamity. However, they did not stop Lin Ling from going because they knew that this was Lin Ling's lifelong wish. In fact, this was not only Lin Ling's lifelong wish, but also Li Xiaoyao's wish. If Lin Ling did not take revenge for the 3 members of the Tian family, he would not be able to rest in peace. Therefore, the destruction of the gods was inevitable. Chapter 32:10. The Hidden God Slayer Alliance. Because our God Slayer Alliance is classified as a secret, the location of our base cannot be known by others. While Li Hongwang was moving forward, he waved out a large number of paper cranes. The paper cranes flew in the chaotic space and gradually disappeared. Lin Ling knew that these paper cranes could see what was happening within a range of 10 million miles. The reason why he used them was because he was afraid of being followed. It's fine for now. Let's set off immediately. Lin Ling, use your full strength. After a while, Li Hongwang said solemnly and Lin Ling nodded. Let's go. Following a cry of surprise, Lin Ling and the rest ran wildly in the chaotic space with lightning speed. Lin Ling used the wind technique, and his speed reached 90 world speed. This made Li Hongwang and the rest secretly surprised. His speed was not inferior to theirs. Sakura was not good at speed and he had a helpless look on his face. However, Li Hongwang hurriedly pulled him and ran wildly with him. Of course, using his full strength constantly consumed a lot of his world essence. Not long after, Li Hongwang and the rest were panting. When they looked at Lin Ling again, they realized that Lin Ling's expression was actually better than theirs. This guy is still a half-step saint? The two of them were surprised at the same time. How could they know that Lin Ling's wind technique was taught by Xiaoyu's grandfather? In terms of world essence consumption, it was naturally more economical than their methods. In addition, Lin Ling had 4 dantians. When one dantian was exhausted, the other dantian would be able to make up for it. Moreover, as he continued to use the wind technique, Lin Ling suddenly had a kind of enlightenment. His speed increased again, and he actually reached 120 world speed. This speed was even faster than Li Hongwang and the rest. This made them depressed and shout, "Freak!" Then they took out precious heavenly materials and earthly treasures to let Lin Ling recover his realm essence. Unknowingly, 3 days later, an ancient continent appeared in front of them. Lin Ling's expression changed. Yuzhou. That's right, the base of the heavenly court. Li Hongwang and the rest looked at each other and laughed. Our God Slayer Alliance is right under the nose of the heavenly court. Ho Yinru said proudly. Amazing. The most dangerous place is also the safest place. I can't believe you guys thought of that. At this moment, Lin Ling had no choice but to be impressed. This was because they were under the watch of the heavenly court. If they were discovered, they would be wiped out in one fell swoop. The experts of the God Slayer Alliance would not be able to stop Martial God Qilin's massacre. However, it was also the reason why Martial God Qilin did not expect the God Destruction Alliance to be right under his nose. You may leave. Then, Li Hongwang took out a large cloak and used a secret technique to hide his identity. Lin Ling, I'll teach you a secret technique. As long as no one is within 2 meters of you, even martial ancestors won't be able to detect your aura. On the other hand, Ho Yinru looked at Lin Ling. But as soon as she finished speaking, her expression changed drastically. Because Lin Ling was right in front of her, but she couldn't sense any aura from Lin Ling. Moreover, even if there was, it was a chaotic aura. Obviously, Lin Ling's concealment technique was better than theirs. You really don't look like a half-saint. Ho Yinru shook her head helplessly. Lin Ling smiled and passed the aura concealment technique to Sakura. This secret technique was something he had accidentally obtained in his previous life. It was suitable for half-saints and allowed one to change their appearance at will. Sakura thought it was fun and turned into an old man. As for Xiaoyu, she didn't need to change because no one recognized her. Yu Province, TSK, the Divine Prefecture is even bigger than the Spirit Province. We were in too much of a hurry to leave the Divine Dreamland last time. Today we must take a good look at the Yu Province. Alright. After landing on the ground, Sakura looked around curiously. When Lin Ling was dismantling the Divine Boundary Array, Lin Ling had given him a lot of Nether Dragon-associated fluid. This had greatly increased his strength and allowed him to reach the 5th level of Half-Saint. Most importantly, his White Bones talent had a portion of the aura of a dragon. According to the estimation of his strength, Sakura was at the middle stage of the Half-Saint realm. He was invincible under the heavens. Yu Province is very big, but there are many people from the Heavenly Court here. For instance, Emperor Yu. I heard that he is very close to the Heavenly Court. Therefore we must be careful. Li Hongwang whispered as they walked along the ancient street. Alright, our God-slaying alliance has 3 leaders. You've already met one of them. As for the other 2, they should be rushing over right now. Ho Yinru also secretly transmitted her voice to Lin Ling. This made Lin Ling extremely curious. Who exactly was that person he had met? Before long, a huge imperial palace appeared in front of them. This imperial palace was like a pillar, dazzling in gold and jade, majestic and awe-inspiring. It reached all the way to the horizon and one couldn't see the end of it. This is Emperor Yu's Sea-Calming Divine Palace. Li Hongwang immediately explained. His words caused Sakura's expression to change. The God-slaying alliance's base was actually within Emperor Yu's imperial palace. After that, Sakura couldn't help but laugh. The God-slaying alliance really had a good plan. This was suggested by one of the leaders. The son of the demon has also met that leader. Li Hongwang immediately laughed when he saw Sakura's expression. It seems that this leader is also a talent. Lin Ling and Sakura couldn't help but nod their heads in admiration. Before Li Hongwang arrived at the Divine Palace, he took out a token. Immediately, the guards at the gate of the Divine Palace opened up a path for them. These guards were all at the peak of the Half-Saint realm. From this, it could be seen that Yu Province was indeed much more powerful than the Spirit Province. After entering the palace, they didn't enter the main hall. Instead, they walked through the side halls. Before long, the sound of women laughing could be heard in front of them. When they got closer, they realized that this was simply a lake of wine and a forest of jade. This was because these women were very beautiful. They wore thin gauze and were playing around a young man. The young man was flirting with the beauties from time to time. He simply looked like a hedonistic young master. This is Emperor Yu's 97th prince. In Yu Province, this prince is a person who doesn't practice martial arts and doesn't do proper work. Before they got closer, Li Hongwang explained and curiously stared at the beauties. However, he was quickly rewarded with a slap from Ho Yinru. Li Hongwang didn't dare to look anymore and quickly lowered his head. Seeing this, Lin Ling shook his head and smiled. However, his gaze was also fixed on the hedonistic young master. He discovered that although he looked hedonistic on the surface, there was a glimmer of light in the depths of his eyes. Obviously, this hedonistic prince was doing everything to hide it from outsiders. He obviously had a blood feud with the Heavenly Court. Yo, my playmates are here. Let's talk inside. The young man also saw Lin Ling and the others. He laughed loudly and swaggered over to greet them. Moreover, he led them into the hall. There were even more beauties in the hall. However, they only passed by the hall and quietly walked along the side corridor. When they looked back, they saw that Lin Ling and the others had already appeared in the hall. This was obviously an illusion. What a profound spirit formation technique. Lin Ling couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Haha, this was set up by our other leader. The hedonistic prince also tore off his mask and became incomparably calm. Moreover, he curiously looked at Lin Ling and the others. Let's talk inside. It's not convenient to explain right now. Chapter 32:11. The Three Leaders. Li Hongwang walked along the corridor, and before long, a large number of doors appeared on both sides of the corridor. Li Hongwang took out a compass and calculated for a moment. Finally, he stopped at one of the doors and pushed it open. Fuck, they're really cautious. If I didn't guess wrongly, these doors should be changing at any time. Sakura couldn't help but exclaim. That's right. If you enter the wrong door, you'll end up in hell. You'll die for sure. Li Hongwang immediately walked through the door. The world behind the door was filled with singing birds, fragrant flowers, green mountains and clear water. It was a completely different world. Furthermore, there were several powerful auras hidden in the world. Not only were there martial saints, there were even a few martial progenitors. Li Hongwang, who are these people? The entrance of Lin Ling's group undoubtedly caused all the experts to become cautious. A large number of experts walked out from the Green Mountain. The person in the lead was actually at the First Heaven Saint realm. Most importantly, he was extremely young. People from the God Slayer Alliance. Li Hongwang said expressionlessly as he looked at the other party. What are you doing, casually bringing people in? Are you trying to break the rules? The young man uttered a furious roar as his aura was unleashed. Jindong, don't mess around. You don't have the final say in the God Slayer Alliance. Seeing this, Li Hongwang also unleashed a powerful aura. Li Hongwang, safety first. These people haven't passed the test, how can you bring them in so easily? The others clearly didn't trust Lin Ling and the others. After all, the God Slayer Alliance's base was a matter of great importance. Therefore they had no choice but to be cautious. Keep an eye on them and take out everything they have. The youth in the lead waved his hand and his gaze landed on Xiaoyu and Sakura because he knew that the more ordinary an existence was, the more likely they were spies of the celestial heavens. Whereas Sakura had transformed into an old man and Xiaoyu was a child. He didn't believe that there wasn't anything fishy about this combination. Under his gaze, there were immediately Saint Realm experts that attacked Sakura. Moreover, there were as many as 5 of them. This caused Sakura to be subdued in an instant. Motherfucker, you're courting death. Sakura also started cursing, but it was of no use. Jindong, do you know what you're doing? Seeing this, Ho Yinru was furious. Safety first. However, the young man in the lead didn't care about that at all. He attacked Xiaoyu, and when he saw the rabbit and deer in Xiaoyu's hand, he was even more puzzled. Because he'd never seen anyone with a rabbit and a deer. Most importantly, this little girl didn't possess any strength at all. However, the more ordinary it was, the more suspicious it was. If you dare to touch her, believe it or not, I will kill you immediately. However, just as the youth was about to touch Xiaoyu, Lin Ling coldly spoke. This caused the young man to stop moving. He calmly looked at Lin Ling and then smiled. I don't believe it. As soon as he finished speaking, his hand reached out towards Xiaoyu. Furthermore, he grabbed the little white rabbit in Xiaoyu's hand as if he wanted to investigate something. Jindong, stop. However, when he lowered his head to investigate, someone stopped him. He saw that on top of a green mountain in front of him, a man had his hands behind his back and was looking indifferently at the ground. The leader of the Tomb Raiders. Looking at that person, everyone's expression changed greatly. That man's strength was not weak. He was actually at the peak of the saint stage. If you dare to attack again, that person will shoot an arrow at you. However, that man ignored everyone's gazes and continued to speak. This caused the young man called Jindong to be unable to help but raise his head to look over. Only now did he notice that a 5-meter-long enormous bow had suddenly appeared in Lin Ling's hand, and the divine arrow that seemed like a dragon god was even aimed at Jindong. It was a sign that if he continued to act recklessly, he would be killed with a single arrow. You! Jindong instantly shouted angrily. He didn't expect a junior at the 5th stage of the half-saint realm to be so arrogant. However, he could also sense that the bow was extremely extraordinary. Let go of the rabbit. At the same time, the man on top of the green mountain calmly spoke. In the end, Jindong reluctantly released the little rabbit. Son of the devil, why have you come to our God Extermination Alliance? The man on the green mountain clearly recognized Lin Ling. Son of the devil. The surrounding people were instantly shocked. Naturally, they had heard of the son of the devil. It could be said that there were many hidden dragons and crouching tigers in the 9 prefectures. There were many experts who couldn't be underestimated, and the son of the devil was one of them. However, Lin Ling didn't say a word. He stepped forward and actually walked toward Jindong. What are you trying to do? Jindong also saw Lin Ling's actions and frowned. However, he didn't attack because he believed that the son of the devil wouldn't dare to be arrogant in this place. Bang. However, Lin Ling instantly attacked. The power of 600 worlds erupted and his 4 dantians merged. His palm was like a dragon's claw and suddenly grabbed Jindong's neck. This action shocked everyone. Even Li Hongwang and the others were shocked. As for Jindong, after Lin Ling grabbed his neck, he immediately realized that he couldn't resist. Although he was at the 1st stage of the saint stage, his strength wasn't enough to defeat Lin Ling. On the contrary, he was instantly subdued by Lin Ling and lost his ability to fight. Son of the devil, do you know what you're doing? If you dare to touch her, we can guarantee that you won't be able to leave this place. After being stunned for a moment, the experts in the surroundings shouted angrily. Come on, kill me. Jindong roared as well. However, the man on the Green Mountain's expression changed slightly, and he immediately said, "Stop," because he could see that Lin Ling really dared to kill him. "I've said it before. If you touch even a hair on Xiao Yu's head, then you'll die." However, Lin Ling turned a blind eye and continued to look coldly at Jindong. His eyes were filled with killing intent, and it finally caused Jindong to break out in a cold sweat. "How about you give me some face?" At the same time, the man on the Green Mountain floated down. "Who do you think you are? Why should I give you face?" However, Lin Ling didn't even look at him as he spoke. His words caused the man to be furious. A junior at the half-saint stage actually dared to speak to him, an expert at the peak of the saint stage? Could it be that the son of the devil intends to die here? Strands of cold energy effused out from his body. Ah, interesting. Truly interesting. Jindong apologized right now. However, right when the man was about to attack, a carefree voice resounded through the boundless Green Mountain, and it caused a large amount of echoes. The expressions of the others instantly changed. Another leader had arrived. "Jindong apologized right now. Do you know who you've offended? He's a madman. There's nothing in the 9 prefectures that he doesn't dare to do." However, the person who'd arrived spoke once more, and his voice carried dense majesty. "Leader." Jindong was naturally extremely unwilling to accept this. "Listen to him. Otherwise, if you die, then you'll have died for nothing." At the same time, another clear and melodious voice resounded. To everyone's surprise, it was a woman who'd spoken this time. However, their expressions changed drastically because this woman was one of the 3 leaders. Chapter 32:12. Join the God-Slaying Alliance. Moreover, the son of the demon wasn't a member of the God-Slaying Alliance. On the other hand, Jindong was a member of the God-Slaying Alliance. Yet both leaders were speaking up for the son of the demon. This caused everyone to have some speculations. "I'm sorry, I was reckless before." At this time, Jindong had no choice but to speak. Lin Ling also let go of his neck. He lightly said, "Apologize to her and also apologize to the rabbit." Hearing this, Jindong's face filled with anger. Apologizing to the little girl was one thing, but this bastard actually apologized to the rabbit. What was a rabbit? Involuntarily, he hurriedly looked behind him, only to see the man from before nodding at him. This made him gloomily apologize. Looking at his waist, he said in a sobbing tone, "Senior Rabbit, I'm sorry. I was reckless before. Please don't take it to heart." As these words came out, everyone nearly laughed out loud. But because the leaders were here, they all restrained themselves. As for the little white rabbit, it jumped up and down. It didn't even look at Jindong and instead pooped on the ground. This caused Jindong's eyes to wildly twitch. He was so angry that he wanted to die. At the same time, 2 figures appeared in the distance. They brought a large number of people with them as they slowly walked over. These 2 people came from 2 different directions. This meant that there was another way out of this paradise. Clearly, this was also a way out. And one of them was someone that Lin Ling recognized. He couldn't help but be surprised. This was because he was the monster young master. As for the other woman, Lin Ling had also seen her before in the Divine Dreamland. She was the descendant of Miao School's true inheritance, Overnight Snow. They were actually one of the 2 leaders and also enemies of the Heavenly Court. This result left Lin Ling extremely surprised. "Everyone, there is no need to panic. He is one of us. His name is the Son of the Demon. I'm sure everyone has heard of his name." The monster young master smiled as he walked over. His hands were behind his back and his long hair was casually tied behind his head. Although he appeared calm and relaxed, every movement of his was filled with the elegance of a powerhouse. Everyone present wasn't weak. But as they looked at the monster young master, their eyes were filled with awe. It was obvious that young Master Yao's prestige in the God Slayer Alliance was not low. Young Master Yao, he hasn't passed the test yet. It doesn't seem right for him to join the alliance so rashly. Majin Tianzi, who was also one of the leaders, said with a smile. "There's no need for that. I trust him." Young Master Yao replied with a smile. Although his words were polite, they carried an unquestionable authority. Although Majin Tianzi was still smiling, there was a hint of displeasure in his eyes. He was one of the leaders, but young Master Yao seemed to think that he was the #1 leader. "Leader of the Tomb Raiders, I understand what you're trying to say. The rules of the trial are for the sake of everyone's safety, to prevent spies from coming in and harming everyone. However, the son of the demon doesn't need to take the trial. He almost killed martial god Qilin because of the god-slaying formation. At this moment, the beautiful Ye Shui also spoke. Her words also supported Lin Ling. Hearing her words, everyone's eyes flashed. Only now did they remember the real event that made the son of demon famous in the 9 provinces. That's right, it was the gods of destruction. Could it be? Then, everyone looked at the son of the demon in disbelief. That's right. This is also the reason why we invited him. We wanted to borrow the son of the demon's formation to kill martial god Qilin. At almost the same time, Ye Shui spoke word by word. Could it be that there really is a god-slaying formation? An old man looked at Ye Shui in disbelief. Perhaps to him all of this was too surreal. His spirit formation Tao is even more powerful than mine. Ye Shui was still staring at Lin Ling as she spoke word by word. After receiving her affirmation, the way everyone looked at Lin Ling changed. After all, although the son of the demon was famous, which of the people present didn't have an illustrious reputation? On the other hand, if the son of the demon possessed the power to slay gods, then his position in the God-Slayer Alliance would definitely not be light. The reason why the God-Slayer Alliance were together was because they wanted to slay gods. The heavenly court was spread throughout the 9 provinces. Moreover, they would often forcefully plunder the geniuses of the 9 provinces. Because of that, they had offended many experts in the 9 provinces. As for them, they were one of them. Please forgive us for offending you earlier. Zhendong looked at Lin Ling and hurriedly bowed. Although he was still brooding over what had happened earlier, after knowing Lin Ling's strength, he was willing to do it. Because, for the sake of revenge, he had waited for almost 1,000 years. One after another, the others followed suit and bowed to Lin Ling. Even Emperor Touch Gold did the same. I'm sorry. I underestimated you earlier. It's fine. Everyone was just being cautious. Everyone sincerely apologized. As for Lin Ling, he wasn't a petty person. Naturally, he smiled and waved his hand. When Li Hongwang and the others saw this scene, they all laughed. They already knew that when Lin Ling's strength was announced, how everyone would treat the son of the demon. Today, our God-Slayer Alliance also has a fierce general. Everyone, let's welcome him. The young beast lord was the first to speak, causing the crowd to cheer loudly. Then, everyone welcomed Lin Ling forward and brought him to a small pavilion. Outside the pavilion there were many tables. Everyone sat down and started drinking. As for Lin Ling, he was welcomed into the pavilion to drink with the 3 leaders. Furthermore, this was the best treatment, as even martial progenitor realm experts were only allowed to drink outside the gazebo. Son of the demon, when I saw you in the ancient forbidden forest previously, you were indeed extraordinary. You actually swept away all the major forces. Even I admire you. Young beast lord raised his wine cup and waved it at Lin Ling. However, you secretly joined my force and stole many good things. You used me as a tool. You are the first person in the 9 prefectures to do so. Hearing this, the surrounding people were shocked once again. Lin Ling also noticed that although young beast lord seemed to be complaining, he actually didn't care. He smiled and said, "At that time I had no choice. I hope young beast lord doesn't mind. Let bygones be bygones. Now we are in the same boat." Young beast lord really didn't mind. He looked outside the pavilion and said, "Come, let me introduce you. This is State's #1 Saint Stage Genius, Yi Linyun. This is Senior Tsang Xian, a martial ancestor." Young Beast Lord introduced the experts in the God-Slayer Alliance one by one. One had to admit that the God-Slayer Alliance was really powerful. They were hundreds of times more powerful than the experts in the spirit state. However, Lin Ling could also see that young Beast Lord had spent a lot of effort to gather this group of people. This is Majin Qianzi from the Yen state. He is from the Tin Ghost tribe. Their tribe has very few people, but they specialize in the great tomb of the gods and demons. They have a way to break through any dangerous place and reach the heart of the tomb. Chapter 32:13. The Era of the 4 Supreme Gods. Young Beast Lord continued to introduce them, and Lin Ling also nodded to these people. After taking a closer look, he discovered that within the God-Slayer Alliance, his cultivation was the lowest. However, the God-Slayer Alliance didn't look at one's cultivation level. Instead, they looked at one's contribution to the God-Slayer Alliance. Therefore, this was the reason why Lin Ling's position here wasn't low. Although we come from different places, we share the same ideals and are united as one. Now that you have joined us, everything is ready. Yi Shui also spoke up. In the past, Lin Ling had destroyed the deities, and this news had spread far and wide in the 9 states. Therefore, if there was another chance, it was not impossible for him to destroy the deities. Lin Ling went straight to the point. I can set up the God's barrier formation again and alter some of the barriers to deal a fatal blow. However, I'll need martial god Qilin to enter the formation. Otherwise it'll be useless. Then where should we set up the formation? Ye Shui hurriedly looked at Lin Ling and said, I know of a good place called the demonic universe. It's part of the universe's chaos and isn't too far from here. Why don't we set up the formation there? Ma Jin suggested. That place is indeed not bad. No one has approached it at all. Why don't we do it there? Many people immediately nodded. However, young Master Yao frowned and said almost at the same time as Lin Ling, that place isn't the best. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone's expression changed. Young Master Yao was also shocked. He didn't expect Lin Ling to have the same opinion as him, so he decided to let Lin Ling do the talking. The quieter a place is, the more troublesome it is. Although martial god Qilin looks like a martial god, he's a cautious and timid person. Therefore he might not come to an unknown place. Lin Ling explained. Then where is the most suitable place? Prince Ma Jin hurriedly looked at Lin Ling. Lin Ling pondered for a moment, then suddenly looked at the young demon lord. Both of them smiled as if they both had a target in mind. Son of devil, you speak. The young demon lord's admiration for Lin Ling grew. Not only was this son of the demon lord frivolous, even his temperament was so meticulous. It's in Yuzhou and it's in the divine palace. After Lin Ling smiled, he enunciated each word clearly. Everyone's expression changed drastically when they heard this. They hurriedly looked at young Master Yao as if they wanted to get his confirmation. I think so too. After all, this place is very close to the Heaven Court. Martial god Qilin will lower his guard in front of his own home. Maybe he will come out in full force. Young Master Yao said indifferently. With his affirmation, everyone decided to set up the god's formation here. Coincidentally, during this period of time, Emperor Yu went to the Yan province. With our strength, it's not difficult to secretly set up a formation in the divine palace. The hedonistic prince added. Since that's the case, I'll leave the location to you, son of devil. The three leaders all looked at Lin Ling, and Lin Ling also smiled and nodded. Everyone was excited. They had been waiting for this day for a long time. In fact, Lin Ling was the same. The location of the god formation has been confirmed. Next, we have to figure out how to lure martial god Qilin out. However, the heavenly court's vitality is greatly damaged. If we force our way in and provoke the heavenly court, martial god Qilin might come out. Someone said. Martial god Qilin has always wanted to catch all of us in one fell swoop. If he knows that we're here, he won't miss this opportunity. Therefore, it's not difficult to lure him out. The difficult part is how to lure him into the formation. Moreover, regardless of whether we succeed or fail, one of the 10 martial gods of the 9 prefectures, Luli Empress and martial god Wentian, will be enraged. At that time we will have to prepare a backup plan. The others said one after another. 10 martial gods of the 9 prefectures? Lin Ling's curiosity was piqued. Yes, martial god Qilin is one of the 10 strongest martial gods of the 9 prefectures. Luli Empress and martial god Wentian are his son and daughter. Young Demon Lord explained. In reality, the 9 prefectures are also divided into different levels. For example, the divine prefecture's god emperors, other than the Miao prefecture and the Yan prefecture, the other god emperors are the lowest level. Then there are the Flying Dragon Organization, the Fortune Travel Manor, the Divine Escort Mansion, the Heavenly Court, and other powers that are spread throughout the 9 prefectures. Then there are the 9 prefectures' 10 perils. Hearing this, Lin Ling roughly understood. The lowest level was the 9 prefectures' god emperors, such as the Azure Emperor and the Heavenly Emperor. The second level was the Flying Dragon Organization. The third level was the 9 prefectures' 10 evils, Miao prefecture's Duan clan and Wangu clan. In fact, in the past, the 100 great bloodlines were also very famous. Unfortunately, they gradually declined because the era is constantly changing. Young Master Yao said again. Is there a 4th level? Lin Ling asked again. The 4th level is the martial god world, led by the 10 great martial gods of the 9 prefectures. Of course, there is a final level, which is the god of the 9 prefectures. The 4 great gods era? Yes. These 4 great gods are the only gods left from the clash of gods and demons during the gods era. It is said that some of the 10 great martial gods of the 9 prefectures are the disciples of the ancient gods. Young Master Yao continued to introduce. Hearing this, Lin Ling sucked in a breath of cold air. Even Li Xiaoyao didn't reach such heights in the past. If one were to evaluate them, they would be at the second level, the level of the Flying Dragon organization. Most importantly, I heard that Luli Empress is the disciple of one of the four great gods. Therefore this is the reason why we have to escape. Young Master Yao said again. Lin Ling's eyes suddenly flickered. He never thought that Luli Empress would reach such heights. If Luli Empress chased after them, how could they stop her with their strength? Lin Ling couldn't help but glance at the crowd. He found that everyone's fighting spirit was boiling and there was no trace of fear on their faces. This group of people was indeed willing to take revenge with their lives. Moreover, there were many hot-blooded youths here, but they weren't afraid. So why should Lin Ling be afraid? At worst, they could just escape together. Lin Ling's eyes also began to flicker with a burning light. Young Master Yao and Yi Yeshua looked at Lin Ling indifferently with a smile on their faces. They didn't misjudge Lin Ling. Lin Ling was also a fearless person. Lure the Qilin Empress. Lure martial god Qilin, lure the snake out of its hole, use the god-slaying formation and deal a fatal blow. The plan has been set. Now we need to escape. There are many ways to leave this world, but it depends on our luck. Once we kill martial god Qilin, the experts will come for us. We need to leave this place as soon as possible, otherwise we'll all die. Everyone, are you afraid? Young Master Yao also stood up and looked at everyone indifferently. Everyone looked at each other and didn't say anything. Instead, the corners of their mouths curled into fearless smiles. They had chosen to join the god-slaying alliance. When had they ever been afraid? All right, let's act according to the plan. Son of Demon, tell us what you need to set up the formation. We'll try our best to satisfy you. Chapter 32:14. God-Slaying Plan. Yeshua looked at Lin Ling and said, Son of Demon, although my spirit formation Tao is not as good as yours, I can still help you and save you some time. What do you think? That would be great. Lin Ling smiled. He looked at Xiaoyu beside him and then at Sakura. He knew that a god-slaying war was about to begin. In the following days, they disguised themselves and quietly set up spirit formation bases around the divine palace. Yeshua was also helping Lin Ling during this process. How is this possible? This spirit formation Tao is incompatible with fire and water. How can it be set up at the same time? Yeshua was surprised by Lin Ling's spirit formation Tao because it was beyond logic and knowledge. The spirit formation Tao is the same as martial arts. If you stick to the rules too much, you will be stuck in the same place. So, if you want to reach a higher level, you have to throw away all your knowledge. Lin Ling said as he quietly set up a spirit formation Tao in a corner of the divine palace. Throw away all my knowledge. Yeshua was shocked and looked at the young man in shock. She could not understand why this young man was more powerful than her in the spirit formation Tao. Most importantly, she was the successor of Miao Shen's true teachings. Go to the east and set up the Withering Zen Cloudwood formation and the Coiling Dragon Flame formation. You should be able to set up these formations. Okay. Every time night fell and there were fewer guards in the divine palace, Lin Ling and Yeshua would quietly set up the formations. This continued for an entire month. Finally, the Nine Gods Ancient Su formation was completely completed, and it was concealed. The others were constantly looking for news about the heavenly court. The entire Yuzhou was in a state of turmoil. A storm was coming. Early in the morning, everyone gathered in the base and waited for the others to arrive one after another. The crucial moment has arrived. Leader, do you think the Son of Demon can be relied on? Someone suddenly said softly. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone fell silent. It was no wonder that they doubted Lin Ling. This was the most crucial time. If they failed, the God-Slaying Alliance would be wiped out. The leader looked into the distance and sighed. In fact, I only have 60% confidence in him. What? Hearing this, someone immediately cried out in surprise. Me too, and I only have 50% confidence. But very soon, someone also voiced his opinion. At this moment, everyone's self-confidence also quietly weakened. However, the arrow is already knocked on the bow and it has to be shot. At least the son of the devil still has 60% and we only have 10%. So we can only gamble, said the leader of the Tomb Raiders. Everyone sighed and looked like they were ready to fight to the death. So what if he didn't believe Lin Ling? They had no other choice. Moreover, young Master Monster and Knights now trusted Lin Ling, so any objections were useless. Just as they were whispering to each other, young Master Yao finally arrived with Lin Ling and the others. The leader of the Tomb Raiders group turned to look at young Master Yao and the others. Young Master Yao was the calmest among them. Just like his style, he seemed to have everything under control. He glanced at everyone and immediately knew what they were worried about. However, he didn't explain anything because he also knew that the God Slayer Alliance had no other choice but to fight with their backs against the wall. If we succeed in destroying the gods today, everyone here will be famous for thousands of years. We will be the first force in Jianghu to destroy a god. Young Master Yao finally spoke. His words were filled with passion, causing everyone's eyes to turn red. We will definitely succeed. Young Master Yao raised his fist. Everyone raised their fists. Their eyes were filled with the determination to face death. Follow the plan and restart the God-slaying alliance. Let's go. The three leaders looked at each other and said in unison. Instantly, the members of the God-slaying alliance rushed out of the base, led by the leader. Young Master Yao looked deeply at Lin Ling and said solemnly, "It's up to you now." Lin Ling smiled faintly. "My goal is to destroy the gods as well. I will do my best in this battle. Okay, we will meet at the Celestial Palace." After young Master Yao said those words, he led his men and left the base. Those who stayed with Lin Ling were Ye Shui, Sakura, Xiaoyu and the others. Other than Xiaoyu, everyone else was extremely nervous. This was a battle of life and death. "Son of the demon, are we ready?" Even Ye Shui was extremely nervous. However, when she looked at Lin Ling, she realized that Lin Ling's eyes were deep and his face was calm. For some reason, this expression actually calmed her heart. "Take 3 deep breaths. Let's go." Lin Ling glanced at everyone and then strode out of the base. At this moment, Yuzhou was still bustling with noise. No one knew that a god-slaying array would erupt soon. The god-slaying alliance's first wave of attack was already heading toward the Heavenly Court. Their goal was to lure the Heavenly Court out. Young Master Yao and the others were hiding in Yuzhou, waiting for the result. Lin Ling was doing the same. Half a day later, a voice transmission arrived. The first wave of attack had reached the Heavenly Court and caused a huge commotion, killing many of the Heavenly Court's people. The Heavenly Court's vitality was greatly damaged by my previous god-slaying array. Therefore, the Heavenly Court's people will think that it's normal for the god-slaying alliance to suddenly attack them. Lin Ling said as he looked at the sky from a corner of the Celestial Palace. This was one of their plans. Not long after, another voice transmission arrived. The Heavenly Court's elites were on the move. Therefore, the first wave of God-slaying alliance's martial artists were all rushing back to Yuzhou. The Heavenly Court's elites are on the move. Therefore, we must kill all of them. Only then will the Heavenly Court's full strength be mobilized. Finally, Martial God Qilin will arrive. In the southeast of the Celestial Palace, young Master Yao's eyes shone with excitement. Everything was going according to their plan. Rumble. Indeed, a large number of martial artists began to descend from the sky above Yuzhou. They rushed toward the ground, followed by a large number of Heavenly Court's elites. There were even void battleships. Obviously, the Heavenly Court had also mobilized many elites to eliminate the God-slaying alliance's people. Devour them. However, the God-slaying alliance's second wave of attack had been waiting for a long time. Martial Ancestor elites were mobilized, stirring up the clouds and forcefully dragging the void battleships into the ground. This time, the Heavenly Court's elites were shocked. They realized that they had been tricked. So many God-slaying alliance members were hidden in Yuzhou. Request for help. Heavenly Court, request for help. The Heavenly Court's elites quickly requested for help and informed the Heavenly Court of everything that had happened. The Heavenly Court obviously did not expect the God-slaying alliance's full strength. Obviously, the God-slaying alliance had come prepared. God-slaying alliance? An old man sat cross-legged in a huge palace in the Heavenly Court. After receiving the news, he slowly opened his eyes. Heavenly Court, mobilize everyone. We must uproot the God-slaying alliance. Chapter 32:15. The godly cannons bombarded Yu province. This was because this was the best opportunity to eradicate the God-Slayer alliance. The conflict between the two forces had been going on for thousands of years. If they missed this opportunity, it would be very difficult to find the God-Slayer alliance again. After all, the God-Slayer alliance's concealment techniques were extremely famous. Lord Martial God, this doesn't seem right. The God-Slayer alliance has always been operating in the dark. This time they have surfaced and confronted the Heavenly Court head-on. This is different from their usual style. However, there were also people in the hall who objected. This person was obviously more cautious. That was in the past. Not long ago in the Spirit Province, our Heavenly Court suffered great losses and Lord Martial God almost died. Therefore, the God Slayer Alliance thought that their chance had come and chose to confront us head-on. I think so too. What a joke. A bunch of trash gathering place actually thinks they can challenge the heavens. There's no need to worry too much. Let's kill them all. However, many people had the opposite opinion. This was because too many people had died in the Spirit Province. Almost 90% of them had died. This caused them to suppress their anger all this time. After speaking, they looked at the old man again. The old man was expressionless as he waved his arm again. Heavenly Court, move out. Move out. All the experts of the Heavenly Court were marching toward Yu Province. They didn't know that their actions had already led them into the God Slayer Alliance's trap. Right now they were waiting for the big fish to fall into the trap. Heavens, why are there so many experts of the Heavenly Court here? I heard that the God Slayer Alliance is challenging the Heavenly Court. They must be crazy. In Yu Province, all the cultivators looked at the sky. Their hearts were in shock. Another huge scarlet battleship appeared in the sky. Outside the battleship, there were blazing flames as if the sun was gliding across the sky. Around the huge battleship, a large number of experts gathered. Fire. A deafening sound rang out. At the front of the scarlet battleship, blazing flames were gathering. Then 100-meter wide fire pillar shot down. Rumble. That fire pillar was extremely powerful. It reached the ground and pierced through the huge Emperor Yu's divine palace. Fire. The experts of the Heavenly Court didn't give Emperor Yu any face. The fire pillars and cannons continued to bombard the Emperor Yu's divine palace as if they wanted to kill everyone in the divine palace. In fact, these merciless cannons had indeed killed many of Emperor Yu's men. Boom, boom, boom. Endless echoes reverberated throughout the entire world under the impact of the giant cannon. Even the sky was shaken into a pitch-black void. Even some of the weaker cultivators were killed if they got too close to the Yu Emperor's divine palace. Don't fire where Emperor Yu's men. In the huge divine palace, many people were begging for mercy. Kill. However, Anzas, to use Divine Slayer Alliance. Because of that, it would have been better if those people hadn't appeared. However, as soon as they did, the cannons in the sky began to bombard them. To the of the heavens. As for the members of the God Slayer Alliance, they were still hiding in the divine palace. When they saw this scene, many of them secretly gnashed their teeth in hatred. And endure. Lords Emperors s Great Emperor Slayer, Alliances. Brother? Similarly, in another side hall, Xiaoyu had clearly seen the people who had been killed outside. She looked at Lin Ling as if asking for help. That was because she saw quite a few children around her age who were currently in the midst of the gunfire. Lin Ling looked at Xiaoyu and saw that her eyes were wet and her body was trembling. Her gaze softened Lin Ling's heart. He kissed Xiaoyu's forehead and decided to rush out of the side palace to save them. There were countless people in Emperor Yu's divine palace. Lin Ling couldn't save all of them. However, if he saw innocent children, he would definitely save them. His action shocked Yi Shui. She cried out, "Son of Demon, don't be rash. If you're discovered, it might affect the entire plan. Moreover, you can't guarantee that there won't be any spies among the children. I, the son of Demon, may not be a good person, but I can't watch my children die under the cannons." Lin Ling replied coldly and rushed out of the side palace. The side palace was covered with enchantments. Not only was its defense strong, but it was also impossible to see the side palace from the outside. It was blocked by the enchantments. However, after Lin Ling rushed out, the God Slayer Alliance's members started cursing. At such a critical moment, the son of Demon was actually soft-hearted. This was completely different from the rumors. They all thought that the son of Demon was cruel and heartless. Son of Demon, the Heavenly Court is tyrannical. Who knows how many innocent people have been killed? You can't bear the small things and spoil the great plan. Son of Demon, come back. Don't spoil the plan. Voice transmissions sounded from Lin Ling's body. They were from the God Slayer Alliance. However, Lin Ling ignored them. Instead, he used the rain technique to run wildly within the palace. He braved the danger of being hit by the cannons and saved the children. He hid them in a secret place. There was a passage in the secret place that led to the exit of the palace. This passage was also the escape route that the God Slayer Alliance had prepared in advance. Bastard, the son of the demon is unreliable at this critical moment. The godly cannons in the sky are too powerful. If he dies, who can activate the God-slaying formation? Besides, if the Heavenly Court finds out about our plan and Martial God Qilin doesn't show up, everything we've done will be in vain. I knew it. The son of demon didn't pass the test. He might not be one of us. In a corner of the palace, many members of the God Slayer Alliance were complaining. Young Master Yao was silent. Suddenly his eyes lit up. All right, he has returned to the side palace. Stop talking nonsense. Young Master Yao, we've staked our lives on this great plan. How can we trust an outsider now? However, they were still unwilling to give up. The bigger picture is more important. All of you shut up. Young Master Yao turned around and looked at the crowd. His face was cold and no one dared to speak anymore. An Linling had also safely returned to the side chamber, making Sakura and the rest's hanging hearts finally put down. Xiaoyu, I've saved them all. Linling looked at Sakura and Yeshua and gave them a reassuring look. Then he smiled at Xiaoyu. Thank you, brother. Xiaoyu jumped up and hugged Linling. Then she kissed Linling on the cheek. Yeshua frowned and looked at Linling. She was shocked. She thought that since the son of demon was famous in the 9 states, he must be a cold and ruthless person. However, who knew that the son of demon would risk his life for the sake of innocent children? What a strange person. Why are you looking at me? Linling seemed to have noticed Yeshua's strange gaze and couldn't help but laugh. Chapter 32:16. Today God slaying. If they were martial artists, I wouldn't have saved them. Since they have chosen the path of martial arts, they should have the awareness to shoulder the dangers. However, those children are not martial artists. They are outsiders and cannot have their futures decided by the heavenly court. Therefore I have to save them. Linling withdrew his gaze and looked outside the side hall. I didn't expect you to have such compassion in a world where the strong are respected. Yeshua also looked outside. Rumble. At this moment, the situation outside was even more terrifying. Countless divine cannons rained down, and even saints would be mercilessly killed. Son of demon, you're the one who's considered everything. If you hadn't set up these barriers beforehand, I'm afraid we wouldn't have been able to withstand the heavenly court's divine cannons. Yeshua suddenly said with admiration. It was Linling's idea. Otherwise, the members of the God-slaying alliance would already be waiting outside for the heavenly court's experts. At that time, the God-slaying alliance would be greeted by the divine cannon. Needless to say, Linling seemed to be very familiar with martial god Qilin's style. But Linling didn't say anything. He continued to look outside. As he saw the divine cannon gradually disappear, he knew that a great battle had arrived. Young demon lord, it's time to fight. All of you go. Kill all of the heavenly court's people here. Linling said to the voice transmission talisman. This was also the plan they had made in advance. All right. Young Master Yao replied immediately. At the same time, the heavenly court experts in the sky slowly walked down the divine palace. Godslayer Alliance? A bunch of trash. The entire divine palace has been blasted into ruins. If it were placed in the myriad worlds, tens of millions of worlds would have already been destroyed. The people of the Godslayer Alliance wouldn't have been able to stop them. Go collect their corpses. The heavenly court's experts swaggered away, and they were already thinking of how to claim credit when they returned. However, when they landed on the ground of the divine palace, a terrifying killing intent finally erupted. Dong dong dong. The sound of war drums resounded through the sky of Yuzhou. Oh no, we've been tricked. The heavenly court's experts immediately reacted, and their expressions changed drastically. Rumble. However, just as they were about to make a move, the ground began to wriggle, and a huge mouth suddenly swallowed them. Now save me. What is this? It's so scary. The warrior who was closer to the mouth had just uttered a sound when he was swallowed whole. Following that, an enormous lump of black mud rose from the ground, making one's heart palpitate. World-swallowing beast. After seeing the black mud, the heavenly court's experts' pupils trembled violently. The heavenly court must die today. Another voice rang out and a gust of wind blew past. Within that mysterious gust of wind, there seemed to be countless hands blowing past. Wherever it passed, the heavenly court experts trembled. When they looked down, they discovered that their flesh and blood had all disappeared. Even their bones had been dug out at some point. Only a head was left floating in the air before it crashed down with a loud thud. This sort of ability could be said to be extremely strange. Even a Saint Realm expert had died without knowing why. This time, the shattered divine palace fell inexplicably silent. All the heavenly court experts swallowed hard. Finally, the sound of footsteps could be heard. From the ruins, several figures walked out, surrounding all the experts so tightly that not even a drop of water could escape. Among these experts there were saints and martial ancestors. They were divided into 3 groups. The one on the left had countless tentacles behind him, looking like a demon god. At this moment, he was looking at the heavenly court experts with bloodthirsty eyes. Young Demon Master. Young Demon Master. Someone recognized the young man, and his body trembled again. As for the one on the right, his hands had turned into metal. With a slight movement of his fingers, cracking sounds could be heard. Golden Emperor. Young Demon Master. That's Night Snow. Young Demon Master. The heavenly court experts were getting more and more afraid because these 3 people were extremely famous in the 9 states. Most importantly, they finally knew who the leader of the God Extermination Alliance was. Get out of here immediately. Young Demon Master. A martial ancestor old man roared and took the lead to charge into the sky. Crack. However, just as he reached a height of several thousand miles, an invisible barrier stopped him. Moreover, the barrier's rebounding force was so strong that it actually sent a martial ancestor expert crashing into the ground. Oh no, the sky has been sealed. Seeing this, the cultivators on the ground were shocked again. They finally realized that this was a premeditated plan to wipe out the heavenly court in one fell swoop. Inform the martial god. Inform the God Extermination Alliance. Almost at the same time, all the heavenly court cultivators shouted in unison. Kill. Kill them before the martial god arrives. The experts of the God Extermination Alliance also shouted and charged forward. A massacre was about to begin. If it was the heavenly court of the past, the God Extermination Alliance would not have dared to fight them head-on. Unfortunately, after the heavenly court was massacred by the Spirit Province's Great Array, more than 90% of the heavenly court's experts had died. Their vitality had not yet recovered, and they were no match for the God Extermination Alliance. Of course, the most important thing was that they did not expect the leader of the God Extermination Alliance to have such a powerful background. Therefore, in a short period of time, the heavenly court suffered countless casualties. The eternal heaven swears not to be human. Cold words that soared into the sky were also heard in the hearts of every U-State's cultivator. Destroy the heavens. This group of people wanted to destroy the heavens. No one dared to get close to the shattered divine palace. They could only sense the intense battle within the divine palace. The battle was so terrifying that it caused the huge battleships in the sky to crash to the ground. After the previous battle, the heavenly court's vitality was greatly damaged. I don't know if they can withstand the God Extermination Alliance's attack this time. The God Extermination Alliance is really terrifying. I heard that this mysterious alliance has gathered many heroes from the 9 states. However, I still feel that they are a little weak against the gods. That might not be the case. Perhaps they are the first people who can destroy the gods. If that day really comes, the 9 states will definitely be in turmoil. Voices rang out in every corner of U-State. To everyone, challenging the gods was simply an impossible task. However, it was happening right in front of their eyes today. Escape. At a height of 1,000 miles, an old man was frantically fleeing. He was getting closer and closer to the sky, but he was blocked by an invisible barrier. Moreover, several death gods started to appear behind him. One of them was an old man at the martial ancestor realm. His eyes were filled with deep hatred for the heavenly court's extermination of his clan. The other people were also wearing large cloaks. Their bodies were emitting cold auras. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. I'm martial god Qilin's disciple. The old man cried out in alarm. Today I will destroy the gods. Under countless gazes, the old man was torn apart by the death gods. This terrifying scene once again shocked the hearts of the people. People guessed that today might be the day when the heavenly court would be uprooted. Martial gods, save us. Inside the divine palace, blood flowed like a river. The entire divine palace was sealed and the heavenly court's cultivators could only be slaughtered. They looked up at the sky with anticipation. At this moment, no one could save them except for martial god Qilin. God Extermination Alliance. Finally, an ancient voice rang out in the sky. It seemed to spread throughout the 9 states. Chapter 32:17. He had been betrayed. This old man had a head of white hair and a domineering aura emanated from his brows. His long robe seemed to be covered in Qilin armor. He was martial god Qilin. Martial god Qilin, one of the top 10 martial gods of the 9 prefectures, is finally here. The moment the old man appeared, Yuzhou exploded. For many people who had never seen a god before, Martial God Qilin's arrival caused a huge wave in their hearts. Lord War God. In the Divine Palace, the people of the Heavenly Court also looked up at the sky, extremely excited. The Martial God had come to save them. However, Martial God Qilin did not do anything. He only stared coldly at the ground as if he could see through everything. At this moment he could clearly see every member of the God Extermination Alliance. He hadn't expected that the God Slayer Alliance would have such a powerful background. Many of them had illustrious reputations in the 9 regions, but they were also people who had been exterminated by the Heavenly Court. So it's you, Martial God Qilin said in a deep voice. Kill everyone in the Heavenly Court and break one of his arms. When they saw Martial God Qilin, the eyes of the God-slaying alliance's members turned red because their enemy was right in front of them. However, they endured it because they knew they were no match for Martial God Qilin. Therefore they had no choice but to slaughter the members of the Heavenly Court. However, Martial God Qilin was unfazed by the God Extermination Alliance's attack. He simply stood in the sky quietly. This made the members of the God Slayer Alliance secretly anxious. Martial God Qilin was so cautious that he did not enter the formation. Kill? The young beast lord growled again. He didn't believe that Martial God Qilin would remain indifferent after killing all the Heavenly Court's people. Thus, even more Heavenly Court experts were slaughtered. However, Martial God Qilin remained still. Gradually, only 100 Heavenly Court experts were left. They cried, ran and begged, but it was useless. In the end, when only 50 Heavenly Court experts were left, Martial God Qilin finally made his move. Only 3 of his disciples were left. He had no choice but to move. His eyes were completely red. Previously, he didn't make a move because he felt like his heart was being stabbed by a knife. Because he felt that there was something fishy about all of this, so he was investigating everything. But now he knew that he couldn't wait any longer. Thunder come? In the sky, tens of thousands of lightning roared, turning into a huge ball of lightning bombarding the ground. Rumble. The whole of Yuzhou was in an uproar. A god's means were indeed terrifying. The first to be implicated was the great array above the Divine Palace. At this moment, layers of cracks appeared. However, the lightning balls did not stop. They swept across the land and turned the enormous Divine Palace into a lightning pool. The members of the God Slayer Alliance all spat out mouthfuls of blood. Some half-Saint Realm martial artists were directly obliterated. Kill the last 50 of them. The young demon lord's eyes were as red as blood. The battle of life and death, the battle of deity slaying, had begun. They were all death warriors. For the sake of exterminating a deity, they would not hesitate to use their entire lives as compensation. Therefore, amidst the endless lightning, they once again slaughtered the Heavenly Court's martial artists. Gradually there were only 30 people left. Seeing this, Martial God Qilin raised his brows and summoned a larger lightning net to suppress the ground. Looking up, the sky had already turned into a thunderous sky. How terrifying. I can't hold on any longer. The members of the God Slayer Alliance started to panic. I have to do it even if I can't. However, the 3 great leaders continued to shout out one after another. Let him do it. Someone secretly transmitted his voice to the 3 leaders. Unfortunately, the 3 leaders shook their heads in response. It was not the time to activate the deity-slaying Great Array. The mission of the God Slayer Alliance is to exterminate deities. When you joined the Alliance, you should have realized that death is just the blink of an eye. What's the big deal? Now let's kill the enemy. Majin Qianzi's body was covered in lightning, but he was not afraid of death. Everyone attacked again. In the end, there were only 10 Heavenly Court's martial artists left. This made Martial God Qilin furious. At this moment, his entire body had become huge. He was no longer a human but a god of thunder. His huge hand clawed down heavily. Rumble. The Divine Palace shattered, and so did the ground. Many of the members of the God Slayer Alliance were killed. However, the remaining people were not afraid. They were determined to kill all of Martial God Qilin's people in front of him. Martial God Qilin was one of the 9 prefecture's 10 great martial gods. He was a god. If he allowed ants to kill all of his people in front of him, how could he, a deity, still have face? In the end, when there were only 5 people left in the Heavenly Court, Martial God Qilin finally arrived on the ground. Because he was too far away, he could only injure the members of the God Slayer Alliance. He could not save his own people. Therefore he decided to fight personally. When they saw him descending from the sky, the members of the God Slayer Alliance became excited. The big fish had finally been caught. Cockroaches like you dare to go against a deity. Martial God Qilin did not seem to know that he had fallen into a trap. After landing on the ground, he began to attack the members of the God Slayer Alliance. The members of the God Slayer Alliance could not stop him at all. Go, son of demon! The remaining people shouted in their hearts. Everything was going according to plan. Now that martial god Qilin had entered the array, it was time to see the son of demon. However, no matter how much they shouted, the son of demon seemed to have disappeared. On the contrary, the members of the God Slayer Alliance died one after another. Oh! Everyone shouted when they saw this scene. Although they dared to kill deities they had already seen through life and death, they did not want to die without knowing why. We've been betrayed. Finally, Tujin Tianzi said in disbelief. Boom! His voice was like thunder, stunning the members of the God Slayer Alliance. They had been betrayed. All of this was very possible. Now that martial god Qilin had entered the array, the son of demon did not activate the array. Instead, he watched the members of the God Slayer Alliance die. This explained everything. Perhaps, the son of demon was a spy sent by the heavenly court. How could this be? Even the usually confident young beast lord's expression changed greatly at this moment. Could it be that the scene in the spirit state was a trap? Everything was to hide from the God Slayer Alliance so that the heavenly court could catch them all in one fell swoop? Son of demon, fuck you. Some impatient people even let out a roar. He lied to us. Yishui also seemed to be in a daze. When she looked around she could not see Xiaoyu, Sakura, and the son of demon. It seemed that these guys had already escaped. Instead, they left all of them to face the slaughter of deities. At this moment she felt like her heart was being cut by a knife. Most of the members of the God Slayer Alliance were hot-blooded youths. Their mission was to kill deities and take revenge. In the end, not only did they fail to take revenge, they were sacrificed here. Kill him. Yishui's beautiful eyes turned red at the thought of this. She could die, but only if she could see martial god Qilin die in front of her. Chapter 32:18. The son of the devil had appeared. Kill him. The God Slayer Alliance no longer had a way out. At this moment, all of them were charging toward martial god Qilin. Although they were like moths flying into a flame, they were not afraid of death. I, the demon young master, have been wise all my life. Who would have thought that I would make a mistake here? Young Master Yao let out a long sigh, as if he was singing a sad song of a hero. Rumble. However, a terrifying shockwave of thunder erupted in front of them. Not only did it seal off the huge divine palace, it also sent everyone flying backwards. Some of the weaker ones were directly ravaged to death. However, none of them were weaklings. At this moment, they all erupted with the last of their strength and actually joined forces to break through the lightning shockwave. God die. Young Master Yao. At the same time, a roar came from the void. The lightning dispersed, and a figure covered in metal wrapped around martial god Qilin like a spider. Wisps of mysterious power collided with each other. Touch the Golden Emperor. Looking at the metallic puppet-like figure, everyone was shocked. Most importantly, Prince of Gold seemed to be keeping martial god Qilin busy. As expected of the she-ghost race, which specialized in the great tomb of gods and devils, they had the ability to move stealthily. Majin Tianzi, hold on. Young Demon Lord was overjoyed, and demonic patterns began to appear on his face. He also chanted an unknown incantation, and his entire being transformed into a demon god. Everyone, attack with all your might. Ia Shui waved her hand and activated all kinds of barriers to attack martial god Qilin. Since martial god Qilin was being held back by Prince of Gold, it was their best chance. I'll do it, Leg of God. Some martial progenitor realm experts even unleashed their strongest attacks. Rumble. The combined attack of the God Slayer Alliance was extremely terrifying. The divine palace exploded, and a deep crater with a radius of several thousand miles appeared. The entire Yu province was shaken. Could it be that this group of people had really killed a deity? Cough, cough, cough. Chaotic airwaves swept through the area. After a short while, the sound of people vomiting blood could be heard. The members of the God Slayer Alliance were all sitting on the ground, but their eyes were looking ahead nervously. At the same time, in the deep pit, a metal puppet with only half a body floated up. Dead, he's finally dead. The metal puppet let out an excited cry, completely ignoring the serious injuries it had suffered. He was the Emperor of Gold. As soon as his voice fell, everyone became excited. Plop. Emperor Touch Gold knelt down on one knee and shed golden tears as he looked at the sky with gratification. Master, I've avenged you. The people of their Tin Ghost clan were all puppets, and they were all made by one person. And that person was the master of their clan. Unfortunately, that person was killed by the heavenly court. Apart from him, everyone else was crying. They all knelt on the ground, tears flowing out of their eyes. After crying their hearts out, they began to laugh maniacally. The great enmity had been avenged. Today God slaying. He really destroyed the gods. What a terrifying God-Slayer alliance. In a place far away from you province, all the cultivators felt their hearts tremble. They knew that after tomorrow, this news would definitely shake the entire 9 province. Aren't you guys overthinking things? However, at this moment, a voice suddenly broke everyone's excitement. Lightning appeared in the sky again, and an old man slowly walked down. Previously it was only a clone of mine. I thought you guys were great, but in the end, you only barely managed to kill a clone that possessed 30% of my strength. The old man said as he walked, his eyes gleaming with a profound light. He was Martial God Qilin. The moment he appeared, everyone's expression changed drastically. Then they were filled with anger, unwillingness and pain. They had done their best. However, had they only managed to kill a clone? They thought they had killed Martial God Qilin and they were so happy. You're a demon. Yi Shui let out a roar. A cockroach will always be a cockroach. How could you know the might of a god? Martial God Qilin sneered. He pointed with one hand, and his fingers turned into lightning that blasted the ground. The ground started to roll like waves and endless lightning raged. The people were electrocuted and they screamed in pain. This was the real Martial God Qilin. The previous clone was nothing compared to him. The difference in strength was like heaven and earth. It seems like you've all reached your limit. Today is the perfect time to kill all of you. Martial God Qilin stepped forward with a merciless look in his eyes. He looked at the person closest to him and pointed with one hand. Ferocious lightning surrounded his finger. Its power was strong enough to kill any martial progenitor. That person was Li Hongwang. He let out a wry smile and yelled at a figure in the distance, "Yenru, I love you." Hongwang. Ho Yenru's face was covered in tears as she looked at Li Hongwang. She wanted to save him, but what could she do? Li Hongwang. Everyone was yelling. Although the God Extermination Alliance did not know each other in the beginning, their lives were tied together due to the mission of exterminating the gods. As time passed, they had developed a good relationship with each other. However, Li Hongwang was about to die. The young beast lord let out a furious roar. It was an unwilling roar. They had failed, they had all failed. They were all going to die here today. He's the one who betrayed us. Majin Qianzi let out a furious roar. If it were not for the son of the demon, they would not have fought the heavenly court head-on. They would not have been wiped out in one fell swoop. He felt as if a knife had pierced his heart. You cockroaches have ambushed the heavenly court time and time again. Today all of you have shown yourselves. None of you will survive. None of you will escape. Seeing this, Martial God Qilin laughed excitedly. At the same time, he pointed with his finger and was about to kill Li Hongwang. However, something unexpected happened at that moment. The heavenly palace suddenly trembled. Thunderbolts raged and wreaked havoc in everything. In the distance, another thunderbolt shot out and collided with Martial God Qilin's finger. Rumble. More terrifyingly, the thunderbolt disintegrated Martial God Qilin's attack and even forced him to retreat. Who is it? After retreating, Martial God Qilin exclaimed in disbelief. The people of the God Extermination Alliance opened their eyes wide. A few figures slowly walked out from the billowing smoke. The person in the lead was dressed in a blue robe. He had a cold expression and was holding a child's hand. He looked like a deity who had just arrived. The son of the demon had appeared. The moment they saw Lin Ling, everyone was shocked. The young beast lord and Yi Shui were stunned. However, soon after, smiles appeared on their faces. Previously it was his clone that came. Therefore I could not attack. Otherwise he would not have fallen into the trap. This person is more cautious than I expected. Lin Ling glanced at the crowd and said indifferently. His words made everyone's hearts pound. They had not been betrayed. They had wronged the son of the demon. Moreover, they had almost ruined the God Extermination Alliance's plan. Chapter 32:19. God Slaying. Martial God Qilin's heart trembled violently. The son of demon seemed to know everything about him, even his style of doing things. Because he was indeed cautious before, the first time he arrived, it was only his clone. He looked at Lin Ling seriously and said, "It's you. You're the ultimate leader of the God-slaying alliance. Who are you?" At this moment he was also a little panicked. Because he'd almost perished within the God Annihilation Grand Formation the last time, so he knew that this terrifying God Formation was capable of absorbing his lightning energy and returning it to him. And he was obviously tricked. If there was one person he feared the most in the 9 provinces, it was Lin Ling. You will know who I am. Last time you escaped, but this time, you won't be able to escape even if you grow wings. Martial God Qilin, this time I'll let you see what the real 9 gods ancient Su formation is. Lin Ling smiled. His smile was extremely cold. He pushed Xiao Yu towards Indra and then began to form a complicated barrier with his hands. Yi Shui couldn't understand these barriers at all. She couldn't understand them at all. But she knew that the god-slaying array this time was different from the one in the spirit province. Chief God awakening, thunder god descends. Under Lin Ling's roar, the entire god-slaying palace flipped. All kinds of terrifying energy rushed towards Lin Ling like a storm and was absorbed by the barrier in Lin Ling's hands. In the next moment, Lin Ling heavily slapped the barrier on his forehead. There, a mysterious barrier seal immediately appeared. But the terrifying thing was, thunder god descends. Lin Ling's strength reached the level of a god in the 9 provinces. His long hair turned into lightning, his clothes turned into lightning, his entire body turned into lightning. He stretched out his right hand and lightning rolled, causing Yu province to explode. Countless bolts of lightning shot up from the ground like flames. If there really was a god in the 9 provinces, then this was it. This was the real 9 gods ancient Su formation. It absorbed martial god Qilin's lightning energy and the power of the barrier to form a real god. In an instant, 2 thunder gods appeared in the broken god-slaying palace. Endless lightning ripples spread out. If one looked closely, the 2 thunder gods' power was actually the same. Son of Demon. At this moment, young Master Yao and the others were undoubtedly excited. This was the God-Slaying Alliance's last God-Slaying Alliance. He's God-Slaying Array Formation and Qilin Martial God-Slaying God Qilin. Ye Shui's beautiful eyes scanned the surroundings. She realized that countless enchantments had appeared around the broken palace. These enchantments were strange and strange. They were like powerful shields that supported Lin Ling's entire body. Martial God Qilin, the mysterious power enveloped his entire body, making Lin Ling feel that he had to vent it out. He roared at the sky and stomped his feet heavily on the ground. Bang! With this kick, Yu province was split open, and ferocious lightning shot out in all directions. Lin Ling pounced forward, and as he got closer and closer to martial god Qilin, his body began to expand from 100 meters to 1,000 meters, like a giant. Impossible. Impossible. It's impossible for a half-Saint Realm Junior to possess the power of a god, even with the help of external forces. Martial god Qilin kept shaking his head. Everything that was happening in front of him was beyond his understanding. But when the thunderstorm came, he had no choice but to fight. Furthermore, he also wanted to see if the creation of a god through the use of spirit power was as powerful as he imagined it to be. Crackle. Martial god Qilin also grew in size. His head reached the sky while his feet stomped on the ground. His divine energy roared as the 2 lightning energies collided fiercely. Boom. Boom. The moment they collided, Yuzhou felt as if the heavens and earth were falling apart. Countless houses collapsed, shocking everyone in Yuzhou. In the next moment, a giant staggered backward, crushing the ground of Yuzhou. He cried out in surprise, "How can you be so strong?" When they saw the giant, everyone's expression changed greatly. It was martial god Qilin. As for the members of the God Slayer Alliance, they were overjoyed and stood in place excitedly. Martial god Qilin, your end has come. Lin Ling, who had turned into a giant thunder giant, stared coldly at martial god Qilin with scorching eyes. It was as if he was going to settle the hatred of 2 lifetimes today. He had been waiting for this day for a long time. He was extremely unwilling to let martial god Qilin escape last time. This time he had made a comeback and was fully prepared to kill martial god Qilin. Rumble. He punched out again and thunder roared. If one looked closely, they would see a large number of spirit barriers floating behind him, and those spirit barriers were still burning. Obviously, the ancient formation of the 9 gods had a time limit. Its power came from the various spirit barriers and martial god Qilin's original lightning energy, and it could only last for 3 incense sticks worth of time. In short, it was duplicating martial god Qilin's power. Therefore, Lin Ling had to kill martial god Qilin within the time limit. Bang! Lin Ling took another step forward and approached martial god Qilin. Rumble. Martial god Qilin was suppressed by a powerful force. His face was filled with astonishment, and his eyes were filled with fear. As a matter of fact, when he saw Lin Ling, he had a feeling that this mysterious kid had the strength to kill him. Although this idea was somewhat dreamy and unrealistic, it was a fact that it truly existed. Perhaps the only person in the land of the 9 prefectures who had the strength to kill a martial god was the son of the demon. The members of the God Slayer Alliance became even more excited when they saw martial god Qilin being suppressed by the son of the demon. Judging from the situation, they knew martial god Qilin was going to die at this rate. Pop 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 pop. Rumble rumble rumble. The deafening noises were getting more and more terrifying. Martial god Qilin kept being knocked down as if he had met his nemesis. Most terrifyingly, not only was the son of the demon powerful, he could even suppress all of martial god Qilin's moves. It was as if the son of the demon knew everything about martial god Qilin. Who the hell are you? Finally, martial god Qilin let out a roar that shook the heavens. I, martial god Qilin, have been practicing martial arts for my entire life. I have ascended from mortal to immortal, then to God. My bones are as tough as steel and I can command the winds and clouds. You, a nameless kid, want to kill a martial god? Everything in the universe is predestined. You alone can't reverse the situation and kill a supreme god. Martial god Qilin kept retreating, vomiting blood. When the blood fell to the ground, it corroded the earth. It was divine blood. Lin Ling remained silent. He gathered all of his spirit power into his left hand. A dragon's roar was heard, and the dragon bow appeared. The dragon bow was covered in lightning energy, and it had turned into a lightning dragon. Lin Ling stared at martial god Qilin with sharp eyes. The time limit of 3 incense sticks was up. He was going to kill martial god Qilin with the final arrow. Chapter 32:20. A compass that devours everything. Tianyanlin, I'm back. An oppressive aura shrouded the sky above Yuzhou. The power of lightning and the power of the dragon god reached the chaotic universe from Yuzhou. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Thunderbolts crashed down, and the sky shattered like glass. As for Yu State, it directly cracked apart. If there was a god, this was the power of a god. You. Martial god Qilin's expression changed. He realized that the swords were the true inheritance dark swords and the son of the demon had mastered them. He guessed that the son of the demon had only managed to control the swords once with the help of the Great Barrier Formation. However, to be able to control the true inheritance dark swords? He suddenly recalled the son of the demon's words. I'm back. He instantly lost the ability to fight back. His heart was pounding. It was the first time in tens of thousands of years that his heart was pounding so violently. Due to his various guesses, he vaguely saw a familiar figure among the blue-robed figure in the distance. It was a figure that he would never forget even in his dreams. If it weren't for the 3 of them from the Tian family, the real god in the land of the 9 prefectures would have been that man. Thinking about it, that person had distributed his potential to the 3 of them, and all 3 of them had become gods. If all the potential was still on that person, how terrifying would that person's height be? You're back. I knew you would come back one day. Martial god Qilin had forgotten about the arrow that was supposed to kill him. Instead, he stared at Lin Ling in fear. The members of the God Extermination Alliance gasped when they saw this. Who was the son of the demon? Even a god was afraid of him. Tianyanlin, rest in peace. However, Lin Ling stood coldly in the sky with his hands behind his back. He was like a god who ruled over the fate of martial god Qilin. Rumble. The 18 true inheritance dark swords shot toward martial god Qilin with the power of lightning and the boundless barrier. Pop, 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 pop. The 18 true inheritance dark swords landed on 18 spots on martial god Qilin's body and pierced him into the ground. You're back. However, martial god Qilin roared as if he didn't feel pain. Perhaps to him, his return was more frightening than anything else. The ground continued to tremble as the destructive aura lingered in the air. Meanwhile, martial god Qilin's aura gradually weakened. His eyes seemed to have returned to the past. Perhaps, when a person was about to die, the regrets of his life would also surge into his mind. At that time he, his son, and his daughter were living happily in a peaceful valley. But one day Li Xiaoyao came. Moreover, it changed their lives, giving them a vast world, allowing them to indulge in it and enjoy the exhilarating feeling of dominating over tens of thousands of creatures. This also caused his daughter to change and his son to change as well. They had become unreasonable. They only wanted to become stronger. Nothing in the world could move them unless they were strong enough. Strength did indeed give them endless pleasure, but it also made them lose a lot of things. For example, kinship. Bang. At the same time, Lin Ling appeared beside martial god Qilin and looked down at him. Martial god Qilin stared at Lin Ling. "I'm back," Lin Ling said calmly as he looked at martial god Qilin. "I knew you'd come back one day, Xiao Yao," martial god Qilin said weakly. "Yes, no matter how I transmigrated in the reincarnation cycle, sooner or later Li Xiaoyao will come back. I came back not to prove anything, nor to dominate the world, but to tell you all that I lost in the past. Today I will take it back with my own hands," Lin Ling said coldly. Then he slammed his right hand on martial god Qilin's chest. A terrifying suction force gushed out and absorbed martial god Qilin's selfless thunder god flesh. "You're the first. Next, Tianwen Valley Tianliuli will be the second." A moment later, a bloody ball the size of a stone mill appeared on Lin Ling's palm. The ball was surrounded by lightning, making it look extraordinary. "Goodbye." Lin Ling turned around and left without looking at martial god Qilin. Martial god Qilin grew weaker. He could not even speak. All he could do was watch Li Tianlan's back as he left. He knew that even though he was a god, Li Xiaoyao had hundreds of ways to kill them. After all, Li Tianlan was a man who had the potential to surpass a god. Is he back? Is everything going back to normal? Will we return to that small valley? Martial god Qilin murmured and slowly closed his eyes. His soul and his thoughts seemed to have returned to the peaceful valley thousands of years ago, the place where his dream began. Seeing martial god Qilin fall, all the members of the God Slayer Alliance were stunned. Then they started to feel excited. Then with a plop they knelt down one after another. They looked at the sky as if they were looking at their friends and family who had died at the hands of the heavenly court. Plop. They kowtowed to the sky. Their life's mission to slay the gods had finally come to an end. Leave now. However, before they could express their gratitude, Lin Ling had already looked at the sky. That was because he sensed the aura of Tianwen Valley approaching from afar. Another martial god is here. Follow the plan and leave immediately. Lin Ling roared and shot toward Sakura. He took Xiao Yu and rushed toward the escape route that they had arranged beforehand. The others also reacted. They could not care less about the excitement in their hearts and started to escape. They had already sensed that martial god Qilin's death would cause chaos in Jianghu. Rumble. Almost at the same time, a huge compass appeared in the chaotic universe. The compass was so big that it occupied the entire sky of Yuzhou. It was terrifying. The compass was filled with nebulas. It rotated slowly as if it was turning on the wheel of fate. On the ground, some of the God Slayer Alliance members were too slow to escape. They were sucked into the compass and disappeared. "Save me." They cried out in pain, but it was useless. The god's compass was even more terrifying than martial god Qilin. After everyone was sucked into the compass, they turned into nothingness. At the same time, a majestic voice came from the sky. "Young master monster Yeshua Mojin Tianzi, son of demon." The most terrifying thing was that after devouring those people, the newcomer knew everything about the God Slayer Alliance, including information about Lin Ling and the others. Run. Run. At this moment, Lin Ling had already reached the entrance of the secret passage. He looked back and immediately shouted anxiously. Young Master Monster and the others appeared in another secret passage. Their expressions changed drastically. Rumble. Behind them, the suction force of the compass arrived and sucked the ground of Yuzhou into the sky. Countless martial artists were also sucked into it. Chapter 32-21. Escape. As soon as they entered the secret passage, they realized that everything behind them started to disintegrate and distort. Even the void was being sucked into the compass. This kind of power was truly terrifying. Even Yu State would be sucked into it. "Senior, please be merciful." "Senior." In Yu State, an anxious voice suddenly rang out. It was Emperor Yu who had rushed back from Yen State. However, his pleading voice was of no use. The compass in the sky was cold and merciless. It was as if it was going to turn everyone into nothingness. Emperor Yu could not control himself and was sucked into the compass. His expression changed drastically and he quickly activated his ancient power. However, what made his scalp go numb was that the compass was so terrifying that it was not even afraid of the ancient power. All the power was sucked into the compass and turned into nothingness. Emperor Yu had died. Moreover, his death was extremely tragic because he did not know what had happened. The power of the compass passed through the secret passage and continued to pursue Lin Ling and the others. As a result, the people of the God Extermination Alliance were killed one after another. Realizing this, young Beast Lord and the others felt helpless because they could not fight against it. Moreover, they had gotten their revenge today. Those who died were willing to die. Second brother, what is this thing? It's simply heaven-defying. In the void passageway, Sakura said with trepidation. At this moment he finally witnessed the power of a god. Heaven-seeking compass. Lin Ling said with a solemn face. He did not expect Tianwen Valley to have reached such a level of strength. They were obviously much stronger than martial god Qilin. Hurry up. After passing through the passage we will be able to reach another place. Then Lin Ling exhorted again. He held Xiaoyu's hand and quickly rushed forward. Rumble. The void behind them was constantly shattering. Its power was as strong as the realm-devouring beast. At this moment, Lin Ling did not know how young Beast Lord and the others were doing. The only thing he could do was to take care of himself. However, he had a feeling that Tianwen Valley would target him because they knew that martial god Qilin was killed by him. Tianwen Valley must be very curious about him. Boom. In the end, Lin Ling and the others rushed out of the spirit formation passage. When they reappeared, they were already in the void of the universe. Moreover, they didn't know where this place belonged to. I finally escaped. Sakura heaved a sigh of relief and looked into the distance. Only then did he realize that there were still a few people from the God Extermination Alliance. When they saw Lin Ling they all smiled. However, Lin Ling suddenly frowned. Not yet. Once those words left his mouth, a terrifying suction force was born from the void that they had charged out from. It was actually trying to pull them back to the compass through the spirit formation channel. Fuck. Traversing the void to chase after me? That's too awesome. Seeing this, Sakura's face changed greatly. Things are getting troublesome. Lin Ling sensed that the suction force from the compasses were like countless tentacles that wrapped around his body, pulling him toward the spirit formation passage. Against this kind of divine power, Lin Ling's methods were all useless. If he was pulled back to the compass, the result could be imagined. Second brother, what should we do? Sakura was also being pulled by the suction force. He let out an anxious voice. The others also looked at Lin Ling and shouted, "Son of demon, think of something." Hearing this, Lin Ling smiled bitterly. In terms of cultivation realm, he was the lowest among those present. How could he have any ideas? Previously, he was able to kill a god because of the power of the great divine array. Moreover, that array was set up for a long time. That was why it had such power. And now, Lin Ling could be said to be powerless to resist. This also let him know that in the chaos of the universe, the great divine array and other things were just external objects. The true power was still one's own body. It seems that we can't escape this calamity. In the end, Lin Ling sighed and said. Hearing this, everyone's faces dimmed. However, they soon smiled proudly. Enough, enough. Although we're going to die in the compass, at least we've dragged a god down with us. That's enough. That's right. Haha, we've got our revenge. Since they couldn't escape, they faced it with ease. Second brother, we've profited. Even Dishir Tian wanted to see it thoroughly. Perhaps, in the face of the power of a god, he also knew that any resistance was useless. However, how could Lin Ling be willing? There were still two of his enemies who hadn't died yet. He reincarnated. Was he going to die in the hands of his enemies? He was not willing at all. Unfortunately, it was useless. Instead, they were getting closer and closer to the passage. The terrifying thing was that the passage had already collapsed. However, because of the suction force of the compass, the passage didn't completely disappear. Brother, are we going to die? Xiaoyu was also being pulled by the suction force. Her little face was full of worry. Xiaoyu, I'm sorry. I promised your grandfather to protect you, but in the end, because of brother, I implicated you. Looking at the cute Xiaoyu, Lin Ling's eyes were full of guilt. Brother, we won't die. Xiaoyu gritted her teeth and seemed to have made a decision. She silently chanted something and on her bright forehead, the mark of wind and rain appeared. Her little mouth moved slightly and let out a weak voice, "Call the wind." It could be seen that she seemed to be urging some kind of power. Moreover, this kind of power was extremely difficult for Xiaoyu. Whoosh. Under her voice there was a sudden change. In the chaos of the universe, the divine wind whistled, causing the myriad of worlds to shake. This unforeseen event caused Lin Ling and the others' faces to change greatly. Summon the rain. Xiaoyu spoke again. Rumble. There was rain as if it came from the era of the gods, suppressing the universe. Under the torrential rain, the suction force of the compasses was actually destroyed, allowing Lin Ling and the others to finally break free. Damn, second brother, where did this kid come from? Seeing that terrifying scene, D. Tian was scared silly. Lin Ling smiled bitterly. He didn't expect Xiao Yu to have such power because he clearly sensed that the power was the same as martial god Qilin in Tianwen Valley. It seemed to be a kind of divine power. Brother, I want to sleep. However, the divine wind and rain came quickly and disappeared quickly. After a while, Xiao Yu let out a weak voice. Xiao Yu, thank you. Lin Ling hurriedly carried Xiao Yu on his back and left anxiously with the little white rabbit Xiaolu and the others. The others also felt as if they had just survived a disaster and quickly followed Lin Ling. Looking at the crystal channel that was destroyed by the divine rain, there was a suction force that was like the tentacles of an octopus. It could be said that it had revived. If they were pulled by the suction force again, the consequences would be unimaginable. Moreover, Lin Ling couldn't guarantee that Tianwen Valley would come. If he came with the people on his side, there was no doubt that they would die. Lin Ling, over here. However, at this moment, a familiar voice came from the void in front of them. A large number of people carrying tombstones appeared, led by Meng Lu. Young master. Chapter 32-22. Escape back to Qingzhou. When they saw Lin Ling, they were all overjoyed. However, when they saw the mysterious power behind them, they knew they had to leave immediately. What happened? Meng Lu asked first. There's no time to explain. Let's leave this place first. I'll be in charge of opening the exit. Lin Ling stared at the spirit formation passageway and discovered that the suction force had reignited. He immediately activated the spacetime divine steel and ordered Meng Lu and the others to attack the broken spirit formation passageway. Rumble. Everyone knew the urgency of the matter. They hurriedly followed Lin Ling's instructions and used their martial arts to attack the spirit formation passageway. With everyone's attacks, the spirit formation passageway continued to shatter, causing the tentacle-like suction force to struggle. All right. After a short while, Lin Ling looked at the crowd. A huge stone steel sat before him. The stone steel opened an ancient door that seemed to lead to another world. That was another effect of the spacetime divine steel. As long as a corresponding spirit formation was set up at a certain location, one could reach that location through the spacetime divine steel. Of course, activating the spacetime divine steel required some time. That was why Lin Ling ordered Meng Lu and the others to attack the spirit formation passageway. After that, the crowd entered the spacetime divine steel one after another. Rumble. The door of the spacetime divine steel quietly closed. At the same time, the spacetime divine steel became illusory and disappeared without a trace. After the crowd left, the terrifying suction force surged out from the broken spirit formation passageway again. However, it did not discover Lin Ling and the others and could only retreat. Damn it. In the sky above Yuzhou, the huge compass let out a furious voice. He had actually allowed the demon sun and the others to escape. I don't care who you are. Even if I have to search the entire 9 provinces, I'll find all of you. The compass let out a majestic voice. It was the voice of the Tianwen Valley. Although he was the son of martial god Qilin, their father and son relationship had been strained all these years. It was all because of their interests. But no matter what, they were still father and son, so this enmity was absolutely irreconcilable. Almost at the same time, in the distant horizon, a woman was frowning. She was extremely beautiful and agile, but if one looked into her eyes, they would discover that there was a valiant and domineering aura in her eyes. And she was Luli Empress. Father is dead. Luli Empress mumbled to herself. She reached out her hand as if to touch the chaos around her. Then she suddenly laughed bitterly. I don't know why, but I don't feel the slightest bit of sadness. She shook her head helplessly. To her, martial god Qilin's death was no different from someone being killed in the shadows. It was a disgrace to her. As for the father-daughter relationship, she really couldn't sense it. God-Slayer alliance? Who are these people? Young Master Yao Yeshui, son of the devil, Prince of Gold Yi Linyun. She kept mumbling to herself, and her gaze finally landed on the son of devil. He has the god-slaying array? What a mysterious guy, but I will find you. The news of martial god Qilin's death spread like a snowball throughout the land of the 9 prefectures. Everyone was shocked. The 10 great martial gods of the land of the 9 prefectures were invincible in everyone's hearts. But now even a god had fallen. Without a doubt, the God-Slayer Alliance's name had spread throughout the land of the 9 prefectures. Everyone was curious about who this group of hot-blooded young men were. How terrifying. Even a god has fallen. I wonder if the God-Slayer Alliance still exists and if they are recruiting. Even I want to join them. It's not just the God Slayer Alliance, it's the Miracle Alliance. If I can find them, I will join them. God Slayer Alliance, God Slayer Alliance. I heard that even Emperor Yu of the Yu Prefecture has fallen. This is a big event in the land of the 9 prefectures. In every corner of the land of the 9 prefectures, countless cultivators were talking excitedly. At this moment, in the land of the 9 prefectures, the void cracked open, and then a large number of figures walked out. Who is it? These people appeared in a green mountain. When they walked out, someone immediately shouted angrily, "It's me." Among the people who walked out, one of them said with a smile. The people who were on guard were stunned, and then they all laughed in surprise. Because this was the place where the 3rd princess lived, everyone was extremely cautious. However, the person who had returned was Lin Ling. "Lord Lin Ling, I will inform the 3rd princess." Someone immediately ran out. Lin Ling and the others finally heaved a sigh of relief. We've returned to the land of the 9 prefectures. From the vicinity of the land of the 9 prefectures, we finally arrived here. This time that God shouldn't be able to catch up with us. Sakura sat on the ground with a thump. When he thought of what had happened, he felt as if he had just survived a disaster. The others felt the same way. Especially Meng Lu and the others, they still did not know what had happened. Lin Ling, the person who made you run away in a panic, should not be weak. Could it be a martial ancestor? Meng Lu finally asked curiously. He knew Lin Ling's strength. Even a first heaven sage was no match for this guy. Therefore, in terms of hunting, it must be a martial ancestor. Martial ancestor? Is he qualified to make us run away in a panic? Before Lin Ling could speak, Sakura, who was sitting on the ground, immediately uttered a disdainful sound. Sakura, what do you mean by that? Meng Lu's expression changed slightly. Let me tell you, we're being hunted by a god. Sakura glanced at Meng Lu with pride in his eyes. God? Are you kidding me? Before Meng Lu could speak, the people behind him who were carrying the tombstones exclaimed. Furthermore, they stared at Lin Ling and the others in a strange manner, assuming that Lin Ling and the others were bragging. How impressive is a god? Little brother Meng Lu, if I tell you another piece of news, I'm afraid your jaw will drop. Sakura chuckled and said once again. His words caused the faces of the people behind Meng Lu to turn unpleasant. This guy is too full of himself. He dares to call their young master his little brother. One had to know that they were from the 9 continents' 10 evils. However, Meng Lu was not bothered. He had trained with Sakura for many years, thus they had established a strong relationship. Most importantly, although he had a formidable background, he knew that Lin Ling and the others were not ordinary people either. He said with a smile, "Brother Tian, why don't you tell me? Let me see if my jaw will drop." His words left the people of the Tomb Watchers dumbfounded. "Since you're so obedient, I'll tell you. We've eliminated a god," Sakura said in a mysterious manner. Haha. Hearing this, the people of the Tomb Watchers could not help but burst out laughing. This guy is too good at bragging. Meanwhile, Meng Lu's eyes shuddered. Based on his understanding of Sakura, he knew that Sakura would not brag about such matters. Lin Ling, is that true? However, he still wanted to get Lin Ling's affirmation. At this moment, Lin Ling was looking at Xiao Yu with a worried expression. However, when he saw that Xiao Yu was only sleeping, he finally let out a sigh of relief. He looked at Meng Lu. They were all after images. Chapter 32-23. Discuss. It's true. Lin Ling nodded. Fuck. Oh my god. At the same time, Dream Flow and Do Afterimage's jaws dropped to the ground. However, the Gravekeepers didn't believe it. God slaying? If he wasn't even at the Sage Realm, it was still possible for him to kill a cockroach. Master, are you implying that Martial God Qilin was killed because of you? At this moment, a cry of surprise rang out. The 3rd princess walked over quickly with Grandma Wendao. What did you say? Martial God Qilin was killed? The Gravekeeper's expression changed. That's right. The news has already spread throughout the 9 provinces. I heard that a mysterious God Slayer alliance joined forces to destroy the gods, creating a miracle and shocking the 9 provinces. The 3rd princess said with a solemn face. Pa. At this moment, the jaws of the Gravekeeper tribe dropped to the ground. When they saw young Master Meng Lu's expression, they gradually began to believe him. But how could a half-saint slay a god? Just the thought of it was terrifying. Lin Ling and Sakura's complexion changed. They didn't expect the news to spread so quickly. Master, this is no small matter. Don't leave Qing province during this period of time because there will definitely be a lot of people looking for you. The third princess looked at Lin Ling and said. Lin Ling nodded. He also had the same idea. However, he also warned, don't tell anyone about this. Otherwise, you will be consigned to eternal damnation. Of course we know. The third princess nodded, but then she looked at the people behind Meng Lu. Meng Lu said coldly, if news of this gets out, you will all become sinners of the Gravekeeper clan. Do you understand? I know. The Gravekeepers nodded solemnly. Next, Lin Ling hid in Qingzhou and temporarily avoided the limelight. Furthermore, he was also worried about the young demon master and the others. However, when he thought about the young demon master and the others' backgrounds, Lin Ling couldn't be bothered to worry about them. None of the members of the God Slayer Alliance were pushovers. As long as they could escape, they would be like birds flying in the sky. It would undoubtedly be very difficult to catch them. And in the days of seclusion, Lin Ling's friends from Qingzhou also came one after another. Falling Flowers, Flowing Water Sword, Tang Yue, Huangfui Dao, and so on. However, they did not know that Lin Ling was one of the gods of destruction. Therefore, after a lively conversation, they also talked about the gods of destruction. Moreover, the more he spoke, the more excited he became. It was as if he really wanted to join the God Slayer Alliance. Seeing this, Lin Ling, Sakura, and the others all smiled bitterly. Destroying a god might seem awe-inspiring, but it was like walking on a tightrope over a cliff. They had almost been destroyed by a god. However, in order not to implicate them, Lin Ling did not intend to tell them such a big matter. During this process, Xiaoyu had also woken up. She was biting her little hand. When she saw Lin Ling, she immediately became happy and once again clung onto Lin Ling. Towards this little girl, Lin Ling was also very grateful. Xiaoyu had saved his life twice. Little you, let's go. I'll take you to see Grandpa. After kissing Xiaoyu, Lin Ling activated the Spacetime Divine Steel and entered the Flame World Fragment. Moreover, he used the Spacetime Divine Steel to secretly return to Spirit State and bring Yu and the others back. Of course, when he met Xingqiu Yun and the others, he also told them the whole story. In fact, Xingqiu Yun and the others knew where Lin Ling went. Therefore, when the news of martial god Qilin's death spread, they also knew that it was Lin Ling's doing. Without any suspense, their jaws dropped to the ground. They did not expect Lin Ling to succeed. Grandfather. Mother. Arriving at the Flame World Fragment, Lin Ling was the first to call out. When the evil flame sect saw Lin Ling, everyone knelt down and shouted in unison, Sect Master. Lin Ling waved slightly at them. His gaze was already fixed on a white-haired elder. That elder was Ancestor Extreme Flame. At this moment, his face was also filled with excitement. Grandfather. Yu, Xin Yuangur and the others also shouted and pounced towards Lin Ling's mother, Mo Nianchen. The whole family was in a joyous and harmonious mood. Sakura, Meng Lu and the others were the same. They were undoubtedly very happy to see Ancestor Extreme Flame and the others again. In the following time, Lin Ling also stayed in the Flame World Fragment and chatted with his family. It was extremely peaceful. During this time, Xiaoyu also became familiar with Ancestor Extreme Flame and the others. She finally stopped pestering Lin Ling. Lin Ling also used his free time to teach Lin Yi martial arts. At the same time, he taught many martial arts to the Evil Flame sect, greatly increasing the strength of this sect. Now, in the Flame World Fragment, Lin Ling could be called the master of a world. Blood of God. Night fell. Lin Ling cultivated for a while. With a wave of his hand, martial god Qilin's blood of God appeared. If I devour this blood of God, my strength will definitely increase greatly. However, it is better to use this blood of God to refine my body. Lin Ling already had a plan. However, he did not dare to refine it and sealed it. Because he was afraid that martial god Wen Tian would use the blood of God to find his whereabouts. Currently Lin Ling was poor. All his cultivation resources were used to set up formations. Therefore, his cultivation realm could not increase in a short period of time. Master, not good. On this day, the third princess transmitted her voice to Lin Ling. Her voice was filled with anxiety. A lot of mysterious people have appeared in Qing province today. I think they are here for you. Hearing the transmission, Lin Ling's expression changed. They found him so quickly? At the same time, a voice sounded out, Son of the demon, it's best if you leave your hometown immediately. With the martial god's strength, it won't be difficult for him to find your hometown. Moreover, I'm guessing that there are many outsiders in the spirit province right now. The transmission came from Yi Shui. as expected of the top 10 martial gods. Hearing this, Lin Ling's expression became more serious. You don't have to worry about the martial gods attacking your hometown, because the 10 great martial gods of the 9 prefectures still care about their reputation. Moreover, everyone knows that the God-slaying alliance is challenging the heavenly court. If martial god Wenyan can't catch us and instead attacks our hometown, others will feel ashamed of him. Yes. Therefore, martial god Wen Tian's target is only the God-slaying alliance. Yes. Therefore you must leave immediately. Let me give you a reminder. Go to the Yan province. There are other martial gods there. Martial god Wen Tian cannot cover the sky with one hand. Yes. Thank you for the news. I will prepare to leave in a few days. Yes. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. He told the news to his family and friends. Everyone gathered at the fragment of the flame world to discuss. Go to the Yan province? Yes. After Dou Kening heard the news, he frowned slightly. The Yan province is not a place where ordinary people can go. Those who go must have a certain status. How about this? Let young master enter the Yan province in the name of the Flying Dragon organization. However, only young master can enter. Yes. Alone? Yes. Lin Ling shook his head decisively. Sakura had to come with him. Therefore, the Flying Dragon organization's name was useless. How about we inform the Fuxing Manor? How about using their name? Yes. Chapter 32-24. Stay away from the limelight. That's not good either. Although Sunset Shine is from Fuxing Manor, it doesn't mean that they will side with us. If they betray us at the critical moment, we will be in trouble. Lin Ling shook his head again. For a moment, everyone became even more worried. The power of the martial god was too great. With their current strength, they were not strong enough to fight against him. Why don't we go to my place? Meng Lu suddenly said, but Lin Ling still shook his head. Although the Tomb Guardian tribe is wandering around the universe, if martial god Wen Tian finds out where we are, it will bring trouble to the Tomb Guardian tribe. Lin Ling knew that the 9 prefectures' 10 evils were ranked in the 3rd tier, while the 9 prefectures' 10 great martial gods were ranked in the 4th tier. They were obviously stronger. Perhaps the Tomb Guardian tribe was not afraid of martial god Wen Tian, but if they fought against him, the Tomb Guardian tribe would suffer great losses. Therefore, Lin Ling could not bring himself to drag his friends down. We can't do this, we can't do that. Do we have to wait for death here? Sakura walked back and forth with his hands behind his back. Where are young Monster Lord and the others hiding? Why aren't they afraid of being hunted down? Also, they are too disloyal. They are hiding themselves, but we have to bear the martial god's pursuit. Big brother, don't blame them. They might not be better than us. I think they are hiding in Yen State or Miao State. Lin Ling shook his head and smiled. Good disciple, do you want to go to Yen State? Just as everyone was at their wits' end, a voice transmission was heard. It was Xing Xiyun's voice. Yes, master. Do you have a way? Lin Ling's eyes lit up. Sai, if that's the case, why don't we go to Yen State's Grand Simplicity Nebula sect? I am a disciple of this sect, and my master is also the sect leader. However, he has always refused to acknowledge me. I hope this time he will give us a way out. A sigh came from the other side of the voice transmission. Master, will this make things difficult for you? Lin Ling frowned. No, it's just that I am too embarrassed to meet him. Because he values me very much, but I have disappointed him. How about this, you wait for a while. After a long time, a surprised voice was heard. My dear disciple, he has agreed. However, it doesn't mean that you can go to the Great Change Nebula sect unless you pass the assessment. This is the only thing I can do. Thank you, master. Lin Ling was overjoyed. They had found a place to hide. It was the Yen State's Grand Simplicity Nebula sect. Old Dou, are you familiar with the Grand Change Nebula sect? Lin Ling asked Dou after image. In the Yen State, there are many powerful warriors left behind from the deity era. The Grand Change Nebula sect is one of them. Although it is not the strongest sect in the Yen State, it is quite famous. In the 9 regions, it is like a god. As a 13 kills expert, Dou Kening had naturally roamed the 9 prefectures. That's good. How about you come with us? With my status, this is not difficult. After getting Dou Kenying's consent, Lin Ling was overjoyed. Then he sighed with emotion. In the past, when Li Xiaoyao had roamed the 9 regions, there were no such rules. Of course there may have been, but Li Xiaoyao was too strong in the past. Entering the Yen State was like entering his backyard, so he did not know about these rules. Lin Ling, I'll go with you. Brother, I'll go too. Meng Lu and Xiao Yu spoke almost at the same time. Meng Lu, you're going too? Lin Ling was a little surprised. Of course. Meng Lu nodded as if it was a matter of course. You know, when you killed the deity in the spirit state, I missed it. I regretted it so much. Later, when I returned to the tribe, I learned that you went to the ancient forbidden forest and even killed the deity. I missed such a big event again, so I can't miss what is going to happen next. Anyway, there will never be a small matter by your side and it will never be boring. Hearing this, Lin Ling was speechless. Sakura laughed out loud and agreed with Meng Lu going with them. Since that's the case, there's no time to lose. Let's go to the spirit state immediately and ask Master for help. Lin Ling activated the time and space divine steel, said goodbye to his family and left immediately. Yu Yu and the others also returned to the spirit state. Because if they disappeared, the martial god and other experts would come to the fragment of the flame world, and that would be troublesome. Moreover, although martial god Wen Tian said that he would not attack the hometown of the God Slayer Alliance, there was nothing wrong with being cautious. After a while, Lin Ling and the others returned to the spirit state. My good disciple, I've already arranged everything. Take these jade tokens and you can enter the Yen state. Xing Shiyun immediately said after seeing Lin Ling, Thank you, Master. Lin Ling nodded gratefully. Although Xing Shiyun had never taught him martial arts, he had always protected him like a master. Because of this, Lin Ling was willing to call him Master. Haha, if Master doesn't help me, who will help you? Hurry up and go. Come back after you've avoided this storm. Hearing Lin Ling's heartfelt words, Xing Shiyun couldn't help but smile. Master Tantric Buddhism and the others also smiled at Lin Ling with pride in their eyes. They didn't find Lin Ling and the others' escape shameful. After all, who in the 9 states could do that? Then I'll take my leave. Lin Ling bowed deeply to Xing Shiyun and led Di Tian and the others on their journey. Using the time and space divine steel to appear in another void, Lin Ling and the others wore large cloaks to hide their appearances and headed towards the Yen state. At this moment, in the sky above Qing state and spirit state, a large number of experts were monitoring everything, but they didn't find anything strange. Martial God, I reckon that the son of the demon isn't in Qing state and spirit state. If he really wants to go in and out, he won't be able to escape our eyes. Where did he go? He should be hiding in the myriad worlds. Find him, we must find him. As Lin Ling was using the time and space divine steel, Wen Yi and martial god's men couldn't detect Lin Ling's whereabouts at all. As for Lin Ling and the others, they didn't feel much pressure and were chatting and laughing along the way. Lin Ling carried Xiao Yu on his back and sang as he strode forward. Second brother, Xiao Yu is so powerful. She broke the god's attack last time. Di Tian said as he drank his wine and teased Xiao Yu. Annoying. However, Xiao Yu didn't give him any face at all, causing Di Tian to shake his head gloomily. Don't underestimate her. Her grandfather is very powerful. If he finds out that you bullied Xiao Yu, he'll skin you alive. Lin Ling said with a smile. I don't need you to remind me. I know that. Di Tian became even more gloomy. He looked ahead and realized that in the void, there were quite a number of people heading towards the Yen state. What are you looking at? Di Tian's gloomy gaze was instantly noticed by one of the young men and he immediately shouted angrily. The voice stunned Di Tian. How could this person be so arrogant? Because he realized that the latter seemed to be at the same level as him. Ignore him. He's just a mad dog. If he bites you, are you going to bite him back? Chapter 32-25. Martial Uncle He. Are you afraid? Trash. Do you know who he is? The silence of Lin Ling and the others caused the youth to shake his head in disdain. The people around him began to laugh. What a bunch of clowns. These youths were all half-sages. With their strength, they didn't even place Meng Lu in their eyes. Of course, he didn't care about their provocation. Brother Demon is still the best. Seeing Lin Ling and the others lower their heads, those fellows laughed even more wildly. Of course, Brother Demon is the son of Demon, the leader of the God-slaying alliance, the one who slayed God. In the current 9 provinces, who isn't afraid of him? One of them lightly said, his voice extremely loud. There were other martial artists hurrying through the void. After hearing this, their complexions changed and awe appeared in their eyes. Son of Demon. It was him again. The Divine Dream Land, the Eternal Forbidden Forest, and finally the God-slaying alliance. The son of Demon was extremely famous in the 9 provinces. Even Lin Ling and the others' complexions changed. You are the son of Demon. Sakura said in disbelief. You only know now. You have a pair of dog eyes. Let me tell you, he is the son of demon whose name shakes the 9 provinces. How about it? Are you afraid? Have your dog eyes gone blind? Hearing Sakura's words, those people puffed out their chests. As for the youth called son of demon, he looked up at the sky at a 75-degree angle. Lin Ling and the others. It's an honor to meet you. Finally, Sakura bowed to them. Not only did they not blame them, but they were also very happy. This was because a fake son of demon had appeared. This would make them even safer. Do you want an autograph? Even if you want it, the son of demon won't give it to you. Let me tell you, the son of demon is going to the flame state, and he is going to the Grand Simplicity Nebula sect. The Grand Simplicity martial ancestor has personally said that he wants to take the son of demon as his disciple. The youth proudly said. After speaking, he puffed out his chest and strode forward. As soon as these words came out, Lin Ling and the others felt as if they had been struck by lightning. All of them stood there stupidly. Wait, you are going to the Yen state and then to the Grand Change Nebula sect. Lin Ling couldn't help but open his mouth. Of course, it's time to recruit disciples over there. The son of the devil and the others didn't even look at Lin Ling and the others as they continued to proudly walk forward. There's no need to be jealous. Not everyone can enter the Yen province. Other than people like the son of the devil, you ordinary people can only look up. However, before they could finish their words, Lin Ling and the others had already pounced over, looking ferocious. Rumble. One by one, they burst out with powerful martial arts and beat up the fake devil's son and the others. I'll make you the son of devil, I'll make you the son of devil, I'll make you the son of devil, I'll make your whole family change your name. If you don't change your name, I'll beat you to death. Why did you have to go to the Yen state of all places? Do you want to get us killed? Scram, go to the myriad worlds, go back to your hometown. You can go anywhere but not the Yen state. Are you going to scram or not? If you don't, I'll beat you until your father doesn't recognize you. Lin Ling and the others seem to have gone berserk. Stop fighting, spare my life. With the strength of those people, they couldn't block Lin Ling and the others' attacks at all. All of them were beaten black and blue. This appearance undoubtedly scared the passers-by. Son of the devil? That's too fucking unbearable, like a piece of trash. Sirs, why did you hit us? The young man called the son of the devil was beaten the most fiercely. Half of his teeth had been knocked out. What made him most depressed was that he still didn't know why the other party had beaten him. After all, this group of people had been extremely respectful to them and even worshipped them. In the blink of an eye, they were like wolves baring their teeth. How could he know that if he, the fake son of the devil, went to the Yen state and the Grand Change Nebula sect, wouldn't that lead when Tian Martial God there? Lin Ling and the others had gone to the Yen state to avoid the limelight, and when Tian Martial God had also been lured there. How could they avoid the limelight? Therefore, this fake son of the devil had to be beaten up. Scram, don't go to the Yen state. Lin Ling shouted angrily. Big brother, hero, grandpa, don't hit us. Whatever you say is true. Then let's go, where are we going? Those people were even more confused after being beaten up. Anyway, you're not allowed to go to the Yen state. You can go anywhere else. Of course, you can go to the myriad realms because there should be news of the son of the devil in the myriad realms. Go there, eat good food and drink, and there are beauties everywhere. Lin Ling's face was all smiles. That's right, with my reputation as the son of the devil, ordinary people will definitely worship me. We should go to the myriad realms. That's right, eat good food and drink, and there are beauties everywhere. Thank you for your reminder. Those young men's eyes lit up. Not only did they not resent Lin Ling and the others, but they were also grateful. Understood, then scram. Lin Ling scolded with a smile. Hero, farewell. If you encounter any trouble in the future, just say that you think I'm the son of the devil. This will definitely let you escape. The group of people ran away in high spirits. Lin Ling and the others shook their heads helplessly. They knew in their hearts that if Martial God Wen Tian came looking for them, these people would probably be scapegoats. Let's go. After half a month, an ancient continent finally appeared in front of them. This continent was so vast that Lin Ling and the others had never seen it before. On the ground, strands of invisible air waves that seemed to be the power of gods floated into the sky from time to time. When they landed on the ground, Lin Ling and the others felt that the gravity of the earth was extremely strong. They were afraid that even if they used all their strength here, they would not be able to shake the earth. And this was the Yen state. An existence that surpassed the Yu state. It was also the place with the most gods and martial gods. Moreover, Countless secrets from the era of gods were hidden here. In this place, even if a very ordinary martial artist suddenly wanted to jump off a cliff one day, he might be able to find a treasure at the bottom of the cliff, and from then on reach the heavens in one step. Because this was also a continent full of miracles. Are you Xing Shiyun's disciple? According to the Jade Token, Lin Ling's group spent another 10 days before they finally arrived at an ancient green mountain range. They had just landed when a voice was transmitted from the front. A middle-aged man walked over with a smile. His pace was not fast, but he appeared in front of Lin Ling's group in the blink of an eye. This person's strength was at the 5th level of the Saint Realm. He was also sizing up Lin Ling and the others. Are you Martial Uncle He? Lin Ling instantly smiled and asked. Xing Shiyun had reminded him that he would send his junior brother to pick him up. It should be this person in front of him. Yes, you should be senior brother Yun's disciples. Not bad, seedlings, follow me. Martial Uncle He smiled with satisfaction and led Lin Ling and the others forward. Chapter 32-26. Silvermoon Mountain. However, this is the Yen state. There are many people who are stronger than your master. Don't be too arrogant. Even I'm only a small elder in the sect. In the next month, the Great Simplicity Nebula sect will be recruiting disciples. You must work hard to pass the 2 major tests. Only then can you become a member of the Great Simplicity Nebula sect. If you fail, even I can't help you. You can only leave the Yen province. Martial Uncle He kept reminding him. Thank you for your reminder. We'll work hard. Lin Ling and Dream Flow looked at each other and nodded. Moving forward, 8 green mountains appeared in front of him. They were connected head to tail, as if a huge green dragon was sitting on the ground. In the sky above the green mountains, a bright moonlight hung there, sprinkling a cold light, making people feel very comfortable all over. We've reached Silvermoon Mountain. Martial Uncle He smiled and led Lin Ling and the others forward. Yixingshan? Not long after, an old man led a few young men over from the mountain range ahead. These are? He asked with a smile before the old man even got close. He's senior brother Xing's disciple. Martial Uncle He immediately explained. Senior brother Xing? Which senior brother? So it's Xing Shiyun. I haven't seen him since he left the Yen province. If you didn't mention it, I wouldn't have remembered. Sai, Master has mentioned Senior Xing before. I didn't think that he would abandon himself and go to the Spirit Province. I'm afraid that Master has forgotten about this disciple. The old man frowned when he heard Master's words, but he didn't think that he would abandon himself and go to the Spirit Province. It could be seen that the sect leader of Grand Change Nebula sect had many disciples, and Xing Shiyun could only be considered average among them. The eyes of Lin Ling and the others flickered as they were curious about the strength of this martial progenitor. Even though Lin Ling had only killed a few martial progenitors with the help of the god-slaying formation, the martial progenitors from the era of the gods were definitely extraordinary. Of course, Lin Ling was only slightly curious. He wasn't really surprised. They are Xing Shiyun's disciples? Looks like Lao Xing knows his limits, so he placed his hopes on these few disciples. However, the strength of these few brats is also not strong. The old ancestor glanced at Lin Ling and the others, his words carried a trace of contempt. Seeing this, Junior Uncle He smiled and didn't say anything. On the other hand, the young men behind the old man were looking at Lin Ling and the others provocatively. They were obviously here to participate in the test as well. All of them were at the half-step Saint Realm. The weakest among them was at the 7th level of the half-step Saint Realm. There were even existences at the 9th level of the half-step Saint Realm. Furthermore, their talents all exceeded a 5th-grade desolate body. Perhaps, in the assessment of the Great Change Nebula sect, the lowest cultivation level would be at the 5th level of the half-saint realm and the talent of a 5th-grade wild body. No wonder those young men provoked Lin Ling's group. Obviously, they felt a strong sense of superiority in front of Lin Ling's group. This is Xia Lu from the evil warding Xia family. He is a good seedling. This is Huan Juesher from the Great Celestial Demon Mansion. He is the most talented among the seedlings that I recommended this year. After the old man smiled, he introduced the young man behind him. Although his tone was calm, it was filled with pride. Junior Uncle He could only laugh dryly. The two of them walked together. From the spirit state? Small place. I am from the evil warding Xia family, which is famous in the 9 states. Along the way, the young men greeted each other. One of them looked at Lin Ling and the others and said, Lin Ling held Xiao Yu's hand and chatted with Meng Lu and the others. His face was calm and relaxed. This made the young men's faces turn ugly. One had to know that the geniuses who could come to the flame state all had strong backing. Lin Ling and the others were only from the spirit state. They were insignificant. How dare they ignore them? I think that you will have a hard time in this assessment. You might be chased away. Xia Lu from the evil warding Xia family said again. Evil warding Xia family? Lin Ling felt a sense of familiarity. If he wasn't mistaken, in the divine dreamland, he had also encountered people from this family. Thank you for your concern. If you don't pass the assessment, then that means we are only SOSO. When the time comes and you pass the assessment, we will cheer for you. That's right, that's right. You are a great person who doesn't care about the past offenses of lowly people like us. Please forgive us. Lin Ling and Sakura both spoke out. Their words caused the young men's jaws to drop open. This was because these people were all geniuses of the 9 states. They were all proud and arrogant. They had never seen someone like Lin Ling and the others, surrendering with just a few words. And this sort of humble attitude left them unable to refute for a while. Instead, there was a stifling feeling in their hearts. It was like they had punched cotton. It was like although Lin Ling and the others were flattering them, this sort of flattery didn't come from their hearts. Good luck. Dreamflow also spoke out. He followed Lin Ling as he strode forwards. Even Xiaoyu waved her fists at them. Damn, they are only at the 5th level of half-saints. Why do I feel like they are speaking to little children? I also have this feeling. But what makes me feel the most aggrieved is that I feel like a little child instead. Perhaps we have wronged them. They never had the heart to compete with us. These youths all had different opinions, but they all gradually stuck out their chests. As they walked, they felt as if they were floating. How could they know that Lin Ling truly didn't have the heart to compete with them? Although they might be powerful half-saints of the 9 states. But Lin Ling was the son of the demon race. In addition, they had come here to avoid the limelight. Lin Ling didn't want to be in the limelight. Evil warding Xia family? Second brother, I remember now. Do you still remember that Tian Tian who was struck twice by us in the divine dreamland? As they walked forwards, Sakura suddenly said. Dreamflow and Lin Ling were stunned for a moment before they burst into laughter. Speaking of which, Tian Tian had also traveled with them. However, the second time they met, he was once again knocked unconscious by Lin Ling's large sword. At that time, Lin Ling felt a little guilty. He had planned to return the favor when they met again. I wonder if he came to the Grand Simplicity Nebula sect's disciple recruitment this time. He is the nemesis of the ghost demons. However, the Yen state is so big. He shouldn't only appear in the Grand Simplicity Nebula sect. I'm curious about his strength. In the past, we were a little afraid of him and relied on those spirit talismans to crush him. Now, if we were to fight, I have 60% confidence that I can defeat him. Subsequently, Lin Ling and the other two spoke one after another. Dreamflow also glanced at Lin Ling. He had a feeling that Tian Tian was no match for Lin Ling. As for Martial Uncle He, when he saw Lin Ling and the others talking and laughing, he couldn't help but shake his head helplessly. Chapter 32-27. Goodbye Xia Tianyi. Wow, isn't that Xia Tianyi from the evil warding Xia family? He's here too. As they continued forward, a commotion suddenly broke out in front of them. Looking around, it was actually filled with the geniuses of the 9 prefectures. The number of people was beyond imagination. Obviously, some of these young men had powerful backgrounds, and some of them were the juniors who were specially groomed by the big forces. They were recommended to join the Great Change Nebula sect. What surprised Lin Ling and the others was that Xia Tianyi really came. Is that Yi Ling Tian, the number 1 half-step saint stage genius in Yuzhou? It's him? His brother is the number 1 sage in Yuzhou, Yi Lin Yun. I didn't expect him to come too. There are so many geniuses today. The exclamations continued to ring out on Green Mountain. Yi Lin Yun. Lin Ling and Sakura looked at each other and couldn't help but laugh. It's that big brother. Even Xiaoyu smiled. In the Godslayer Alliance, apart from the 3 leaders, there was another person who had a good relationship with Lin Ling and the others. It was none other than Yuzhou's number 1 genius, Yi Lin Yun. He did not know where that guy was hiding now. Would he appear in the Grand Change Nebula sect? Young master, you know Yi Lin Yun? Do Afterimage asked curiously. I know him. He's also from the Godslayer Alliance. Tisk Tsk. The Godslayer Alliance has gathered all the powerful geniuses of the 9 prefectures. They are all hot-blooded youths. In my opinion, the half-saint realm geniuses present here are no match for the God-Slayer alliance. Hearing this, Do Kening couldn't help but praise. He was glad that Lin Ling was able to join the God-slaying alliance because this was also a type of affirmation. Yiling Tian, long time no see. Just as everyone was staring at Yiling Tian, a chuckle was heard. Then lightning struck, turning into thunder and lightning under the green mountain. Finally it formed a man in purple. This man had his hands behind his back and was extremely handsome. However, this wasn't just handsome, it was the aura of a brave man. Could it be Zilong, the #1 genius of the half-saint realm in the Yen state, who once lost to Sanzi? The power of purple lightning. That's right, it's him. After a brief moment of astonishment, the people's exclamations were like waves. I heard that this guy has the speed of 90 worlds. Who in the half-saint realm has the speed of 90 boundaries? Behind the young men were some guards and attendants. They were all at the Saint Realm, but at this moment they all cried out in surprise. Unless one was a Saint Realm expert that was skilled in movement techniques, otherwise even a Saint Realm expert would be inferior to that young man called Zilong. The desolate body is at least in the range of grade 8 or even stronger. Meng Lu stared at the young man calmly. He knew how powerful the young man was. Apart from second brother, it will be difficult for the rest of us to defeat him. The corner of Sakra's mouth revealed a trace of battle intent. Ever since Lin Ling gave him the Nether Dragon Companion liquid, his strength and talent had greatly increased, so he didn't fear the #1 half-step saint stage genius of the Yen province. Lost to the triplets? Young master, in the divine dreamland that triplet fellow was killed by me. Do Afterimage seemed to have thought of something and suddenly reminded him. Lin Ling nodded in realization. At that time they were fighting for the boat of gods. Then a young man appeared and attacked Lin Ling, but he was killed by Do Afterimage. If he remembered correctly, that was the #1 half-step saint stage genius of the Yen province, the triplets, and Zilong was defeated by him. Zilong, if you have the ability, don't use that extreme weapon of yours. Let's see who's stronger. Haha Yiling, and even if I don't use an extreme weapon with my talent and strength, defeating you is as easy as flipping my hand. At this moment, the two #1 geniuses of the Divine Prefecture were tit for tat. Hey, you guys seem to be ignoring me. Not to be outdone, Xia Tianyi said in a cold voice. The two geniuses of the Divine Prefecture had obviously heard of this person, so they didn't underestimate him. Perhaps among the half-step saints present today, he was the only one who could be taken seriously. Bishixia family, although you have some ability, if we really fight, you're not my match. Within 100 moves, who knows who will win and who will lose, but within 1,000 moves you'll lose. Zilong said lightly, his words mixed with confidence. Within 1,000 moves, who knows who will win and who will lose. However, Xia Tianyi wasn't at a disadvantage at all. The three of them were undoubtedly the focus of attention, but soon a strong wind blew. Then a woman in a black dress stepped on the strong wind and appeared before everyone's eyes at the speed of 80 worlds. Although the speed of 80 worlds was slightly weaker than Zilong's, compared to the other youths, it was still far beyond them. So strong, who is this beauty? Iyuru, the bloodline of the Dragon Clan. She's one of the few in the Dragon Clan who has a human form and the aura of a dragon. Moreover, she's a true disciple of Miao Shen. In the past, I saw her walking very close to Yeshua. Bloodline of the Dragon Clan? At present, apart from Iyuru, there's also someone called Longyang who has a human form and the aura of a dragon. She's also very powerful. It's not just the two of them. I heard that the son of the demon also has the aura of a dragon. The son of the demon doesn't count. He's a member of the God Slayer Alliance. He's someone we have to look up to. How can we compare to him? There was a lot of discussion. Lin Ling looked at Iyuru curiously and said lightly, the aura of the Nether Dragon. Second brother, I've also noticed it. Sakura had also used the Nether Dragon's half-life liquid, so he naturally felt it too. At the same time, the black-robed woman also looked at Lin Ling's side. She seemed to have sensed something and immediately smiled at Lin Ling and Zilong. This smile shocked everyone. They all looked at Lin Ling's side and found that there was no outstanding person. Could it be an illusion? Even Zilong and Yiling Tian's experts looked at Lin Ling but quickly shook their heads. It's you guys? On the contrary, Xia Tianyi recognized Lin Ling's group and walked over with a hearty laugh. I didn't expect to have a chance to see you guys again after we parted last time. After we parted last time, I wanted to look for you guys. Unfortunately, I was hit by a stick and fainted on the spot. Despicable son of the demon and son of bone, it's them. Xia Qianni shouted as he walked. Lin Ling and the rest smiled bitterly. This guy still didn't know that they were the ones who hit him? However, when Xia Qianni walked over like this, it caused many people to look over. This made Lin Ling and the rest somewhat unhappy. They were here to avoid the limelight and not to show off. With Xia Qianni doing this, they had no choice but to show off. They hoped that no one would recognize them. But luckily 9 regions was very big. Many people had heard of the son of the demon, but very few had seen him. Damn, speaking of the son of the demon, I'm filled with anger. Look at the bumps on my head. They haven't disappeared yet. There are 2 of them. That guy is really ruthless. Arriving in front of Lin Ling, Xia Qianni showed the 2 bumps on his head. Sakura and the rest were tongue-tied. Lin Ling was speechless. Xia Qianni, who are these guys? They aren't strong. You even know such ants? This doesn't seem to be your style. Chapter 32-28. Crystal Ball Test. They are my brothers in the Grand Change Nebula sect. Brother, protect them. Attacking them is the same as attacking me. Unexpectedly, Xia Qianni walked out, patted his chest and said. Everyone's expression changed slightly. They were a little envious of Lin Ling and the others. This was because even though they had powerful escorts with them, their escorts were not allowed to enter the Great Change Nebula sect. Therefore, if they were humiliated in the sect, they could only rely on the people around them. Interesting. If I have the chance to meet them, I will teach them a lesson. Zilong suddenly smiled. Only they were not afraid of Xia Qianni. How dare you? Xia Tian immediately roared. Dong dong dong. However, at this moment the ancient bell rang. It was only one sound, but it echoed through the green mountains that were connected to each other. Endless echoes immediately appeared. There was a fairy in everyone's mind that seemed to have been electrocuted. Only Lin Ling, who had a strong defense, remained unmoved. However, he was slightly shocked and said, the power of rank. A bell has the power of rank. The Grand Change Nebula sect is stronger than I thought. At the same time, an old voice sounded, Dear heavens of Jianghu, thank you for choosing Grand Change Nebula sect. Let's begin the assessment. If you pass, you will become a citizen of Yen State. From now on, you can enter and leave Yen State at will. If you fail, you will have to leave and come back next year. Everyone was in high spirits. In fact, the purpose of these young geniuses coming to the Great Change Nebula sect was not only to attend the Martial Ancestors Forum discussion, but also to obtain the identity of the Yen province. Not just anyone could come to the Yen State. Experts like Afterimage could only stay for a short period of time, not including the people of this miracle continent. Talent test. Those with 5 rays of light pass. At the same time, a meteor shower fell from the sky and landed on the ground, turning into transparent glass balls. Lin Ling, hurry up and get the glazed balls. These glazed balls have to be handed over in an hour. Uncle Master, he also walked over quickly and exhorted, this is a test of talent. Those without a desolate body will definitely encounter a powerful attack when holding the ball. As for those with a desolate body, the ball will acknowledge their existence. However, if they cannot make the glass ball emit 5 beams of light, they will also be eliminated. Hearing that, Lin Ling, Sakura, and the others hurried forward. In the Green Mountain there was chaos as well. All the young men were fighting for the glazed balls. Get lost, I saw it first. What are you in such a hurry for? There are so many of these colored glass balls. Are you afraid there won't be any left? I like it. What can you do about it? It was related to whether or not they could become a citizen of the Yen State, so everyone was a little restless. Lin Ling and the others repeatedly tried to pick up the glazed balls, but they were all snatched away by others. In the end, Lin Ling and the others' expressions turned cold, and they decided to erupt with a portion of their strength. Get out of here. Someone immediately wanted to snatch the crystal ball that he had just taken a fancy to. Do you know what you're talking about? Lin Ling immediately looked over. The young man smiled disdainfully and turned back to look at Lin Ling. However, the next moment, his forehead was covered in cold sweat. In Lin Ling's eyes he saw a terrifying scene. It was as if the heavens and earth were collapsing. There was the illusion god, the dragon god, and the 4 ferocious creatures. Here. The young man retreated. As for Lin Ling, he retracted his gaze and picked up a few glazed balls. He handed them to Sakura and the others and then left the crowd. At this moment, at the edge of the Green Mountain, those who had obtained the glazed balls sat down cross-legged and used their desolate bodies to activate the glazed balls. Bang. Some people failed. Without a desolate body, they were sent flying by the glazed ball's feedback and were directly eliminated. Some people who had cultivated for more than 2,500 years were also directly eliminated. Seeing this, Sakura and the others became nervous. This was because if Lin Ling entered the Yen state and they failed, it would be ugly. Therefore they had to work harder. As for Meng Lu, he held the glazed ball in his hand and closed his eyes. Immediately the originally transparent glazed ball turned pitch black. Ghostly aura rippled and the scene of the demon god's tomb appeared. At the same time, the glazed ball bloomed with 7 beams of light. This meant that he had a 7th grade desolate body. You actually improved your desolate body by so much after returning home. Seeing this, Sakura cried out in surprise and also activated the glazed ball. Moments later, 6 beams of light bloomed, making him chuckle. As for Lin Ling, he sat cross-legged and also looked at the glazed ball. Brother, can you see your talent from this? Beside him, Xiaoyu leaned forward and curiously stared at the glazed ball. Lin Ling smiled and nodded. This thing seems to be made from a boulder left behind from the era of the gods. It can indeed see one's talent. Hurry. Hurry. Xiaoyu wants to see your brother's talent. Hurry. Xiaoyu had the heart of a child and was curious about everything. All right. Lin Ling immediately nodded. Closing his eyes, he activated his talent. The glazed ball immediately emitted 5 beams of flame, representing a 5th grade desolate body. However, this was not the end. Lin Ling was still activating his talent, causing a dragon god to appear in the glazed ball. It continued to roar and another 5 beams of light bloomed. Beside him, Xiaoyu immediately exclaimed. Furthermore, this was not the end. A ferocious creature appeared in the glazed ball. It opened its mouth wide and wanted to devour the world. It was a realm-devouring beast. Another 5 beams of light appeared. This meant that among Lin Ling's 4 Danshians, 3 of them were 5th grade desolate bodies. At the same time, Lin Ling opened his eyes and could not help but be surprised. Following that, his expression changed and he quickly retracted all his power. He only allowed the glazed ball to release its fire elemental talent. This was because he did not expect the glazed ball to be so powerful that it could detect everything about him. And the 3 desolate bodies were all 5th grade, which added up to a 5th grade desolate body. This would definitely alarm the Grand Change Nebula sect. At this moment, he did not want to be in the limelight. In fact, he was indeed alarmed. At this moment, in the upper echelons of the Grand Change Nebula sect, there was a void filled with bamboo slips. A large number of elders sat quietly. They looked at the bamboo slips that filled the sky as if they were investigating something. TSK, a 7th grade desolate body has appeared. I have an 8th grade one here. Heavens, a 9th grade one has appeared here. Those old men all smiled with satisfaction. Suddenly, one of the elders' expression changed greatly. He pointed at one of the bamboo slips and exclaimed, "Ah!" This sudden exclamation completely frightened the surrounding people. Elder Hu, why are you so surprised? Everyone looked over with resentment. I just saw a 5th grade desolate body. The elder began to speak incoherently. His words silenced the void. There was a 5th grade desolate body in the land of the 9 prefectures? This must be a joke. According to logic, if it exceeded the 10th grade, it would be an ultimate desolate body. Elder Hu, you must be seeing things. Everyone shook their heads. Do you think someone with the heavenly tiger sacred realm physique would be seeing things? Elder Hu immediately retorted, causing everyone to frown. This was indeed impossible. Chapter 32-29. The Long March of the Starry Sky. How would I know? The feedback from the bamboo scroll is that there are indeed 15 lights. Furthermore, the lights are all different. Tell me, if this person has different desolate bodies, is it possible to have a 5th grade desolate body when added together? It's indeed possible. That's not right. How can a warrior have so many desolate bodies? It's too heaven-defying. Instantly the elders were confused. A 5th grade desolate body seemed impossible, but having 3 5th grade desolate bodies was also impossible. Finally, they could only stare at the bamboo scroll, wanting to know who the owner of the bamboo scroll was. However, Lin Ling had already thrown away the glass ball from before and found a new one. As for the group of elders in the void, they were still staring at the bamboo scroll, but in the end their eyes hurt and they could not see anything. This must be a disciple of constellation clouds. His talent barely qualifies. The other 2 are not bad. One is a 6th grade and the other is a 7th grade. Instead, in a corner, two elders looked at the bamboo scroll and said, "Sigh, such talent does not catch master's eye." Following that, they ignored the bamboo scroll and treated it as the most ordinary thing in the assessment. Those who have 5 lights have successfully passed the first assessment. The second assessment is the long march of the starry sky. Remember, you only have 2 hours. Before the time is up, you must traverse the myriad of worlds and find a token that belongs to you. Of course, if you are confident in yourself, you can go to the end. There is a source of life there that can greatly increase your strength. Of course, the long march of the starry sky also has fey beasts. They are estimated to be at the peak of the half-saint realm. There are also weaker ones. If you know you are no match for them, you can think of ways to escape. Furthermore, there are stellar stones in the starry sky. They are treasures used to refine extreme weapons. If you can obtain them, they will be yours. If you pass this major assessment, you can also become a citizen of the Yen state. When the voice drifted out, those who had passed the test were all excited. Source of life? Sakura was very interested in the ultimate treasure. Tiske, this is a treasure slightly weaker than the nether dragon's half-life liquid. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. Lin Ling, this treasure belongs to us. Dream Flow licked his lips, but Lin Ling smiled and said, "The long march of the nebula is all about speed, and there are many people here who aren't weak in terms of speed. Therefore, I'll leave the source of life to you. You guys go and get the stellar stone." "All right." Dream Flow and the others nodded. "Brother." Xiao Yu tugged at Lin Ling's clothes. Lin Ling smiled and said, "Xiao Yu, you won't be able to enter the nebula expedition. Follow old Do. Big brother will be out in 2 hours." "All right." Xiao Yu nodded obediently. She hugged the little rabbit and held the little deer as she waited for Lin Ling to wake up. As for the others, their eyes flickered strangely. Clearly, they were all very interested in the source of life. As expected of a big sect in the Yen state. If such a treasure were placed in other divine prefectures, it would be regarded as a regional treasure. However, the Grand Change Nebula sect is using it as a reward. They are a sect left behind from the era of gods. The treasures they obtained during the era of gods far exceed our imaginations. There is no comparison. The source of life belongs to me. After a huge black hole appeared in the sky, the young men were in high spirits as they rushed into it. So did Lin Ling and the others. The black hole was like a universe with a myriad of worlds. It was like another 9 prefectures. However, Lin Ling knew that this was just a means of a martial ancestor expert. Unless Lin Ling used the deity's formation, he would not be able to break this means. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. In the pitch-black void, the people started to rush forward. Some of them were lucky enough to get their own tokens and pass the test smoothly. However, they still wanted to get more rewards, so they continued to rush forward. There were 50 realms speed, 60 realms speed, and even 70 realms speed. This kind of speed could be said to be unique among the Sage to be realm. Lin Ling and the others followed behind the crowd leisurely. They were not in a hurry. After an unknown period of time, when there were fewer and fewer people around, Lin Ling and the other two looked at each other and said in unison, "Let's go." Lin Ling's 70 realms speed had not reached the peak. Sakura's speed was the slowest, 50 realms speed. As for Dreamflow, 60 realms speed. "Lin Ling, let's get a token first." Dreamflow was secretly surprised by Lin Ling's speed, but he still spoke up. Lin Ling nodded. They wildly dashed through the pitch-black void. Before long he found his own token. Next was Sakura and the others. With a token in hand, they had passed. But Lin Ling and the others weren't willing to stop here. "Let's go and get more star stones. Hide your identity and don't show off." The 3 of them put on large cloaks and concealed their auras. Then they madly dashed forwards. Before long, a great battle appeared in front of them. This was because a human-sized star stone had appeared. 2 groups of people were competing for it. One side had over a dozen people and the other side only had a single person. Follow the plan of the divine dreamland. Lin Ling's eyes shined with a sharp light. He immediately attacked the strongest person. With the Tyrant Song sword in hand, the divinity and demon body erupted. This sword was like the era of gods. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The strongest youth didn't think that someone would sneak up on him. His head was smashed and a small bump floated out. He struggled to turn his head and look at the cloaked Lin Ling. "Motherfucker, is it you again? In the divine dreamland in the flame state, why do you always sneak up on me?" As he finished speaking, he fainted. "Damn, it's Xia Chani again." Not too far away, Sakura cried out in alarm. Dreamflow was dumbfounded. Lin Ling was speechless. What, him again? This was the third time. Brother Channy, I'm sorry. If there is a chance next time, I, Lin Ling, will return your favor. Then Lin Ling began to attack the remaining people. With their strength, they were no different from hungry wolves jumping into a flock of sheep. After 3 incense sticks of time, everyone was knocked unconscious and their harvests were seized by Lin Ling and the others. There was no time to lose. Lin Ling and the others once again set foot on their journey. They plundered everything along the way and seized a massive number of stellar stones. Although these treasures could be used to temper extreme tools, to Lin Ling, they could also enhance the strength of his divinity and demon body. He had already treated his mortal body as a treasure to temper. Lin Ling, we've already obtained many stellar stones. You can go to the finish line now. The remaining stellar stones will be seized by me and Sakura. Dreamflow's voice carried a trace of excitement. He knew that following Lin Ling, life would be extraordinary. All right. Lin Ling finally erupted with a formidable speed, reaching 90 worlds of speed. This fellow? Seeing this, Dreamflow was startled. His speed isn't just this. Sakura had already experienced Lin Ling's speed, so he was accustomed to it. Where did Lin Ling go during this time? How did his strength increase so much? I can never catch up to him, and I am the young master of the Gravekeeper race. Dreamflow was clearly struck. Young master? Roast a pig, hurry up and get to work. Unfortunately, Sakura didn't give him any face. Chapter 3230. A great battle against the realm-swallowing beast. What is this? What incredible speed. I can't see it at all. The young geniuses that Lin Ling passed by all had their mouths agape. It's at least 90 world speed. One of the black-clothed women said with a frown. She was Yuro. Then she waved her hands to create a barrier. She wanted to freeze time and see who was coming. However, it was useless. The speed of this person seemed to be faster than time. Awesome. At this moment, Lin Ling was running madly, surpassing many young geniuses in the 9 provinces. Not long after, 2 people finally appeared in front of them. One was Zilong and the other was Yi Lingtian. They were actually the last ones to walk. Their speed was clearly the fastest among everyone present. However, the arrival of Lin Ling from behind immediately gave them a fright. Among so many young people this year, there was actually someone who could reach the speed of 90 realms. Were you, sir? The purple dragon said angrily, as if the light that belonged to him had been snatched away by someone else. Someone you need to look up to. Lin Ling glanced at the 2 of them indifferently. The rain technique descended like a storm. The power of cultivation level was extremely terrifying. 120 world speed erupted. Then it turned into a beautiful afterimage and shot past the 2 of them. The 2 of them were dumbstruck. They looked at each other only to see the shock in each other's eyes. Weren't they the strongest half-saints among the geniuses of the 9 prefectures? But who was this person who suddenly ran over? While they were still in disbelief, Lin Ling had already disappeared into the distance. If it were anyone else, they would need half a day to reach the end of this long journey. However, for Lin Ling, an hour was more than enough. With his current speed, if he wanted to travel through the eastern, western, southern and southern realms, this would undoubtedly save a lot of time. At the same time, the surroundings began to change quietly. Ancient stone tablets floated in the void, as if they were rocks left behind by the gods. Lin Ling's eyes lit up. Activating his myriad mammoth magic eyes, he could vaguely make out a huge city wall up ahead. The city wall blocked off the path ahead, and within the city wall was a green jade bottle. The origin of life. Lin Ling's lips curled into a smile. However, he was also a little shocked. That wall was simply too huge. Only a martial ancestor-level expert could set up such a wall in the starry sky. Without any hesitation, Lin Ling shot forward. At the same time, in the void of the Great Change Nebula sect, the old men smiled. Amazing. In such a short time, someone actually reached the finish line. It seems like there are good seedlings among the geniuses of the 9 prefectures this time. I think it should be Purple Dragon. That guy has the desolate lightning physique, one of the 100 great bloodlines. Speed is his forte. Perhaps he's still hiding his strength in this assessment. You want to know his strength? Then release a stronger demonic beast. Finally, an old man said as he stroked his beard. Everyone nodded their heads. Although they couldn't see who was at the finish line, they guessed that it must be Purple Dragon. Okay, I've released it. After a while, another person said with a smile. His words made the old men look at him. When they saw the black bamboo slip in his hand, the old men's faces changed drastically. Elder Hu, don't tell me you've released that demonic beast. Yes, don't you want to see his strength? Oh my god, although that demonic beast is still in its growth stage, its strength is comparable to that of a second heaven sage. You're going to kill Purple Dragon. Ah, didn't you ask me to release it? What should we do now? What else can we do? I hope Purple Dragon can sense the aura of that demonic beast and leave the finish line immediately. Sighs could be heard one after another. At this moment, Lin Ling wasn't really vigilant at the finish line, because he'd heard that the dangers he encountered on the Starry Sky journey were at most at the peak of the Half-Saint realm. So, he was obviously not afraid of such strength. Therefore he quickly went to the Spring of Life and collected the treasure. Then he turned around and left. However, the walls had turned pitch black all of a sudden. A strong murderous aura was emitted from the walls. When Lin Ling rushed forward, something strange happened. A huge mouth appeared and tried to swallow Lin Ling. The mouth was also pitch black. If one didn't look carefully, they would think it was a starry sky. However, Lin Ling reacted quickly. After his expression changed, he immediately burst out with speed and frantically retreated. Then he stared at the huge mouth and couldn't help but curse, "Realm-devouring beast? Who the fuck said that there are only demonic beasts at the peak of the Sage to be realm in the Starry Sky expedition?" He was extremely depressed at the moment. He couldn't figure out what had happened. However, the realm-devouring beast didn't give Lin Ling time to think. It was like a black sea rolling and trying to swallow Lin Ling. Bastard! Lin Ling cursed angrily and unleashed his rain technique. Only then did he manage to avoid the gigantic mouth. He couldn't help but feel annoyed because the realm-devouring beast was immortal. For so many years, he had seen countless realm-devouring beasts, but he had only seen one corpse horror in Qingzhou's Grand Court Commandery. Rumble. The realm-devouring beast seemed determined to swallow Lin Ling. Obviously, it had sensed the ominous aura hidden in Lin Ling's body. Most importantly, the area within the wall was very small. Therefore, as time passed, Lin Ling became more and more dangerous. Oh no! At the same time, Lin Ling screamed because he had been sealed by the Black Sea. There was no way to escape. Instead, a huge mouth directly swallowed him whole. This was the first time he had been swallowed by the realm-devouring beast. Fight! Lin Ling was in the body of the realm-devouring beast. He let out a roar. He didn't die when he destroyed the god. How could he die in the mouth of the realm-devouring beast? Plus, was it the only realm-devouring beast? He used all of his godly demon body. He also used the talent of the realm-devouring beast to fight back. In the body of the realm-devouring beast, a mysterious black substance spread out. It seemed to be able to corrode any power. That was why the realm-devouring beast was so scary. However, after Lin Ling's realm-devouring beast burst out, the black substance ignored Lin Ling. It was as if it recognized Lin Ling's existence. Although Lin Ling didn't know why it was like that at this moment, he would definitely fight back with all his might. The time and space tablet descended and smashed into the body of the realm-devouring beast. It caused the Black Sea to become even more turbulent. The Tyrant Song Sword appeared and Lin Ling kept slashing. The steps of the Demon Sword actually separated the Black Sea. But then Lin Ling discovered that in the Black Sea, there was something floating. Upon closer inspection, it was a calf-sized aphid. It was a product of the realm-devouring beast's body. It was said that it could refine and swallow everything. Chapter 32-31. Who would swallow who? Although Lin Ling had 120 world speed, he could not unleash this speed in the body of the realm-swallowing beast. At the critical moment, Lin Ling shouted, "1,000 transformations." Countless Lin Ling appeared, attracting the attention of the aphids. Using this opportunity, Lin Ling kept slashing with his sword, killing the aphids. However, there were too many aphids. There were still aphids entangling Lin Ling, and a sharp mouth pierced towards Lin Ling's body. This change was too sudden, and Lin Ling could not react in time. Dragon Bone. However, Lin Ling's pupils constricted, and a sharp light bloomed. Ka. Terrifying physical strength erupted, and the dragon bone formed a strong defense, blocking the sharp mouth. If the mouth entered Lin Ling's body, Lin Ling would be sucked clean. After blocking the sharp mouth, Lin Ling unleashed all his strength, and his 4 dantians merged with his body. Boom. A terrifying thing happened. The aphids, which were the size of calves, were crushed by Lin Ling. Smelly black blood splattered all over Lin Ling. The sword god is coming. At the same time, Lin Ling slashed with his sword, cutting all the aphids that tried to pounce on him in half. Using this opportunity, he rushed forward. The surrounding illusions were also swallowed by the aphids, and Lin Ling became more and more anxious. Slash, slash, slash. At this moment, Lin Ling could only rush forward, cutting open the Black Sea. In the end, even little Kunlun appeared, forming a sharp vine array around Lin Ling, cutting everything. However, little Kunlun's appearance did not help much, because the surrounding Black Sea was swallowing little Kunlun. Obviously, Lin Ling had a fierce aura, so he was only afraid of the aphids. However, little Kunlun was not. Little Kunlun, come back now. Lin Ling made the call, and he had no choice but to use the catastrophe-destroying Sun Bao. He had already made up his mind. If he could not get out of the world-swallowing beast's body, then he would risk his life to activate the true inheritance Dark Sword. Shio, 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 shio. The Black Sea was stirred up and scattered, revealing a large space. Suddenly, Lin Ling saw a black sarcoma in the center of the space. It was like a heart. Is this the heart of the realm-swallowing beast? Lin Ling's expression changed. He did not care whether he guessed it or not. He pounced on the sarcoma and then he slashed. In an instant, the entire black ocean started to shake, and numerous cries of pain resounded. Lin Ling knew that he had made the right bet. We are both realm-swallowing beasts. If you want to swallow me, why don't I swallow you? Lin Ling's eyes turned cold. He chopped the black tumor into pieces and stuffed them all into his mouth. The taste was bloody and Lin Ling almost vomited. But he knew that this was more precious than the corpse of the realm-swallowing beast, so he forced himself to swallow it. It had to be said that the sarcoma was disgusting, but the effect was very obvious. Lin Ling felt a mysterious power surging into his limbs and bones. It made the murderous aura move. Boom. He could not help it. It was as if something in his body had exploded. His whole body exploded. At the same time, in the Black Sea, a mud appeared. Its giant mouth was moving. It was a new one of the 4 great murderous beasts, the realm-swallowing beast. Shit, I have completely become a realm-swallowing beast. The scariest thing was that the realm-swallowing beast was speaking in human language, and he was Lin Ling. Looking at the Black Sea around him, he saw that it had dried up and turned into gray rocks. It was like the city wall that Lin Ling saw in Qing State's Grand Court County. This was the corpse of the realm-swallowing beast. I have become a realm-swallowing beast? Lin Ling was still in shock. Could it be that he was going to swallow 10,000 worlds or even Jojo? After the shock, he could not help but feel happy. But thinking of the test, he knew that now was not the time to check on the realm-swallowing beast. How can I change back? Lin Ling muttered to himself. As if it knew what he was thinking, the black mud began to change. It turned into a human shape and gradually became Lin Ling's silhouette. I have returned to my original body. Lin Ling was suddenly happy. Looking at his naked body, he knew that the flesh and blood of this body had turned into that of the realm-swallowing beast, and the bones were dragon bones. Then he took out his clothes and put them on. He quickly left the place. When he was outside, he saw that the entire giant realm-swallowing beast had turned into rock. Realm-swallowing beast corpse horror. Lin Ling could not help but lick his lips. But after estimating the time, he reluctantly gave up on the corpse horror. Because he needed to collect the corpse horror, it would take some time. Moreover, he was afraid that he would be discovered by the Grand Change Nebula sect if he swallowed the realm-swallowing beast. So he burst out at full speed and rushed toward the exit. After half an hour, he finally saw the scattered people leaving toward the exit. This let Lin Ling know that he had finally made it. He slowed down and followed the crowd toward the exit. At the moment, under the Green Mountain there was a lot of noise. Some people had obviously passed and some had failed. Lin Ling. After seeing Lin Ling, a voice came from afar. Was Dreamflow. Seeing this, Lin Ling blinked and walked over in an extremely low-key manner. Did you get the token? Uncle He also walked over and looked at Lin Ling expectantly. Lin Ling immediately nodded. Ah, that's great. This also allows me to account to Senior Xing. Congratulations to the 3 of you for becoming citizens of the Yen State. The citizens of the Yen State have an outstanding status in the 9 states. With this status alone, other than the Yen State and the Miao State, no one in the 9 states would dare to provoke you. Even the Emperor God is no exception. Martial Uncle He said with a smile. Then he left after giving some instructions. It seemed like he had some matters to attend to. Thank you, Uncle He. Lin Ling and the others immediately bowed. They could tell that Uncle Master he was taking good care of them for Xing Xiun's sake. No need. Your master saved me once in the past. Today I am repaying his kindness. Rest for a while. I will take care of everything for you. Uncle, he replied faintly from afar. After he left, Sakura and Dream Flow winked at Lin Ling, and so did Lin Ling. How's the star stone? Hee, don't worry. We took a lot. We won't let you down. What about the source of life? Got it? After hearing Lin Ling's words, Sakura and Dream Flow were obviously excited. Dream Flow asked curiously, you surpassed Zilong and the others? You reached the end faster than them? Or did you get it during the battle? Those guys aren't much of a threat to me, but this is the end point. Speaking of this, Lin Ling was obviously angry. Grand Change Nebula sect is lying. This end is not a demonic beast of the half-step saint realm, but a demonic beast of the sage realm. A demonic beast of the sage realm? What is that? Sakura and Dream Flow were shocked. Realm-devouring beast. Chapter 32-32. New Heavenly Court. That's not true. The beast swallowed me, but I swallowed it instead. Lin Ling shook his head. Silence. Meng Lu and Meng Lu were dead silent. They looked at Lin Ling as if they were looking at a monster. This guy even killed the realm-swallowing beast? That was too fierce. Congratulations, congratulations. You've crossed the 10,000 worlds and reached the end in 2 hours. You're indeed the #1 sage to be genius of the Yen state. At this moment, an old man with his hands behind his back walked out from the crowd with a smile on his face. Everyone was still immersed in the joy of passing the test, but after hearing those words, their expressions changed greatly. Could it be that the purple dragon had reached the end? One had to know that they were also transmigrating through the starry sky, but in the end they didn't even touch the hair of the destination. As expected of Zilong. Everyone looked at Zilong. Unexpectedly, the other party's expression was extremely ugly. He said angrily, Senior, I didn't go to the end. What? Hearing that, the old man's expression changed. He looked at Yi Lingtan and asked, Did you escape from the mouth of the realm-swallowing beast? Senior, it wasn't me either. Yi Lingtian's expression also turned ugly. It felt as if this senior was teasing them. It was because they weren't #1 at all. Instead, they saw an arrogant person pass by in front of them and seize #1. The old man's expression changed again. Then he transmitted his voice, Senior brothers, please go to the finish line and take a look. I think the #1 mystery chaser is in trouble. As soon as the voice was transmitted, the old men in the void also sensed that something was wrong. Could the mysterious #1 have been swallowed by the realm-swallowing beast? They hurriedly rushed into the starry sky, and a moment later they appeared at the end. Then all of them fell silent. Because an enormous corpse terror had appeared there. Did someone kill the realm-swallowing beast? Isn't the truth right in front of us? Do you still need us to explain? Although the realm-swallowing beast at the end is immature, it is still not something a half-step saint can handle. Yes, the realm-swallowing beast's immortal body is very famous in the 10,000 realms. The hearts of the old men began to race. Suddenly, they were filled with curiosity about the person who had killed the realm-swallowing beast. When the news spread, the old man's expression changed drastically, and he swept his gaze towards all the young geniuses as if he wanted to see through all of them. His gaze naturally went past Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling trio concealed themselves very well, resulting in the old man only giving them a cursory glance. In the end, the elder shook his head helplessly. There were too many people, and he couldn't find that ferocious person. However, as long as this powerful man entered the Grand Change Nebula sect, he would be discovered sooner or later. Therefore he was not in a hurry. Next, he was going to arrange positions for the young geniuses in the Great Change Nebula sect. But at this moment, a whistling sound came from the sky, and a large number of people appeared in the sky. The young man in the lead wore a green robe, had a sword on his back, and stood on a golden flying dragon as he looked down at the ground below. Shi Feilong of the Heavenly Court. The young man glanced at the group of young men in disdain before bowing to the old man. Heavenly Court? The old man immediately frowned. Among the crowd, Lin Ling trio's expressions changed, and they immediately calmed down. They didn't expect the Heavenly Court to not be destroyed, and they had even found the Great Change Nebula sect. Could it be that martial god Wen Tian knew where they were? However, it was apparent that they were overthinking. Although the Heavenly Court was destroyed, Master didn't want martial god Qilin to waste his life's efforts, so he rebuilt the heavenly court. The young man said proudly, and the old man nodded his head. With martial god Wen Tian's influence, it was not difficult for him to rebuild the heavenly court. This also meant that the heavenly court was actually destroyed. These people were from the new heavenly court. Then may I know why you're here? The old man said expressionlessly. We're looking for the son of the demon, young beast, Yi Shui and Yi Linyun. I hope you can inform them when you see them. Master will reward them handsomely. The young man said indifferently. I've never seen them before. The old man's face turned even colder. This young man was only a martial sage. Although he might be powerful, his words were too arrogant. I'm sorry, I'm just doing my job. Since you've never seen them before, we'll have to look for them ourselves. Please forgive us if we've offended you. The young man shook his head and said helplessly. How dare you? The old man shouted angrily. Martial god Wen Tian. To everyone's surprise, the young man was not afraid at all. Instead, he took a step forward. Although the Great Change Nebula sect was famous in the Yen state, the sect leader was only a martial progenitor. He was no match for martial god Wen Tian. Dong. At that moment, a bell suddenly rang in the endless green mountains. The people of the heavenly court spat out mouthfuls of blood, and their faces changed greatly. The golden dragon beneath the young man in the lead started to tremble. After all, this was a dragon god from the dragon clan. If you want them, let martial god Wen Tian do it himself. Old man. From the green mountains, an old voice with endless majesty quietly sounded. Hearing this, the heavenly court's faces turned pale. The young man in the lead hurriedly transmitted his voice and seemed to have received a reply. He immediately smiled apologetically and said, Senior, we're not sure that those people are in the Great Change Nebula sect. We're just casually checking. However, we're sure that those people are definitely not here. Since you're so sincere in apologizing, I'll let bygones be bygones. However, I'd like to remind martial god Wen Tian that those people might be in the myriad of worlds. You should look for them there. The Green Mountains spoke again. Thank you, Senior. The people of the heavenly court quickly left. Seeing this, Lin Ling and the others finally heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, they were hiding in the Great Change Nebula sect. If they were anywhere else, no one would be able to stop the heavenly court's plundering. Now that the people of the heavenly court had left, they would not be able to guess that they were in the Yen state in the short term. I hope young Master Yao and the others can escape this round. Lin Ling said to himself. His gaze swept across and suddenly fell on a young man. This young man was Yi Lingtian. He was obviously also exhaling a sigh of relief. This was because his elder brother was Yi Lingyun, one of the people wanted by the martial god. Alright, don't take what happened before to heart. The heavenly court is just here to go through the motions. Next, I'll arrange for everyone to enter the Great Change Nebula sect and announce your positions. The old man also looked at the crowd. Position? Senior, what's the position? Someone asked curiously. Chapter 32-33. Position. I understand. Everyone nodded their heads one after another, but they still couldn't let it go. It should be known that in the 9 prefectures, each and every one of them was an extremely powerful existence. It would not be difficult for them to become god emperors. But now they had to work for someone else. This made them feel somewhat embarrassed. Setbacks are necessary if you want to obtain the martial ancestors' Tao discussion. Only a mediocre person would care about such things. Of course, there were also people who were not afraid to work for the Grand Change Nebula sect. Alright, after I tell you my name, you can walk out yourselves. Su Pengfei Su Yuan, Demon Army Son of Heaven Tai Wuzun, go to the back of the mountain to feed the demon beasts. Ah? We feed demonic beasts? Senior, with our status we can only eat demonic beasts. How dare you? Do you think the demonic beasts of the Grand Change Nebula sect are ordinary demonic beasts? Let me tell you, those demonic beasts are extremely powerful. They are the seeds of the divine era. Each and every one of them can easily devour all of you. Also, are you going or not? Go, go, go. Alright, next, Fairy Shuahai Tong Tsai Lu Man, go to Eastern Mountain to plant the Earth Spirit. Senior, what is an Earth Spirit? It's a kind of natural treasure. To put it bluntly, it's to plant it. Ah, farming? Obviously, although the people present here had strong backgrounds, they were very ordinary in the Great Change Nebula sect. Everything was done by someone else. In this land full of miracles there was nothing impossible. However, People also noticed that the talented and powerful young geniuses were given very good positions. For example, a person who was given the position of cleaning a martial arts training ground was obviously a good job. The other one was accompanying a martial progenitor realm elder as his servant. What a great job. This made many people envious and jealous. However, those people were not weak at all. Therefore, there was nothing they could do. Motherfucker, I'll leave this godforsaken place as soon as I'm done with this. Knowing that he had to work, Sakura's expression also turned unusually ugly. On the other hand, Lin Ling didn't care. However, it was soon time to read the names of Lin Ling and the other two. Their positions were to accompany Martial Uncle He to watch over the Western Mountains. Obviously, this was another great job. Basically, it was absolutely a great job to follow the seniors of the Grand Change Nebula. For a moment, everyone was even more envious. When they saw that it was Lin Ling and the other two, their eyes turned even redder. Wow, I'm envious. Even Xia Tianyi walked over with 3 small bags on her head and a smile on her face. When they saw him, Lin Ling and the others did not dare to look him in the eye. They could only laugh dryly. The old man finally spoke. What do you want to say? The old man looked at him coldly, causing the young man to stutter. He didn't dare to speak for a while. Go ahead, Sixth Spectre Venerable. What you said is actually what everyone wants to say. However, many people were supporting the young man. The young man finally raised his head and looked at Lin Ling and the other two. He said, the 3 of them only have a 5th grade desolate body. Their cultivation has just reached the 5th heaven of the half-saint realm. I think they should be given some positions. Am I right? Yes. Everyone agreed immediately. In fact, they weren't targeting Lin Ling and the other two. They just wanted to let Lin Ling and the other two get off to a good start. As long as Lin Ling and the other 3 handed over their positions, they could snatch the other good positions. Do you know who the 3 of them are? The old man guessed their thoughts. Their master used to be a member of the Grand Change Nebula sect. In other words, they are half a member of the Grand Change Nebula sect. Do you agree? When their master was working for the Grand Change Nebula sect, you didn't even know where they were. The Grand Change Nebula sect is the fairest. Their master left behind the karma and they took the karma. Everyone was silent when they heard that. Lin Ling and the other two finally understood that it was Martial Uncle He who had helped them. Although they couldn't refute him, they wouldn't give up easily. Senior, why don't we do it this way? Let's use strength to determine the winner. Look at some of the talented geniuses from before. They all got good positions. We're convinced of that. However, if those geniuses want to get good positions, they'll have to go through everyone's challenge. The young man said again. Yes, Senior. The Grand Change Nebula sect doesn't raise useless people. We are from various forces in the 9 states. How can we be willing to be inferior to useless people? Senior, please make an exception for us. Voices drifted out from the Green Mountain one after another. Seeing that, the old man frowned. He glanced at the young men who were assigned positions but had average talents. Those young men were also frowning. They were obviously unhappy, but they didn't dare to say anything. Finally, the old man looked at Lin Ling and the other two and said, What do you think? Senior, I'm here to learn martial arts. I don't want to challenge you. I don't like fighting. Of course, Lin Ling wouldn't agree. It was better to have less trouble than more trouble. You're afraid. Boy, where are you from? Who is your master? I'm the 6 demons' honored son of the Divine Weapon Mansion. If you don't dare to fight, apologize in the name of your master and I'll let it go. Seeing Lin Ling shaking his head, the young man said indifferently. He was trying to provoke him. Lin Ling sneered when he heard that. Although he wanted to keep a low profile, the young man deliberately used the Constellation Nebula. Although he was trying to provoke him, Lin Ling couldn't help it. Are you sure you want to fight with me? That's right. You can use any weapon. I'll take it. If you're afraid, apologize in the name of your master. Seeing that Lin Ling had relented, the young man smiled proudly. He was afraid that Lin Ling was spineless. Now that Lin Ling had shown his unyielding character, it was great. I'm afraid that you're not a match for me. Lin Ling finally walked out. The crowd immediately roared with laughter. The 6 demons' honored son had a 7th grade desolate body and was at the 7th layer of the half-saint realm. He was the Divine Weapon Mansion's bodyguard and was very famous in the land of the 9 continents. No one knew Lin Ling. He only had a 5th grade desolate body and was at the 5th layer of the half-saint realm. How could he be so arrogant? Moreover, even some of the good-looking women were disgusted by Lin Ling. At the beginning they sympathized with Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling said that the young man was not a match for him. This kind of arrogance was undoubtedly the most shameful. He really didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Chapter 32-34. What a stunning punch. Come out. The 6 fiend saints stepped into the green mountain. Moreover, with every step he took, he released a powerful desolate physique aura. A black rock snake slithered out from under his feet. It opened its mouth angrily and a wave of ferocious aura surged out like a weak tide. It was the rock god's bloodline, one of the 100 bloodlines. The cultivation of the 7th level of the half-saint realm had arrived. Apparently, he wanted to show Lin Ling the difference between the two of them. After all, his goal was to get the position. He did not want to offend a senior from the Great Simplicity Nebula sect. You are so weak. However, Lin Ling also walked out. He stared at the 6 Reaper Honorable and shook his head in disdain. A simple sentence immediately caused even more people to be dissatisfied. Although the 6 Reaper Honorable was not the most powerful person present, the strength that he had displayed earlier had won everyone's respect. However, Lin Ling only knew how to brag. If their master had not been a member of the Great Simplicity Nebula sect, they would have scolded him. Humph. The 6 Reaper Honorable snorted coldly. He was a proud person who had come to the Yen state. He had never been looked down upon like this before. 6 Reaper Honorable, we support you. Yes. But soon many voices rose up from beneath the green mountain, causing 6 Demon Venerable to nod. Then he turned into a cold beam of light that shot towards Lin Ling. If a martial artist's perception was strong, they would be able to see that this was like a snake attacking, incomparably fast. Moreover, the seniors of the Great Simplicity Nebula sect could see that the 6 Reaper Honorable was covered in a gray rock armor. It was formed by his talent. It was extremely powerful. Even Lin Ling's eyes lit up. The desolate body is not bad. However, the most important thing is that this guy's rank strength is extraordinary. He can attack and defend and has reached 70% of his rank strength. Yes. The 6 Reaper Honorable was much stronger than the half-saint realm experts that Lin Ling had seen before. Everyone was looking at Lin Ling. They didn't know how Lin Ling, who was only at the 5th layer of the half-saint realm, would fight back against the 6 Demon Venerable. This was especially true for the geniuses with great backgrounds. They began to assess the situation and realized that the only way to deal with 6 Spectre Venerable's fatal blow was to retreat. However, doing so would weaken their momentum, and they would have to face 6 Spectre Venerable's storm of attacks. However, Lin Ling finally made his move. He did not retreat, nor did he use any martial arts. He stretched out his left hand and clenched it into a fist. Then he lightly punched out. The fist collided with the rock snake in an instant, causing the air to explode and the green mountain to reverberate incessantly. Looking at Lin Ling again, he was still standing there like a pine tree. Everyone's pupils immediately trembled violently. So strong. The 6 Demons Venerable's complexion also changed slightly. He had discovered that Lin Ling's innate talent was fire attribute after he had exchanged a blow with Lin Ling. It didn't seem very strong on the surface, but the density of his boundary essence was beyond his imagination. It didn't seem like a 5th level half-saint at all. Again? Of course, the 9 prefectures geniuses who could appear here naturally wouldn't be easily defeated. The 6 Demons Venerable slithered like a snake, causing a huge gray whirlpool. Upon closer inspection, it was a rock whirlpool. Although you have some ability, I have the rock god's bloodline. My defense is extremely strong, so I might not be able to defeat you in one move. However, after 10 or 100 moves, you will definitely reveal your flaws. In the air, the ferocious aura was extremely terrifying. A fatal blow appeared behind Lin Ling and shot towards Lin Ling. Bang! A dull sound was heard. What everyone expected did not happen. Instead, Lin Ling did not even look behind him. He lightly punched out and blocked the fatal blow once again. How is this possible? This time, it was impossible for people not to be shocked. One had to know that not many people in the late stage of the half-saint realm would dare to easily receive a blow from the 6 Demons Venerable. If one encountered a warrior with a desolate body below the 5th grade, even a peak half-saint would lose to the 6 Demons Venerable. Bang! 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 However, nothing was impossible for Lin Ling facing the 6 Demons Venerable's attacks. Lin Ling had blocked all of them. The 6 Demons Venerable even saw Lin Ling block his attacks with one hand behind his back. Is the 6 Demons Venerable going to be defeated? Many people exclaimed secretly. In fact, even the 6 demons venerable was secretly feeling uneasy. Oh no, what is this person's strength? Why can't I take him down even though my talent and cultivation level are higher than his? Most importantly, I have 70% of my cultivation level power. Lin Ling spoke at this moment. You have made so many moves previously. Should be my turn now. I will defeat you with one punch. Lin Ling retracted his left fist as though it was an arrow that was about to leave the bow. Not good. Although Lin Ling looked very ordinary and his realm essence was not turbulent, the 6 demons venerable did not dare to underestimate him. Suddenly, gray rocks appeared all over his body and he turned into an ancient divine mountain. Defeat him with one punch? That's impossible. Many people were shaking their heads, but they couldn't be sure because they had all witnessed Lin Ling's miraculous feats before. At the same time, Lin Ling also threw out a punch. However, it was like an arrow that was shot out from a bow. At the beginning, there was fire elemental boundary energy spreading out. However, when it got close to the gray rock, a terrifying thing finally happened. An incomparably ferocious aura erupted like a ferocious beast. This made Lin Ling's punch faster and more powerful. The combination of his physical strength and the 4 dantians formed a punch that could destroy 10,000 worlds. Boom! The gray rocks were shaken by the punch. Inside the rocks, the 6 demons venerable's expression changed drastically. He felt an unparalleled force colliding with his body. He could not resist at all. This was not the strength of a half-step saint, but the strength of a saint. Ka. Cracks began to appear on the gray rocks. Then a figure flew out and smashed into the green hills in the distance, causing the hills to shake. Under the green hills there was a dead silence. Everyone was dumbfounded. They never thought that Lin Ling, who was only a half-step saint, would win in such an easy way. He defeated the 6 demons venerable with only one arm. Even the eyes of the seniors of the Grand Simplicity Nebula sect flickered. Previously, Lin Ling had burst out with ferocious aura. Could it be that he had practiced a technique related to ferocious aura? Or, could it be that he was hiding some other talent that was related to ferocious aura? Most importantly, they did not understand why Lin Ling's punch was so powerful. Could it be the strength of his physical body? But during the assessment of the glaze ball, this guy only had the talent of fire element, right? Who else is not convinced? At this moment, under the green hills, Lin Ling glanced at the crowd and said indifferently. But no one spoke. Everyone was silent. The reason was that the 6 demons venerable was ranked among the top. Now that he had been defeated, it was meaningless for others to challenge him. Most importantly, Lin Ling had defeated the 6 demons venerable with only one arm. Perhaps his full strength was in that arm, or perhaps he did not use his full strength at all. Chapter 32-35. The Tai Martial Ancestor. Lin Ling did not use his full strength. Otherwise, the 6 Reaper Honored Master would not have been defeated so easily. Seeing that no one answered him, Lin Ling turned around and left. He glanced at the 6 Reaper Honored Master and said, I have said that you will not be able to withstand a single blow from me unless you reach the peak of the Sage-to-Be realm. The 6 Reaper Honored Master spat out a mouthful of blood and his eyes turned gray. He had been able to come to the flame state because of his strength. He had developed an arrogant character. Now, his arrogance had been suppressed by Sumo. Indeed, in the continent of miracles, miracles were born all the time. The Green Mountain was silent. Only Meng Lu and the rest smiled. They were not surprised by the outcome. In fact, if they had gone up against Sumo, they would have won too. However, they would not have won as easily and beautifully as Lin Ling. Is there anyone else who wants to challenge him? The old man asked. However, after the incident with Lin Ling, everyone was much more cautious and fell silent for a moment. This caused those who had been given good positions but were not powerful to look at Lin Ling gratefully. Since there is no one else, please follow me in. In the end, the old man led everyone into the Grand Simplicity Nebula sect. Wow, I did not expect you to be so powerful. Xia Qianni followed Lin Ling and looked at Lin Ling as if it was the first time she had met him. She looked at Lin Ling from head to toe. Lin Ling smiled and said, I was just lucky. Lin Ling felt guilty for attacking Xia Qianni 3 times and knocking her out. If he had the chance, he would like to make it up to her. Hee, congratulations, congratulations. After entering the Grand Simplicity Nebula sect, Martial Uncle he walked over and led Lin Ling and the rest forward. They had been assigned to guard the West Mountain. This area was relatively remote, and there were many demonic beasts. Moreover, they were all the seeds of deities. Lin Ling and the other two followed martial uncle He to live on top of a mountain peak. There was an ancient stone sword stabbed into the mountain peak. This sword was extraordinary and could intimidate all the demonic beasts. As for guarding, there was nothing to guard. To put it bluntly, it was indeed a good job. This good job used to belong to your master. After he left, it was left to me. Since you are here, you can see where your master grew up. Martial uncle He looked at Lin Ling and the rest and started introducing the Grand Simplicity Nebula sect. However, Lin Ling and the others were here to seek refuge. They did not plan to stay here for too long, so they quickly dealt with the situation. At night, Uncle Master He left. Lin Ling and the other two stayed in the small house at the top of the mountain. Looking at the moon in the sky, they realized that the Yen state seemed to be closer to the moon. Even the sky was filled with the aura of a god. What a clean sky! The miracle mainland, the godly mainland, is indeed extraordinary. Meng Lu and Sakura said. Lin Ling smiled and then took out the spring of life. Meng Lu and the rest also took out a large number of star stones. To Lin Ling's surprise, the amount of star stones Meng Lu and the rest had plundered was beyond his imagination. Equally. The three of them looked at each other and were all excited. Lin Ling asked for the most star stones, so he gave out more spring of life. After dividing the treasures, the three of them began to cultivate. Although they were safe now, no one could guarantee when the heavenly court would find them. Therefore, improving their strength was the most important thing. After Lin Ling entered the house, he immediately sat down cross-legged. Just as he was about to cultivate, he found that the moonlight shone through the window and a large number of words were written on the wall. Work hard. It was a very simple word, but it covered the entire room. Is this written by Master? Lin Ling's eyes flashed. Finally, he saw a line of words in the corner of the house. It turned out that Xing Xiaoyun used to be a very ordinary person in the Grand Change Nebula sect. However, he made a great contribution during the demonic beast tide and was praised by his master. Then he was specially trained. At that time, Xing Xiaoyun went from an unknown existence to a meteoric rise. However, during an extremely important mission, Xing Xiaoyun disappointed Master. He was defeated and returned. Since then he suffered a disastrous decline. In the end, he left the Grand Simplicity Nebula sect in disappointment. I didn't expect Master to have such a story in the Grand Simplicity Nebula sect. Lin Ling thought to himself. Suddenly, he was curious about the sect leader of the Grand Simplicity Nebula sect. Of course, he didn't think too much about it and quickly cultivated. The heart of the realm-devouring beast that he had obtained in the starry sky was now being refined by Lin Ling. The ferocious aura on his body became more intense. He could transform into the realm-devouring beast. His physical strength was also increasing crazily. In the end, it increased to the power of 800 worlds. His speed also reached the speed of 90 worlds. If he used the rain technique, he could reach the speed of 140 worlds. As for the talent of the realm-devouring beast, it had entered the 9th grade. Apparently, the talent of devouring its own kind was really terrifying. This made Lin Ling happy. Immediately he started cultivating again. This time he was refining the star stone, which was a material for forging supreme weapons. Lin Ling operated the Chaos Divine formula and forcibly refined it. He let this force flow into his bones. His dragon bone was also increasing crazily. His dragon Dantian had also reached the 7th grade wild body. During this process, because of the nourishment of the two treasures, Lin Ling's cultivation had also entered the 6th stage of the half-saint realm. Moreover, the boundary essence of the 4 major Danshians was extremely complete. Looking at Sakura and the others, their strength had also increased greatly. Moreover, the 3 of them had come here to lie low. Therefore, they rarely walked around the Grand Simplicity Nebula sect. This made many people feel strange. After all, who didn't come here to have a discussion with the martial ancestor? However, the people didn't pay much attention to them. Gradually, they forgot about Lin Ling and the other two. On the contrary, the higher-ups of the Grand Simplicity Nebula sect seemed to be looking for something. The glazed ball emitted 15 rays of light? A 5th grade wild body? Nonsense. How can there be a 5th grade wild body in this world? This kid has other talents. That's why he can shine so brightly. After an old man heard the news from the elders, he let out a laugh. The old man sat under an ancient tree. The fruits on the ancient tree shone like stars, making him look like a god descending. His eyebrows were very long, reaching the ground. He looked like an immortal. He was the Grand Simplicity martial ancestor. He was also the current sect leader of the Grand Simplicity Nebula sect. Moreover, there's something even more terrifying. The realm-devouring beast was actually killed. Another elder said. His tone was filled with shock. Amazing. It would be great if this kid was in our Grand Simplicity Nebula sect. However, there's no need for everyone to look for him. He will surface sooner or later. The old man's eyes lit up. He nodded his head in appreciation and said, "All of you can leave first." Everyone hurriedly bowed and took their leave. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.